Yes. Don't worry, it's,
So, just if you want to face. Mike's live, ready when you are.
So hello and welcome to this 9:30 session in the final day of Adelaide Riders Week. My name is Royce Kermelovs. I will be the host for this next hour. I just want to begin by just acknowledging the Kaurna people with traditional owners of the country. We acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. And just a couple of housekeeping things before we get going. Again, we are living in a time of global plague. Please take precautions, look after yourself. We are very lucky to be able to gather here today at this amazing festival on such a beautiful day, together. So stay safe, do your best to follow the precautions as necessary, wear a mask where you can, social distancing, all that good stuff. In terms of general information, we ask if you want to support your, for those of us who work with words, this is our life, our living, our heart, and our art. Please support us. You can buy books in the book tent. I mean, in this case, I'm not sure that a signing would be possible, but please help out where you can. Today, I've been very much looking forward to this conversation for weeks. Today, I'm speaking to Alec MacGillis, who is a senior reporter at ProPublica, which is a fantastic investigative journalism outfit, and I encourage everyone to go and read their reportage at some point as well. He's a veteran journalist and a multi-award-winning journalist, and the author of Fulfillment: Winning and Losing in One-Click America, which is, if you need a visual cue, this is the book right here. In this book, Alec has mapped out very beautifully the rise of Amazon and what it's done to the communities who live and work around these warehouses. Today, I believe Alec is speaking to us live by video link from Baltimore. So, Alec, good evening.
Hello, good evening. Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good. I wish I was in Australia. I've never been, so I'm very sorry not to be there with you.
Well, the main thing is you're here in spirit-ish, and it's good to have this chat. And look, if you forgive me we've got a short amount of time, so we'll just dive right in if that's all right.
Sure.
So, look, one of the things I enjoyed most about this book is the connection you made. And we should be clear from the outset that this is not necessarily a book about Amazon, but it's about the people around it. And so one of the connections you made was the work of Amazon, this idea of sorting, and how the outcomes of the rise of this company have resorted the landscape into a kind of a new dynamic of wealth and power. And so I wanted to kind of kick this off by asking you, when did you first have this insight into what was going on?
Sure, I'd be glad to. And thanks so much for doing this. And thanks for having me. It's really an honor to be part of this great event. So this book really did not start out being about Amazon at all. I've been a national reporter in the U.S. for many years now, and going around the country, I was getting more and more concerned about the growing disparities between places in America. The sort of sorting out of places between a small set of winner-take-all cities, cities like New York, San Francisco, D.C., Washington, D.C., Seattle, Boston, that were absorbing an ever greater share of the country's prosperity and growth. And then a much larger part of the country, share of the country, all these cities and smaller towns that were really kind of falling behind. That gap's been getting much bigger in the US, much bigger than it's ever been, and it's incredibly unhealthy for both sorts of places. And I think it had a big role in our politics. It was a big reason why Donald Trump got elected in 2016. So after that election, I thought I need to write about this incredible regional inequality, find a way to tell the story of this inequality. And because it bothered me so much, I thought it wasn't getting enough attention. And I finally decided to use Amazon as the frame to tell this story of regional disparities in the US. And I chose them for two reasons. One is that the company is now so ubiquitous in America, it's unfathomable just how omnipresent they are now in our lives in all sorts of ways. So it's simply a good thread, a good metaphor to take you around the country and show you what American society and culture are becoming. More importantly, though, I chose it because the company and the other tech giants like Google and Facebook are themselves driving this regional inequality. One reason we've ended up with this incredible concentration of wealth in just a handful of places in the US is that we've ended up with such a concentrated economy. We have just a handful of companies dominating various sectors of the economy. And so in very crude terms, a lot of commerce and daily business activity that used to be spread all around the country, whether in the media or in retail or in other sectors, is now just being kind of hoovered, sucked into places like Seattle. And you end up with sort of dystopian levels of wealth and inequality in cities like Seattle. And then those cities become very unaffordable and congested and really kind of lose their character. People get displaced. And then you've got all these other cities that have lost that commerce and daily business activity and prosperity, and they end up with blight and abandonment. So it's really unhealthy for both sorts of places. It sort of throws the whole country off kilter. And that's the story I wanted to tell, that off-kilterness through these places and through the people in them.
And as I understand it, I mean, how personal was the story for you as well? Because you come from a city and a community which is dealing with this, which has been affected by this in some way, by kind of deindustrialization and the rise of these sorts of businesses.
Yes, this is very personal for me on several levels. I grew up, I first saw this disparity growing up in a small city in western Massachusetts, 2.5 hours west of Boston, a city called Pittsfield, that used to be a very solidly middle-class, small manufacturing city. It was a big General Electric town. That was the company there. And then General Electric pulled out as I was growing up, and the city has fallen steeply in population and wealth, and now is lagging ever further behind, like many other small manufacturing cities, lagging further behind Metro Boston, which is becoming bigger and wealthier by the year. The gap between Boston and the rest of the state is just growing extraordinarily wide, and it's so stark to travel those 2 hours between my hometown and Boston now. Then I saw it again, the gap, very personally, when I was traveling around the country as a reporter. I would go to the Midwest, to Ohio and Iowa and Michigan, and I would, around the time of the Great Recession, and I would see just how much these communities were struggling. In those years, 2007, 2008, 2009, I was covering the Obama campaign in those years, and I would just be traveling all around with him, and I would see how much they were struggling. And then I would come back to Washington, D.C., which is the wealthiest metro area in the entire country, and I would just be so struck by not just the prosperity on display in Washington, where I was working at the Washington Post at the time, but the complacency, this complete disconnect from what was going on around the country, this complete cluelessness, really, about just how good people in Washington had it and how tough things were in the rest of the country. And that really bothered me. And then finally, most recently, I've really experienced this disconnect in where I now live, which is Baltimore, this, good mid-sized city just up the road from Washington, D.C., 40 miles up the road only. Two cities that used to be very similar in scale and prosperity, and now they're just on completely different trajectories. Washington is thriving, Baltimore is really struggling, and to see it's mind-boggling to travel those only 40 miles. It almost makes you feel dizzy to the difference in atmospheric pressure really between the two places. And Baltimore has become what I call in the book a warehouse town. It is now home to 3 or 4 large Amazon warehouses where people are working those very difficult low-wage jobs. People in those warehouses are in the exact same place as as the biggest steel mill in the world used to be, that used to pay people a lot better. Now you're working in the warehouse jobs in that exact same spot. And then just down the road, Washington, D.C. is Amazon's second headquarters. That's where they're putting their second headquarters with very high-paying jobs, 25,000 high-paying jobs. And so that gap between those two cities is going to grow ever wider. And it's so unhealthy for both places.
And in that, I mean, and this is something else that I think was important about this book, is that you're describing and you're discussing these really big ideas, deindustrialization, financialization, the polarization, all these sorts of things. So, but how important was it for you to make this about people? Because your story is so centered on the people that live this life.
It was hugely important. I did not want this book to be an argument book or a thesis book or a policy book. It's not. It's a reported narrative. I'm a reporter, not a political scientist or an economist. I spend my time going and talking to people, going to places and writing about them. And I've met some extraordinary people in my travels. And so I wanted the book to be about them. I wanted it to give you, the reader, a very visceral, almost, really kind of almost literary fiction kind of feel for these places and the people in them, to give you sort of the whole ecosystem of this new world of the American economy, the logistics economy, taking you all the way from the top I take you into the gala parties with Jeff Bezos, all the way down to the bottom of the ladder, down to the guy who's making the cardboard boxes for Amazon in Dayton, Ohio, and take you into his life, what it's like being that guy making those boxes, and then everyone else on that ladder. It was so important to me to make the book really grounded in those lives and in those people.
And just one more thing to frame kind of the rest of the conversation as well is that I'm wondering when we talk specifically about Amazon. So, how much do you see Amazon as, say, a product of a broken society or as a force in helping to break society?
I see them really as both, and actually, this exact good point came up in my discussions with them. I of course talked to them at length for the book, and it was interesting. Their main response was, look, we know these jobs are not great. They're not ideal. And we also know that, in a way, we know that our dominance is a little bit excessive. It's hard to deny that. But look, if it wasn't us, it would be someone else. There are all these larger forces happening in the world. It's all, you have globalization and technology, and no matter what, there was going to be e-commerce, and there was going to be some company dominating e-commerce. It just happens to be us. We can't help it, kind of. Just our luck. And my response to that, to them, and when I spoke with them, and then also implicitly in the book, is that yes, there are these larger forces acting around all of us, but I do still believe that we all have agency, that we have agency as citizens and consumers, and that they have an agency as a company, and Jeff Bezos has agency as an executive. That it's not all just these larger abstract forces. There are specific things that they have done as a company that have exacerbated the problems described in the book. They have been especially zealous in pursuing all the different tax breaks and tax subsidies at all different levels of taxation, as I go into describe in great detail in the book. I do all this investigative reporting to find these incredible conversations between them and local officials who are giving them huge tax subsidies to come build the warehouses and the data centers in their communities. So they've been especially aggressive on that front. They've been especially demanding as employers in the workplace. It's been their choice that has brought their warehouses to entirely new levels of sort of hyper efficiency and productivity, to the point where the work is so grueling and so thankless that the turnover there is still rough on average about 100% in the course of a given year, despite the fact that they're now been gradually raising the starting pay somewhat. The turnover is still so high. They actually prefer having the turnover be that high because it deters union organizing. It's harder to build solidarity if workers don't even get to know each other before they leave. Finally, it was their choice to put that huge second headquarters in Washington, D.C., in the wealthiest metro area in the country. They could easily have chosen to put it somewhere else, one of the many cities that so desperately could have used a boost like that, St. Louis or a Cleveland or a Baltimore. They chose not to do that. So there are all sorts of ways that they've actually, I believe, really made things worse. Yes, in general, there are, of course, these broader conditions of sort of our modern existence with e-commerce and the way we live now. Although even in that case, I think that we actually do still have, as consumers and citizens, have agency in pushing against that somewhat too. I don't believe it's all inevitable.
So what I hear you saying when you talk about this, what I hear you describing is a situation where Amazon as a company, as an entity, has been almost kind of uniquely primed to kind of exploit desperation and despair. Is that right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's really what you see in these communities where they go in to build these warehouses, and they're now just, you can't even keep count of the warehouses. They've been growing so much over the course of the pandemic. They handle this surge in orders. The steel mill location in Baltimore that I described, that was, again, once home to the largest steelworks in the entire world, 30,000 people working there on a peninsula just outside town, now has, when I was sort of wrapping up the book, there was one warehouse with a second one on the way. They now have three. I mean, it's unfathomable how fast it's all growing. It's how much it's burgeoning around the country. But those communities like Baltimore or Dayton, Ohio, or other places, sort of left behind cities that I focus on in the book, they're so desperate for any kind of jobs at all because of what's happened with deindustrialization, with the complete just wipeout of a whole swath of sort of mass employment in these communities. So along comes Amazon, and even though its jobs are going to be paying less than half of what those jobs used to pay at the steel mill or at the auto parts factory, that's now completely gone. You have local officials that are just hand and foot bending over to hand Amazon these subsidies, just with extraordinary desperation and obsequiousness. I have some of those communications and exchanges in the book, and it's just astonishing to see just how completely deferential's mild word for it. These dealings tend to be, because they just feel like they have nothing, and they have to take even just these very kind of high turnover, low wage jobs stuck out in the warehouse out on the edge of town, because they feel like they've been left with no choice.
I want to ask more about that in a second, because that was a very interesting point that I picked up on. But before we do, perhaps just for people who may be unfamiliar with the trajectory or the of Amazon, why don't we take it back to the start briefly? Your book begins in a basement in Seattle. Why?
Because that's where a man who lives outside Denver, Colorado, was living for many months following the start of the pandemic in 2020. This is a man who had left in the book I call him Hector. He was the only person in the book to whom I gave a new name, because he was still working at Amazon and was worried about getting in trouble for talking to me. But in any case, so Hector used to have a high-paying high-tech job in San Francisco, lost that job, ended up outside Denver, went to work at the Amazon warehouse. The pandemic hits, and they're getting so little information, these workers in the warehouses that are handling this incredible surge in order as we all hunker down and start buying everything from Amazon. They're dealing with this huge surge in orders. They're overwhelmed by that surge. A lot of people leave. The people who are left dealing with this massive new wave of orders to handle, are not only dealing with that wave of work, but are terrified of getting COVID, of course. Amazon, the supervisors at the first are doing very little to protect them, to deal with the reality of COVID contagion, and also are giving them very little information about who's getting it, who to watch out for, that sort of thing. So Hector is so worried about bringing it home. He's not young. He's in his late 50s, early 60s, and he also lives with his elderly mother-in-law who's got lung problems. And so he's very worried about bringing COVID home. And he goes to live in the basement, the unfinished basement of his family's townhouse in the suburbs, and just has virtually no contact with his family whatsoever. It's just seals himself off down there, brings a little refrigerator down, brings like a hot plate down. And that's how the book opens, trying to convey to people the reality of what it was like for the people who were working in the warehouses, doing that essential work, while so many of the rest of us hunkered down in safety for months and months and months, in the course of some countries longer than others, and basically shifted so much of their life onto online, ordering online, and depending on these people to bring everything to them. I really wanted to bring that home right at the outset of the book, that new reality.
And that contrasts so nicely with the origin myth of this company, with Jeff Bezos coming to Seattle, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that story is a pretty remarkable one, and it goes actually to the earlier point about the tax avoidance. Jeff Bezos was driving around the country, having had this idea in the early 90s to start this company, to take advantage of the internet, to start a company selling books, not out of any great affection for books particularly, but because he knew that books made sense as something to sell online, because there were so many titles out there, almost an infinite number of titles, that you could do something that physical bookstores could not, which is you could essentially stock every book on your website and thereby have an advantage against those traditional booksellers. So that's why he chooses books as his first thing to sell on this new thing called the internet. And then his other of course advantage that he had over booksellers was that he didn't have to assess sales taxes. At the time, if you sold stuff online, you only had to assess sales taxes to your customers, which is another 5, 6, 7%, right? If you had a physical presence in the state where they lived, where your online customers lived. So instead of putting this new company in California, where all the other tech companies, so many of the other tech companies were, he didn't want to do that because then he would have had to assess sales taxes to people in California, in the largest state in the country. He didn't want to lose that competitive advantage, so he decided to build the company in a much smaller state, Washington State, Seattle, so that he could retain more of that tax advantage. And that thinking carried through over the years. Everything was about trying to keep the tax advantage as long as possible and also simply pay as little taxes as possible.
And you mentioned before, I mean, the attitude of people, decision makers, policy makers, people whose job is to assess these sorts of things. And there's a very neat little anecdote towards the early part of the book where you talk about the tax boards and how essentially you had institutions that had a combination of apathy and self-interest, where most applications that came before to for tax incentives, to get discounts, to get waivers and these sorts of things were just waved through. And I was hoping you can talk a little bit about that, because for me that was such a perfect illustration of what has kind of enabled the rise of this behemoth.
Yeah, it was extraordinary to be able to watch this. It's this. I would say I was going to say that I snuck into one of these meetings, but I didn't sneak in. It was public. It's just one of these so-called public meetings that no one knows about, so they might as well be private. This was in the state of Ohio, where I spent a lot of time for the book. The two main kind of left behind places in the book are Baltimore and various communities in Ohio, which is in the Midwest, home to Cleveland and Cincinnati and Columbus. And in the capital city of Columbus is where they have this obscure agency that just doles out these massive tax subsidies to companies that basically come to them and say, look, we're thinking about coming to Ohio, but we're not sure. We're also thinking of going to Kentucky or to Illinois or what have you. But so maybe we could be induced to come to Ohio. And every time it was astonishing to sit there in this meeting and watch every one of these requests simply being rubber stamped by a board that was just riddled with conflicts. Lawyers who had represented the companies or represented the towns where the companies were going to go, and just completely conflicted, completely untransparent. No one there to watch this happening, really. And this is how Amazon got these huge tax breaks in this one state. There was a poignant moment, I think it was either at the meeting I went to or one that whose minutes I was reading about later, where a department store, actual physical department store that I ended up featuring in the book as one of these regional department store chains that had grown up around the Midwest, serving shoppers in these small cities with these beautiful department stores where you could just go and buy whatever you wanted, Christmas decorations at Christmas, and real kind of civic center feeling to these stores. This department store chain, which is called the Bon-Ton, ended up going out of business a few years ago. Due greatly, of course, to competition from Amazon, and at this exact same board that had doled out these huge tax breaks to Amazon, ended up having to revoke a much smaller subsidy that they'd given to this department store chain after the department store chain finally went completely out of business. They not only went out of business, but they were going to have to repay some of this to this outfit in Ohio.
And so, I mean, and this kind of ties into another thing I really wanted to ask you. Is another point in your book, and I think was specifically, I mean, this was a bit later when the companies evolved and started to look at the defense industry and how it could insert itself into the kind of that space. But you describe this almost this army of lobbyists who are waiting kind of in the halls of power to get meetings with people. And so I'm wondering, what did you learn about, how influential is Amazon when it comes to that sort of lobbying and that wielding of public influence amongst these authorities?
They're massively influential. They have the second largest lobbying spending in Washington after either Facebook or Google. They kind of trade places in that list. But so they spend almost as much as any company in the country on lobbying. But it goes beyond that, actually. Their presence in Washington right now is just astonishing. They've kind of taken over the entire city in a way that I don't think has really been captured. And I tried to capture it in those chapters of my book. The two winner cities that I focus on are Seattle and Washington. And they have such power, it's almost kind of soft power in Washington that comes from the fact that, first of all, they got that lobbying. Then they have all these big federal contracts. So much of the government, the CIA, various other defense agencies are contracting with Amazon for their cloud services. So that's the whole other part of Amazon Web Services, hugely lucrative, where they basically you sort of contract out to Amazon to handle all your server space, to sort of put all your data with Amazon. They'll take care of it. So Amazon does that for the government. So it's very, very present in Washington through those huge federal contracts. Then you've got Jeff Bezos buying the Washington Post a few years ago at a steep discount. He buys the newspaper, seemingly, supposedly as a gesture of basically almost philanthropic goodwill for the sake of journalism, which it is to some degree. But at the same time, of course, it's also just hugely valuable for him to own the big paper in the federal capital of the federal government in the U.S. And then on top of that, he's now built or bought and renovated the largest mansion in Washington, D.C., this incredible double-wide mansion that he spent $35 million on, and he's turning it into a kind of a salon, like a gathering space for the local power elite. And then finally, you've got Amazon picking Washington for its second headquarters and building this massive new complex just across the Potomac River in Northern Virginia, right by the Pentagon. So you put this all together, and Amazon has now just acquired this extraordinary presence and power and profile right there at the seat of the federal government. And because they know, this is the key thing, they know that their biggest threat right now is not from other companies. They've become so dominant in their spaces that it's very hard for anyone to compete with them. Their biggest threat right now is the threat of federal intervention, that the federal government will finally realize that we're heading into a new period of monopoly in America, just like we were in the early 20th century with Standard Oil, JP Morgan, all the rest of them, and that it's time to do something about this. And so to guard against that, Amazon is building up this kind of soft power all throughout that city.
And look, it's hardly an original insight, but like knowledge is power, and it's from what you've just described, from what you've written about, from your work on this, it's almost Amazon's, and particularly with Amazon Web Services, the data centers that they're building, essentially you have an entire nation and arguably one of the most powerful governments on earth storing all their sensitive information with one company in these places that have been carefully selected. I mean, how should we think about this?
It's almost hard. It's hard to get your mind around it. The data centers are just extraordinary. They're very strange and hidden away, and you've got these. There's a whole sea of them outside Washington in the old sort of farmland, horse country of Northern Virginia. These beautiful kind of rolling Piedmont hills have now been just taken over by these massive windowless concrete boxes. But they're not even boxes, they're enormous. The box does not do it justice, really. They have very few people working in them. They just sit there humming away. They hum quite loudly, so much that it really bothers a lot of the neighbors. Amazon gets massive subsidies also to build those data centers, even though they employ so few people. They devour energy, of course. They need a lot of water too, but they need a ton of electricity. One reason why so many of them are clustered in Northern Virginia is that that's very close to all the coal, the cheap coal, dirty coal in Appalachia that fuels a lot of these data centers. There's now a new ring of them going up in Ohio, which I wrote about a lot in the book, outside Columbus. And actually one of the towns that these sort of strange exurbs that has become home to all these data centers in outside Columbus is an exurb that was created out of scratch, created out of the farmland by none other than Jeffrey Epstein, the notorious abuser of many girls and young women, who recently met his end in jail. And it's a very strange kind of side story there. But anyway, that's the world of these data centers in Amazon Web Services. And yes, you have so much data concentrated in one company, which is a problem actually because they've had a couple major technical glitches in the last year or two, where if something goes wrong at AWS, which is their acronym, it affects all sorts of industries, all sorts of banks, and yes, and also the federal government. So no, it's not ideal to have so much concentrated in one company. It's not ideal in so many ways, but also in this way.
And it's interesting what you're describing there, because you're describing in a way almost like a country within a country. You have these centers that are separate from the communities that they're in, that they're often very isolated, respective to other places. And I'm wondering, like in the past, I mean, in a different era, we had kind of the corporate paternalism model. We had kind of like the General Motors, the Ford, the companies that had the large unions, the high incomes that at least felt some kind of need to take care of people or to be present in their lives in some way, whether it's sports sponsorships for the local club or right down to just, social clubs of people. How is Amazon different in that respect?
They're so different. I'm so glad you brought this up. I mean, one has to be careful, of course, to idealize the kind of company town of old, because there's a lot there that was not so pretty, with just the incredible sort of reliance on the company. In the most extreme cases, of course, the coal towns of yore, the company would pay you in so-called script that you could only use at the company store. So there absolutely were downsides to that model. But what I found when I wrote about that peninsula in Baltimore, Sparrows Point, that was home not only to the biggest steel mill in the world, but this entire town, it was extraordinary. They had a town of 5,000 or 6,000 people right there amidst the mill, with a grid of streets and movie theaters and churches and schools and stores, and an entire town which has now been wiped off the face of the earth. Even before the mill finally came down, the town was brought down too. But you talk to people who lived there, as I did, and you would get such a sense of the community that they felt, the togetherness, the sense of purpose and identity that came from that kind of existence. And whereas now you're there and there's just all these warehouses. And one gentleman I spoke to who used to work at the mill, who still lives nearby, pointed out that he notices that when people leave the warehouses now, they go screaming out, driving 80 miles an hour to get the heck out of there at the end of their shift, at the end of this very grueling, depressing work. And whereas back in the old day, you would have just rolled out. Often, of course, these guys would roll out and go to one of those taverns nearby with their coworkers. And there was some kind of togetherness there, since all these different forms. Now you're just heading out on your own. You're screaming out in your car to get the heck out of there. And they've actually had to I've noticed they had to put in all these major speed bumps there in Sparrows Point on that peninsula now, because people are just tearing the heck out of there when they leave, in such contrast to what came before. I actually found a gentleman who, and I built that whole chapter around him, who spent 30 years working at the steelworks, and then after it closed, went back to work.
We may be having a slight technical issue. Which Amazon knows. Amazon's... Alec, you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm there.
Sorry, we had a slight technical hiccup, but we got you back now. I think
Okay.
if you would repeat that last couple sentences.
Sure. I met this one gentleman who built the whole chapter around this gentleman who spent 30 years working in the steel mill and then came back to work in the warehouse on the exact same piece of land. And one reason he found that contrast so depressing, so hard to take, it's not just that he was making much less money at the warehouse than he had in the steelworks, but that he felt much less sense of community. He didn't know any of the people he worked with at the warehouse. He had grown up in that town, in the steel mill community, and now he was back there at this warehouse. He knew nobody. He felt completely isolated, and he lasted only a couple of years at the warehouse job, the Amazon warehouse job, because there was nothing there that you felt part of.
And I've got a couple more questions, but before we do, in about 5 minutes, I'm going to open up the session to kind of questions from the audience. We have a microphone just at the back. If you want to ask a question, please by all means come down, line up, and in 5 minutes we'll start taking questions. But before we do, and I've got a couple more because I want to be a bit greedy, but you've made the point as well that for Amazon geography, the map, where you locate the warehouses, where you place these things is so important and often corresponds to kind of these tax incentives. But the other thing that your book did so well is draw out kind of the inherent racism associated with some of those decisions. And I was hoping you can talk briefly about that.
Sure. I mean, in a lot of ways, the racial impact is most apparent, really, in what I was speaking about at the outset. When you have this incredible concentration of wealth in certain communities, because the market has gotten so concentrated, you end up with cities like Seattle and Washington that are experiencing just heartbreaking levels of displacement. I mean, on a scale that I think is hard for many to comprehend. Washington, D.C., which was once a majority Black city, really kind of a exemplar of sort of Black political power in the U.S., is now no longer majority Black, has lost 20,000, it's been very carefully quantified, 20,000 Black residents have been displaced purely through unaffordability in recent years. And then in Seattle, I focus a lot in the first chapter of the book on this historic Black community in Seattle, just a really kind of legendary neighborhood called the Central District that we don't think really necessarily of Seattle as being all that diverse a city. It's, compared to other U.S. cities, it's not. But it had this vibrant Black neighborhood called the Central District that, among other things, produced just incredible list of musical greats: Jimi Hendrix, Quincy Jones, Ernestine Anderson, all this musical genius coming out of this neighborhood. And that neighborhood has now it just could not withstand the immense wave of prosperity that has washed over Seattle, which used to be this very kind of middle-class, quirky city. Now it's almost at San Francisco levels of inequality and just sort of dystopian levels of inequality. And the Central District couldn't withstand it. And now it's, to see this, when I went there, I live in a city that is still majority Black. Baltimore is 63% Black. And when I went to Seattle, into this neighborhood, I was confused at first. I almost thought I was in the wrong place. I thought, this can't be the historic Black neighborhood. This is not. It's truly been almost erased at this point. And I focus on people in the book, including a legendary choir leader in the neighborhood who's just heartbroken by this just really kind of wipeout of the world that she grew up in.
Well, you also talk about campaigns to fight back, and you speak to several people who have engaged in different campaigns on different like local levels up through the state. And one of the lessons from that was, get everything in writing. So I was hoping you can talk a little bit about how people are pushing back, and even if at this stage it's possible to push back.
It's absolutely possible to push back, and and I did want to make sure to feature some of those people who are pushing back and who are fighting, partly just to give readers some sense of hope, that show that there is a way forward. The person you alluded to who learned to get things in writing was in Seattle, where there was this pretty remarkable fight just a couple years ago. A lot of local progressive activists, progressive government elected officials, trying to pass a new tax that would have hit Amazon and other large employers in town, but not even hit them that much, to pay for new housing and homelessness services, because Seattle has just a dreadful homeless problem right now. And they managed to pass this. They negotiated with Amazon to sort of come up with a moderate sum that they'd be willing to be taxed for this, for this purpose. They kind of whittled it down, and then right after it was signed into law, Amazon turns around and launches a big push to get the law repealed by referendum on that fall's ballot. It was just an extraordinary moment of betrayal, really. And it was just 2 days later, after the law passed, that they launched this new move to get it passed. And this one councilwoman asked them, she said, "I thought you said you were okay with this number." And they basically told her, "Well, yeah, but we didn't say that we weren't going to fight it later." The cynicism was pretty remarkable. And so, but I focus on a local activist in Seattle who fought to get this tax passed. They have since managed to get a yet smaller sort of version of that tax through. I focused also on small businesses. I think one of the most inspiring chapters in the book focuses on some small business owners in El Paso, Texas. And I could have set that chapter anywhere, because you've got people like this all over the country who are fighting back. These were, in this case, they were people who own office supply businesses in El Paso, selling paper and printer cartridges and all that kind of stuff to local businesses and local school districts. And they were watching Amazon just move in and trying to basically co-opt them, forcing them to start selling on Amazon.com instead of selling directly to their local customers, which would mean that they would lose anywhere between 15, 20, 25% of their sales to Amazon, the middleman. And watching them push back against that was really quite inspiring. So I absolutely believe that people can push back, and because again, people do have agency. People have agency as citizens and consumers.
And look, final question before we throw to the questions from the audience. When I checked, your book had been reviewed 200 times on Amazon, and they were all quite good reviews, by the way. But I'm wondering how much then you see there's a certain cognitive dissonance out in the world about this.
The way I've always thought of this is that I've encouraged people whenever possible to support their independent bookstore. We have a wonderful independent bookstore here in Baltimore that actually called the Ivy, that actually hosted an event for me when the first day my book came out, even though it was still a rough time with COVID, March of last year, March of 2021. And they hosted a wonderful outdoor event for me, and it was so meaningful to have people together talking about the book. I've had other wonderful events around the country, mostly online, with independent bookstores. So I encourage people to buy the book there. Of course, these are such important parts of the local fabric and communities. That said, I also understand that there are some people for whom it is simply more convenient, for whatever reason, to buy the book online, and I'm certainly not going to stand in the way of that. Just the way that in general, the way I think of this in general as, what do we do now as consumers? My general message is that I'm not out here advocating for a boycott or for any kind of cold turkey, but I do believe that we can all moderate that so many of us in this hunkering down of the past couple of years, this shift to sort of complete kind of one-click kind of life where we're just fulfilling all of our needs through the laptop screen, through the computer screen, through the phone, is not healthy. And it's so important that we now start to emerge, return to our communities, not just in our shopping, but also in all sorts of other ways, going to book festivals, going to the theater, going to the movies, going to the restaurants, supporting the things that the physical places in the places we live that make those places special. So that's been my general message, not necessarily to cut it off entirely, but to moderate.
Thank you. That's an excellent point. That's excellent. And look, now we're going to open to questions from the audience. We'll take someone. So we have a few people online.
Thank you very much. Look, my question is this. Whilst Australia has similar problems in the sense that states compete against each other and don't reveal the undercover payments they make to businesses if they can entice them into their state to hopefully create employment. But in the United States, and I tend to think that Australians do think that, notwithstanding some of the excesses, we do have some sort of control at a political level in this country. To, when things go really bad, we might actually elect a government that might do something about it. Maybe it's a forlorn hope. But in the United States, my impression is this, and this is what I'd like you to comment on. I find that the United States is basically, if it's not already, heading towards being a failed state. The institutions are failing. The Supreme Court is corrupt and crooked. The political system is crooked. Gerrymanders are rife. And Biden can't even get that thickhead senator from West Virginia and the other woman from Arizona to toe the line to get an independent electoral commission established in the United States. So my question is, what hope is there?
That's a big question, and probably a good one for a man who also wrote a biography about Mitch McConnell. So,
yes, I did write. My first book was a compact biography of Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, called The Cynic. So many that addresses some of the points you just raised. I would just say one thing I would say to this: it is, you're right. It's pretty bleak if you look at it this way, and it actually plays directly into the regional themes that fulfillment is about, because one of the America's problems right now is the structural problem created by our Constitution that basically has greatly privileged certain states, small states, rural states, over our heavily populated states. The fact that that our Senate, or the upper chamber in our legislature, has as many representatives in it from Wyoming, which is the smallest state with about 500,000 people in it, as does California with close to 40 million people in it, is madness. And that is not what the founders, I think, ever could have envisioned. And so when you end up with the sorting that I described in fulfillment, where you have such wealth in certain big states, big cities, and then this growing resentment in those smaller rural states, and that resentment then turns into a certain kind of politics, and that politics becomes way overrepresented in the government because the Senate is so completely skewed to those states. So yes, we have major structural issues in the country, and that really do need to be addressed somehow.
Hi. My question follows on the previous question a little bit, insofar as two words that really haven't been mentioned during this morning's session are Republican and Democrat. And I noticed that I think it was 2020, Ohio went Republican, that the places, Seattle and Washington, which have all the money, are Democrat. And from this distance in Australia, we see that the Democrats are the people who care about people, and the Republicans are the people who care about the success of the individual. How does the Amazon situation play out there? Does either power structure have a sort of view on what's going to be done about Amazon and companies like that?
I'm so glad you brought this up. There's quite a bit of this in the book, and there's actually even more. I've written some pieces since the book came out that get at the politics of all this even more directly. This is actually very fraught and very complex. In general, your generalization of the parties is correct. That's how they've come to be seen overall. But right now, we have a very interesting situation in the U.S. where there's a realignment going on, where the Democratic Party is increasingly becoming dominated by very highly educated, high-earning professionals in those winner-take-all cities. That is increasingly becoming the base of the Democratic Party. The Seattles and San Franciscos and Boston, New Yorks. And one reason that Trump was so successful in the Midwest and places like Ohio is you had people, former Democrats, longtime Democrats, working class, mostly white working class people, who looked at the new Democratic Party dominated by these highly educated, high income professionals in the cities, these cities that were now just completely leaving their own cities behind. And they look and see that and they think, wait, that's not me at all. I don't identify with that whatsoever. I also don't really identify with the old Republican Party of country club Republicans, but Trump kind of offers this sort of third choice. And then he goes ahead and wins the Midwest, and the rest is history. It gets even more awkward in the case of Amazon, where Amazon is now, first of all, on the one hand, you've got Democrats who want to do something about Amazon and want to do something about breaking up these big monopolies, the kind of progressive democratic mindset. On the other hand, though, you have the awkward fact that a lot of Amazon executives used to work in Democratic administrations. There's a real kind of bond between Silicon Valley and Washington. Amazon's chief lobbyist, chief influence guy, was Barack Obama's spokesman in the White House. You've got the revolving door there, a very close bond between elite Democratic circles and elite Silicon Valley. And on top of that, there's the added awkwardness that Amazon's biggest market, this is very key, is in the big blue cities. It was always that way because a lot of more conservative rural areas tended toward Walmart more. So Amazon was always strongest in the cities, and that became even more so the last 2 years because in the pandemic response in America, as you probably know, is very politically polarized. And so it was the Democratic cities, big blue cities, that were especially cautious about COVID, hunkered down especially, and bought even more of their stuff from Amazon. So you have a Democratic electorate that has actually become even more reliant on Amazon at the same time as you have some progressive voices in the party who say that we need to do something about this company and about this dominance. So it's actually very, very fraught for the Democrats.
You actually said something I wanted to ask you about, but I'm not sure we have time. But we have a couple more questions, so we'll get through those.
Thanks, Alex. One of the things that I found interesting, maybe in the answer to the questions, you have started to raise it, but you didn't in your talk, is about regulation and governance. Now, in Australia, companies do have guidelines with regard to regulation and governance. Are there any rules applying to Amazon, and are state and the US federal government invoking these rules, or is it essentially a Wild West?
Great question. We certainly have some regulations in our country. So we have regulations, for instance, about the warehouse work and labor regulations for safety and when accidents happen, we have an agency that investigates those accidents. And I go into great detail in the book, and I have whole sections on some terrible fatal accidents that happened. And I managed to get all the investigative records from those accidents, and I show the regulators coming in to look into what happened. But they are very often very lax and very sort of light in their regulation, and there's often very rarely any serious discipline. But there is now Amazon has gotten so dominant that there's a new school of thought that Amazon and the other tech giants are so powerful now and so ubiquitous in our life that we really can't even hope to break them up at this point. They just are what they are, and that we need to start treating them actually essentially as public utilities. The way we regulate the telephone companies or the railroads, these features of life that are just, undeniable, that we're going to have now a massive search engine. We're going to have this store where everyone buys everything. But we need to regulate them much more heavily the way we do our utility companies. That's a whole other possible approach to dealing with the reality of their dominance.
And final question.
Is there any difference between Amazon US and Amazon AU, Australia?
I have to be wary of sounding off too much about how things are in other countries, but I know that I spent the last 5 months, late last year, reporting in Germany, and I know that in Europe that things are better, somewhat better, to the extent that you do have more organized labor within the warehouses. You have much more worker voice. I've noticed in Germany also that you have still a much healthier brick and mortar landscape with downtowns that are still doing much better, and much more of a culture still of people going out, walking down the street to go shopping. And I couldn't help but decide whether this was a sign that Europe was protected against the threat, the kind of total dominance of Amazon, or if it just meant that they had a longer way to fall, and that you were just going to lose even more there when Amazon eventually triumphed.
And look, that is unfortunately all we have time for today, although I'd love to stick around and chat some more because it's been a fantastic conversation. Thank you, Alec, for tuning in on I'm assuming a cold winter night. I don't know what the season is there.
It's pretty gray. It's pretty gray.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
Thanks to all of you. Wonderful.
And again, for those of you who have enjoyed this chat, please, thank you for coming along for a start. And second of all, if you want to support Alec, if you want to support journalism, again, for those of us who work in this area, this is our life, our heart, our living, and our art. Please, you can buy some books in the book tent. There's other great books there. Please enjoy the rest of the day.
Good morning, Adelaide. Welcome to the last day of Riders Week. A little bit of housekeeping again. Please be COVID aware. Wear a mask wherever possible. It's not mandatory, but it is strongly recommended to protect yourself and others. Try to maintain social distancing. Obviously, at an event like this, it can be difficult, but as I've said before, don't lick strangers. You should be okay. Please do not move chairs from where they have been placed. We have positioned the chairs specifically to enable us to cover certain areas with the audio and also to avoid each stage interfering with the others. While we're on the subject of chairs, I would remind you that chairs are for people, not bags or scarves, etc. Also, if you require assistive listening, there is a hearing aid loop for the 3 rows in front of the mixing desk in the central block. Please enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the Adelaide Writers' Week for 2022. On this beautiful, beautiful March morning, here on the banks of the Caro, the river of the red gum forest. And what's interesting about the Caro is that I'm told by Uncle Lewis O'Brien this actually would have been the place where for tens of thousands of years Kaurna people would gather and share their wisdom and tell their stories. And so it's very apt for us this morning to feel that we are part of that proximity to the Caro, I should say known since 1836 as the River Torrens, and at the same time not only have that connection physically with the Kaurna people but also spiritually, and we acknowledge their presence spiritually as well as physically here and acknowledge their elders past, present and emerging. My name is Rick Saar, and it's my very, very great pleasure to welcome you here. Just a couple of housekeeping matters before we finish. Please turn your phones to silent. If you're tweeting or Instagramming, the hashtag is #ADLWW, that is Adelaide Writers' Week. Please support our authors, and we have actually got our authors here this morning as we develop their particular book, How the Fear of Death Shaped Human Society. So there'll be a book signing afterwards. Please support them by getting a copy of that book. And finally, be COVID safe during the day while you're here. Follow the messages on the screen, and please follow any directions from our wonderful marshals who you will see typically in bright green t-shirts. So, with those formalities out of the way, let me introduce our speakers today. I've been around Writers' Week for a long, long time, and I think this is the first father and daughter session in the history of Writers' Week. I stand corrected, but I don't know of any other, as we discuss the Menzies' monumental tome, Mortals, How the Fear of Death Shaped Human Society. I loved it. Now, we're not allowed to have favourites in terms of books we review, but this is one of my favourites. Rachel completed her doctoral degree in psychology at the University of Sydney in 2020 and currently continues a postgraduate fellowship there. Ross is professor in the Graduate School of Health at University of Technology, Sydney, and recently became the founding director of the newly formed World Confederation of Cognitive and Behavioural Therapies. Please welcome Ross and Rachel. Rachel, let me start with you. You quote someone called Caitlin Doherty, and I'm sure you'll correct me with the pronunciation in due course. In your book, here's what she says about the fear of death, and I quote her: "Overcoming our fears and wild misconceptions about death will be no small task, but we shouldn't forget how quickly other cultural prejudices, racism, sexism, homophobia, have begun to topple in the recent past. It's high time death had its own moment of truth." Tell us about that quote.
So Caitlin Doherty, for those of you who don't know her, is a mortician in the United States, and she coined the term death positive. She wondered, why do we have a sex positive movement but not a death positive movement? And so she is really one of the big figures in what's now referred to as the death positive movement, which is a push to normalise death, break down taboos around death. And she gives some examples there of other issues that for a long time in human history have been considered sort of fringe issues. So the women's rights movement, the gay rights movement, making the point that these were issues that humans have shied away from dealing with for a long time, but once they have started to deal with these issues, it's been for the betterment of society. And death is one of those issues that a lot of people don't like to talk about as a society, particularly in Western societies. We're not very good at talking about death or thinking about death, and there's a huge detriment to that. So the death positive movement is really pushing us to talk about death, bring it out into the light, the same way that we've successfully done with many of these other issues across human history.
Now, we're going to spend 45 minutes this morning talking about this topic and returning to that same theme about how better to reconceptualise death, talk about death, think about death. But I want Ross to come to the thesis of the book that somehow or other this fear of death has shaped human history. Can you take us through that?
Yeah. If you look at human history, the recorded human history, Death is there from the earliest stories that we've written. The oldest story, the Epic of Gilgamesh, is a story about a man who couldn't cope with his dear friend's death and goes searching for immortality. Our oldest buildings, the pyramids, are essentially tombs and a way to get to an afterlife. Death has shaped culture, it's given birth to religions, it's shaped the arts, it's dominated us, and the reason is, quite simply, that in the evolution of the human species, we come with the curse of a reflective consciousness. Everyone in this audience can move backward and forward in time. If I ask you to remember what you were doing yesterday, you can do it. If I ask you to remember significant events from a year, 2 years, 5 years ago, you can do it. But you can also go forward in time. You can tell me about what's coming up for you next year perhaps, or the year after, or what you plan. And from the age between 3 and 9 years of age, you come to understand where you ultimately end up. You end up dead. So a mature understanding of death occurs by the 9th year of life, and the rest of life has to be lived grappling with that. We know we're going to the grave. And human society and history has been shaped by that, by humans grappling with that.
You mentioned a number of examples where, in fact, people thinking about immortality become rather vicious. So we're not necessarily lovey-dovey about this. What do you mean by that?
We're not at our best when our mortality's on the line, and humans will do horrible things to each other if they believe it's in the interests of cheating death or gaining immortality. And we could give many examples. I'll give one simple one. The Aztecs, you may know, would sacrifice by the priest cutting the still beating heart out of the human sacrifice, throwing the dead body from the top of the pyramid temple structure. They didn't do this once or twice a year to appease the gods. They did it up to 20,000 times a year. They did it to slaves, they did it to prisoners of war. They also did it to volunteers. Now you might wonder, why would you possibly volunteer to have your still beating heart sliced out of your chest? Because it gave you the promise of a better immortality. People would die to do this, as martyrs might today. So we can be very vicious to each other. The pandemic's given us examples of that. At the opening of when the pandemic first hit, the pandemic's a very interesting example because here it was something that came along that could kill you and kill you quick. And that tension between humans wishing to live on, but knowing they could die and they could potentially die quick, led to a lot of aggression in the community, a lot of hatred to outgroups. Anyone, certainly in Sydney, where we're from, people flying in at the beginning of the pandemic with an Asian appearance were given a very rough time. So a lot of aggression, a lot of violence, and we could give many other examples.
Rachel, Ross has mentioned about the Aztecs and other cultural and religious denials or practices in the face of death. And I should say, and I'll tell the audience here, that religion doesn't fare particularly well in this book. As one can imagine, there have been some, and in fact you list those dreadful occasions where religions have actually acted rather poorly. But some 2/3 of the society, we're told by the census, have some form of religious belief, and a lot of those religious beliefs are premised on the idea that there's a better afterlife, and anyone has to just go through the obituaries in the newspaper to see something like this little angel will be in heaven, and it makes people feel better about death. How do you reconcile that paradox?
Yeah, so we would agree that for some people the idea of being reunited with loved ones in an afterlife does offer comfort, that it might make grief easier, it might make the possibility of their own death easier to deal with. And religion offers many people a lot of benefits, particularly on an individual level, where they might feel a sense of connection with community, more community involvement. They might find more meaning in what they're doing if there's a community behind that. So we're certainly not trying to invalidate or invalidate people's beliefs or tell people what they should or shouldn't believe. That being said, the one thing that religions all have in common is offering some kind of solution to the problem of death. And interestingly, you would think intuitively that people who think, I'm going to be reunited with loved ones in an afterlife, these people should be the least fearful of death of any group. But interestingly, that's not the case. When you look at the data, the attitude towards death that's associated with the best outcomes in terms of psychological well-being as you're dying, but also psychological well-being for physically healthy people, the best attitude, the most effective attitude seems to be what's called neutral acceptance of death. So I accept death because it's a natural part of life. It's neither good nor bad. I neither fear death nor welcome it. And this is an attitude towards death that is irrespective of any particular religious belief. So people who have that type of attitude towards death seem to be psychologically happier with the idea of death, even more so than people who accept death because they see it as a gateway to an afterlife or being reunited with loved ones. So clearly for some people on a personal level, there is comfort in that idea. But when we look at the data, the most effective attitude seems to just be acceptance of death regardless of religious belief. So personally, religion clearly offers some people benefits, but I think when we look on a societal level, the Aztecs would be one example from history, but there would be countless examples of the millions of people who have died across history as a result of religious conflicts. One set of religious beliefs clashing with another set of religious beliefs. You know, the Crusades would be one famous example of that, where Christians were told if you kill Muslims, you'll be absolved of your sins, you'll be guaranteed a ticket to heaven, essentially. So this is really the issue we take with religion in the book, that when you look across human history, millions and millions of people have died as a result of these conflicts, often in the pursuit of some type of immortality because they're doing what their religion tells them to do.
Now, both of you are psychologists, and you write from the psychological perspective. And for those of you who are studying psychology, this book is a primer in how to do psychological experiments. There's a lot of material that comes from the literature in the last 20 or 30 years. One of the terms that I wasn't familiar with until I started reading the book, Ross, was this thing called terror management theory, and the way that we respond to the fear of death by doing whatever boosts our self-image, no matter the physical cost. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, terror management theory is a very dominant theory in social psychology. It has over 300 experiments, laboratory experiments supporting it. Basically, it says that in the face of death, as I said, by the age of 9, we come to know we're going to die. At some point, we're going to die. And that's in tension with our deep desire to live, so that we live in some tension. We want to live on, yet we know we can die, and we could die at any moment. Terror management theory explores how humans deal with that, and essentially argues that we do one of two things. We either go for a solution of literal immortality, we just deny death, and the main way we achieve that is through religious belief. We say, well, it's not true. It's not true. I've heard about this thing called death, but I'm saying it ain't happening. We deny and we go for literal immortality. The alternative is to go for what's called a symbolic or a virtual immortality. And we achieve that by living a life that our culture would tell us is a life well lived, so that we shine among the populace that we grew up with. We're seen as an exemplar of our peers and our communities, a success story that will be remembered after our death. So we seek sort of a symbolic immortality, will be talked about, will continue to be talked about. And so we do things that our culture tells us are rewarded. The most obvious example would be in Western culture in general at the moment. We live in a very material world, and so we seek to buy more and shinier toys and consume more. Laboratory studies have demonstrated this, and the way we do this is very interesting. We give subtle reminders of death to half of the participants in a study, but not the other half. So we trick you in what the experiment's about. We might have 100 questions on a questionnaire, and it might say, do you prefer French food or Italian food? Do you like rugby league or AFL? Do you like... We have all these questions, and scattered in there might be a couple of questions on death. Would you rather be buried or cremated when you die? That's called a death prime. We've reminded one group about death, the other group don't get those questions. No death reminder. And then we see what happens to their behaviour. Is there any difference in the lab in those two groups? And what's been shown many times is behaviour changes. If you've been reminded of death, you'll seek to purchase more. And if you're given an opportunity to purchase high-status goods, you'll say they're better later in the lab session. You'll go for the Versace products, not the plain labels, because you're trying to boost your self-esteem. So the research is fascinating. Terror management theory is really a very rich area of research that's showing us what humans do when they're reminded of death.
Ross, I think you just lost 500 participants. For your next study, they won't trust you at all in relation to...
We're always tricking people. We're always tricking people.
Rachel, I want to put another paradox to you. We often talk about the value, and we tend to fate people who are risk takers, and yet a person who's a risk taker is obviously dicing with death. How do you explain risk taking in our communities when people are most fearful of death?
It's a really good question, because intuitively, like you said, we would think the idea that people are desperately trying to fight death and yet they're doing these risky things, those seem to be completely opposing things. But if you think about it from that terror management theory perspective, it makes a lot of sense. So if people are... So one big way that people try and overcome the fear of death is unconsciously do things that make them feel good about themselves. So they'll try and bolster their self-esteem. If one person's method of bolstering their self-esteem is doing an activity that has some risk to it, they will still seek to do that activity after they've been primed with death. So for example, if you get a lot of self-esteem from tanning in the sun, from spending a lot of time making your skin bronzed, if that makes you feel attractive and good about yourself, then when in the laboratory you're given a subtle reminder of death, you'll actually want to spend more time tanning. You'll be less interested in purchasing sunscreen or wide-brimmed hats. You'll want to spend more time in the sun, even though you know rationally that's actually going to increase your risk of skin cancer. Because that's your method of feeling good about yourself, that's what you'll do. And we know this from other studies. We know young men, for example, who say that their self-esteem is tied into speeding, driving in a risky way, will drive more quickly after being primed with death. And the same for smoking. That for people who smoking cigarettes is tied up with their self-esteem, they'll want to smoke more. And this has really big implications for the way we deal with these kind of problems like smoking, cancer, speeding on our roads. Because if you think of the way we try and deter people from these behaviours, typically we do that by reminding them of death. We have packets of cigarettes covered in warnings about the fact that you're going to die. For people who get their self-esteem from smoking, this just makes them smoke more. And the same for speeding campaigns. One example of a campaign that dealt with this in a really nice way was the Pinky campaign. For those of you who remember the anti-speeding campaign where it's a young man driving and you see people on the side of the road going like this and his mates in the back of the car going like this, and the tagline is, "Speeding, no one thinks big of you." That was a great campaign because it's saying, it's demeaning, it's saying it's not cool to speed, everyone thinks you're a loser, and it's a great example of a campaign which doesn't mention death at all, doesn't prime death, and is trying to show young men that it's not cool to speed, don't do it. So those sorts of campaigns are much more in line with what we know about in terms of what is effective for changing behaviour and how reminders of death can actually make people do more risky, more dangerous things.
So plain packaging is a far better way of stopping smoking than putting on someone's cancerous mouth.
That's right. Plain packaging, or trying to target, again, that self-esteem idea to make people think it's not cool to smoke, or trying to make people think of other things like relationships, other things that they value, rather than trying to scare them with their mortality.
One of the other nice things I loved about this book was the way in which both Ross and Rachel drew in the thoughts of how other writers have written about death. And one doesn't have to go very far into Shakespeare, of course, to see that theme emerging. Dickens, the neurologist Oliver Sacks. What are they all saying? Ross, they're teasing with it, they're teaching us about it. What do you think of them?
Yeah, we tour literature quite widely in the book, and each of those authors that you've mentioned had valuable things to say. For Oliver Sacks, in his book near the end of his life, Gratitude, he talks about being loved and loving, and we dedicate a lot of space to attachment, that deepening your attachments is a powerful way of actually assuaging your dread of death, knowing that you were loved and knowing that you loved in your time here. Dickens, in my view, produced one of the greatest short pieces on the dread of death and how to solve it in A Christmas Carol. Christmas Carol is a masterwork. To remind you of the story, we've got Ebenezer Scrooge, who's miserly, mean-spirited, rejects family, keeps the money to himself. He's visited by 3 ghosts, a ghost of Christmas past that shows him a better life that he had as a youth to try to influence him. He goes back to sleep after that one. It did nothing for him at all. The ghost of Christmas present that shows him what people think of him. Again, he's unmoved. And then the ghost of Christmas future, who simply shows him his dead body and a tombstone. Nothing more. Now, if you think about it, that ghost was revealing basically nothing. It's not that the ghost showed him terrible things that were going to happen in his workplace in a month or in 3 months. Just showed him what he knew already, you would think. You're going to die, Ebenezer. You will be lying on a slab and there will be a tombstone. Dickens knew the transformation of accepting death. And our book has a lot to do with death acceptance. And so we see this character completely reinvent himself after being confronted with his dead body and finally having to realise, I will just die. He becomes, overnight, a generous man. He gives money to the poorhouse. He sends the largest turkey to his nephew's house. He visits family. Fantastic work. Shakespeare, we could talk all day about Shakespeare and death. Shakespeare was, a lot of people argue that the plays are very much narrative therapy, that Shakespeare is trying to deal with his own fears of death. Half the plays have soliloquies related to death. The great soliloquies, the to be or not to be soliloquy, for example. Hamlet was written within a year of the death of his son Hamnet, and very much is a death work. And he grapples with many attempted solutions. The one I find most interesting in some of his sonnets is writing is his solution. Writing and remembering the beauty of a woman in one of the sonnets. Now he's remembered as the writer and she's remembered because she's described. And I think he was seeking immortality in his works. So they've taught us many things.
As I say, this book is a marvellous weaving through the poets, the writers, the philosophers. Friedrich Nietzsche comes into the realm as well. Do you want to say much about Friedrich Nietzsche, Rachel?
Yeah, so Nietzsche has a few ideas that are quite relevant to this topic. When Nietzsche famously declared God is dead, he was talking about this idea that there is no inherent meaning to life, that life is inherently meaningless, that there is not one true, correct set of values or morals that we live by, that this is something that we create as a society and as a culture. And so if life is inherently meaningless, then the goal, Nietzsche argues, for all of us is to try and live authentically, to find our own system of values that we feel are authentically ours and to commit to a life in which we live by those values. And touching back on the idea of terror management theory, we talked already about how terror management theory suggests that most of us try and grapple with death by doing what our culture tells us to do, not necessarily what we authentically actually want to do. That we will, overwork ourselves, we will spend money on things that perhaps we don't really truly care about, we'll buy the nice white picket fence house, raise a family, do things that our culture tells us are what you do as a human being if you want to be regarded well. And so Nietzsche talks about really doing the opposite. That in Nietzsche's view, the goal of one sort of superior goal of being human is to become Übermensch, which is this idea of being beyond human, which he puts as the ultimate goal for all of us, which is to define our own values and live in this more authentic way. And one idea that he brings up in this topic is a thought experiment, where he asks you to let's imagine you go home tonight after a lovely day at the festival, you go to sleep, you wake up in the middle of the night and there's a demon standing above your bed, and the demon tells you that from this moment you're going to be condemned to repeat your entire life again over and over and over, that you're going to go back to the moment of your birth and relive every single moment up to this moment when you're lying in bed, and you're going to be condemned to this eternal return, to replay your entire life over and over and over. And he wants you to think about, how would you feel upon learning this news? Would you feel overjoyed that you get to relive all the fantastic moments of your life from scratch? Or would you feel disturbed and distressed and be horrified by the life you're going to have to relive? And he is trying to motivate you to think about, how are you living? Are you living the kind of life that you would be happy to repeat? And if not, why not change it? If not now, when? So to really think about, what are we doing in life? Is this really truly my authentic values? And if not, can I start to live a little bit differently?
Now, we're going to come back to that theme before we finish, because indeed that's a very good summary of the way in which the book presents this entire topic, that the important thing is not so much to crave for a life hereafter, but to live an authentic life now. So we'll hold that thought and we'll certainly return to it. But I want to go to something which I found quite fascinating, Ross, in your describing the ways in which over the eons of history and up to the present, the craving for immortality has done in terms of some of our rather more weird practices. Brain emulation, embalming, cryogenics. There's been some pretty weird things happening out there. Can you tell us about those?
Yeah, there certainly have been, and it shows the desperate need for people to want to cheat death. I mean, cryogenics, the idea of freezing the head and that you'll come back is frankly nonsense. There's no nice way of saying it.
No, be unkind.
The moment you put the cryopreservatives into a brain, you are destroying every neuronal connection. So even if the brain could come back, you would come back basically with nothing, no memory, no anything. You'd be a confused mess. In fact, most of your functions wouldn't function. But the fact that people wish to do it tells us a lot. And the brain emulation area is a bit of a fringe area, but there are people working actively to try to get us to the point where we could copy the brain and copy your brain with your memories and download this within mainstream neurology and information technology and so on. It's seen as a bit kooky and something that will never occur, and there's many reasons why it will never occur, not just to do with the complexity of the brain, but to do with the ever-changing nature of the brain. You may not know that neuronal connections are constantly in flux and moving, and there's also the interaction with molecules from body to brain. This is not something that is a simple matter. But it shows our desperate desire to continue. We love the idea. I mean, if people were honest, probably a large slab of the audience would think it's a pretty cool idea that they could just wake up tomorrow. Someone has to tell you you're not actually here. You feel like you're here. You're a computer simulation. You died in the night. But don't worry, We've got you on the computer and we can talk all day and take you on holidays. That's what these guys and gals are after that are researching that area. That's what they're hoping to do. You may have seen the Netflix series Upload that came out a couple of years ago that was very much on this idea, could we upload a consciousness? The fact that people pursue all of this stuff says how much we just can't cope with the idea that I go to dust.
Now, one of the things that we're far more familiar with, but we would put, or you certainly put into the same category, is procreation.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to comment on procreation and the desire for procreation, but you also spend a lot of time in the book talking about what that's doing for the planet.
Yeah. Until very recently, the rate of population growth was very modest. We refer to the doubling rate. How long does it take the human population to double? Across most of our history, it's been about 1,500 years. Every 1,500 years, the human population has doubled. It's got down to about 40 years recently. It's a disaster. We took the better part of 300,000 years to get to 1 billion people. We add 1 billion people every 11 years. In 1992, the Union of Concerned Scientists that had 100 Nobel laureates published a document, sent it to world leaders, saying that the current population can't be supported, the finite resources of the planet will run out, and there was a desperate need to limit the population at that point. What have we done with that? We added 44%. We've added 44% to the world's population since that declaration in 1992 that we simply can't support the current population. The urge to have children is not just a sexual urge. We can obviously prevent having children now. The period of greatest growth is from 1961 on, and that's the period of the introduction of the contraceptive pill. So it's not that we can't stop having children. We desire them, and we want to keep producing children. And I think for the parents out there, and I'm a father of too many.
There's one of them next to you, right?
Yeah, one of them next to me. Yeah,
she's nervous.
Yeah, I think parents intuitively know. We talk about the research in the book, in death priming studies, where we remind people of death, those subtle reminders. If we later say, "How many children do you want?" they increase the count by 1.1 on average, compared to a group that weren't reminded of death. People not reminded of death, on average, will have 1.1 less children when they're asked how many do they want. And they have a lower urge for children. Reminders of death lead you to want to reproduce and pass on your DNA. But, the science shows it, but I think most people know it. I think the parents out there surely would admit you didn't have your children for your children. It wasn't an altruistic act. I didn't do it for you, Rachel.
I'm happy to be here nonetheless.
Yeah, that's right.
We're happy here as well.
We do it for the self. We have children because it feels good to the self, and we do it in the face of the disasters that are happening around us. And we hope someone else chooses not to. We hope somebody gets this whole thing in order, but we might have another one. Yes, the death dread, the desperate desire to live on and to continue on is one method of that, is having children, because you literally pass on 50% of your DNA. And we love seeing ourselves in a child's face. I remember, this happened with you actually. You won't remember this.
I don't know what this story is.
But at one point, fairly early on when you were a baby, we were looking at photos, and a friend of the family said, there's a strong resemblance to her mother and the mother's family line. And I just couldn't let it go. I left the room at one point, got photos, and came back and said, just have a look at my mother at around the same age. And the friend just looked like, okay, sensitive issue here. Because we want to see ourselves. One more piece of research that you might find interesting. Researchers in China looked at people in hospital who were there for fairly routine surgery or people in hospital who were there with terminal illnesses. And they compared these groups on who they wanted to see. Who did they want to visit them? They got them to list everyone and then rate them for how much they wanted to see them. The single difference, the terminally ill wanted the youngest member in their family tree. So they had a preference for the great-grandchild who was only 6 weeks of age. That's the person they wanted to see, not the person closest to them. They wanted to see the furthest extension of their genetics, the person who would be here the longest when they were gone. So it's indisputable that this dread of death is driving us to these crazy population numbers that is killing the planet.
Can you all write to the Writers' Week organisers and have more panels with parents and children on the same panel? I'm going to leave that particular topic, Rachel, and come back to that earlier discussion we were having about Nietzsche and ask you to go a little further into this idea of the authentic life. Here is what your call, right near the end of the book, is as kind of takeaway. You write, quote, "Accept your mortality, enjoy each moment that you have, and learn to embrace the Reaper. He isn't grim, but comes to give you rest and to make room for another." Now, that's pretty profound. Can you expand on that?
Sure. Well, I guess this is the big takeaway we hope people get from the book, is that death is not inherently bad, that there are real positives that come out of accepting, and not just accepting, but also embracing death. And one of those is that death in many ways makes life a lot more precious and a lot more meaningful. And so to live a life in full awareness of death can actually help us live the kind of life we want to lead. There was a Lancet commission that just came out a couple of weeks ago. It was the Lancet Commission on Death and Dying. And this commission wrote about how we spend far too much time focusing on the negatives of death and trying to prolong and extend people's life. So this commission found that on average, we spend 10% of the annual public health budget on the 1% of the population who are dying. So we're desperately trying to extend people's lives rather than actually trying to see death as natural and in some cases positive. One positive that comes out of death is that it does make room for the next generation. So we mentioned that in the quote, to make room for the next. I wouldn't be here if not for the 107 billion people who had died before me. None of us would be here if not for them, because their death has enabled the room on the planet for us to live. And so by dying, we do make room for the next generation. And as we also touched on in that quote, the Reaper offers rest, that often the people who are most anxious about death tend to be younger people, people around my age, because when you're young and you're in the prime of your physical health, full of vigor and vitality, at least most days, the idea of death seems horrifying because you can't imagine wanting to leave this life behind. Interestingly, as people get older, they tend to become more and more comfortable with death, less and less fearful of it. And it's not a coincidence that you see on tombstones things like "finally at rest," "finally at peace," "rest in peace." So as a culture, I think we really need to start looking at death not always through this negative lens, but also seeing it as something that does naturally close off the end of a life well lived, and does make room for the next generation to come, particularly given, as we've talked about, how finite the planet's resources are.
And even our terminology, you talk about not saying the word dead or died. We have passed away. They've just passed. What would you say about that?
I think it's a great example of death denial. We'll say, "I've lost someone, I'm sorry for your loss," as though you've just misplaced your wallet. And, some people might prefer that term if it's someone, if they're the one grieving, some people might prefer that, but often people don't like it because it's really trivialising something for them. And we see this in the medical profession as well, that often doctors or healthcare professionals will use these terms. They'll shy away from really being clear and specific about someone's diagnosis or someone's prognosis. And we know from studies, again, that the death anxiety of health professionals predicts how they handle those conversations, that doctors or medical professionals who score high on measures of death anxiety will be less likely to discuss end-of-life options, will be less likely to talk about advanced care directives and those sorts of things. So it's not just an abstract philosophical issue. This denial of death has real implications, not just for how we live, but also how we die.
Ross, I'm going to bring you into that same discussion with a quote of yours earlier in the book. You write, quote, "Only a life that faces the truth of the finality of death allows an individual to live without existential anxiety, freeing them to pursue a passionate, authentic existence in the limited time that they have." Now, Rachel's introduced us to that idea. How do you want to extend that?
Yeah, this is what the existentialists were really writing about, and I think they are very on point, that you get to choose and define the self, and through every action you take, you will define the self, so choose carefully. Jean-Paul Sartre very much emphasised that the choices of your life are defining you. You're condemned to be free, Sartre said. It doesn't sound right, does it? What does it mean, condemned to be free? What he's saying is, with each choice you make, each road you go down, you're cutting off other roads. And you get one go at this. Rachel reminded us of Nietzsche's eternal return. You want it to be one life lived that you're very, very content with. Sartre and the existentialists warned us against conformity, against just living the way your culture takes you. It's safe because if things don't work out, well, you lived as you were told to. Jared Kupras, the American philosopher, gives the example of, say, an 18-year-old with the decision to go to university. An 18-year-old might say, well, I'm going to university, everyone expects me to go to university, that's the next thing to be done, and then I'm going to couple, and then I'm going to get a job. It's safe, but it mightn't be authentic. You know, yesterday Rachel and I were talking to someone here who was complaining about a 5-day week, was saying, I don't know why I do it. I don't like it. I don't like working a 35-hour, 5-day week. And I see other people that don't necessarily do it, and I like what they're doing. But the pull of your culture toward living the way it tells you is very strong, you know, because it's telling that person 35-hour weeks are what a full-time worker does. And then you can buy the shiny things that will make your self-esteem improve, and you'll flog yourself and then you'll die. So we're asking you to face the fact that it ends, that you're a mortal ape and you will die, and we say late in the book, you will die and you will not be remembered. We ask people to face that because very, very few of us are Shakespeare, right? And very few people are remembered for very long at all. That's the harsh truth of this. I mean, Khufu that built the Great Pyramid, okay, he's still remembered, but jeepers, he went to a lot of trouble. You know, that's not many of us are going to do that, and not many of us are going to paint the Sistine Chapel. I mean, that Michelangelo spent 10 years, a decade of his life in that room. Now, I'm glad he did because it's lovely to look at. But that's one heck of an immortality project, right? Yes, that'll be looked at forever. But most of us have to face, we're a mortal ape, we will not be remembered. Live authentically, live a life that you would be very happy to repeat. That's one of the great pleas of the book.
We have 15 minutes to go, and I love to have sessions where questions are encouraged. So I'm going to ask one more question of Rachel, but if you'd like to ask a question, Alira is there by the microphone, waving her arms. If you'd move into that position, I'll get a question to Rachel now, and then we'll go to questions from the audience. So please go and introduce yourself to Alira. So Rachel, this last question I have for you is about the Stoics. Now we talk about people who are Stoics and Stoicism. They were teaching their followers how to accept, I should say, before they were pushed aside by the onset of Christianity. how to accept life and live an authentic life and believe in life before death. Should we resurrect, if I can use that word, the work of the Stoics to help us deal with this existential angst?
So, for those of you who aren't too familiar with Stoicism, Stoicism was a school of philosophy that emerged in ancient Greece and ancient Rome. And the Stoics wrote a lot about death because they were living in such turbulent times. So at the time the Stoics were writing, only 50% of children made it to the age of 10, and the average life expectancy was only around 20. So death was around every corner, and given it was also politically a very turbulent time when at any minute, if an emperor didn't like you or didn't like what you had to say, they could order you to suicide. And this did happen to some of the most prominent Stoic philosophers. So they were kind of forced into this acceptance of death given the time they were living in. And the central teaching of Stoicism, they said that there is one secret to a happy life, and if you can master this one secret, it's impossible to ever be unhappy. And they said that the secret was recognizing what's within our control and what's outside of our circle of control. And if we can only care about the things that are within our circle of complete control, it's impossible to ever be unhappy. The minute we start to care about something that is outside of our complete control, we're destined to feel anxious or sad or angry or distressed. And death is a classic example of this, because death is completely outside of our control in almost every way. We can't control when we die, how we die, who we die with. I could drop dead right now on this stage. So we can't control most of death. And the only things we can really control are things like, okay, do I make a will? Do I make an advance care directive? Do I ask people to speak at my funeral? What do I ask them to talk about? Whether or not they say it, who knows? They could say horrible things, and I can't control that either. So there's no use to me worrying about that. So the Stoics wrote about accepting what we can't control, and touching back on your earlier point about the importance of recognizing that we won't be remembered. And that's not a bad thing. That's not a tragedy. Because again, the fact that I won't be remembered means that the world is almost my oyster. I can really do whatever I think is fun and useful and interesting because I'm going to die, we're all going to die. I could stuff up this whole interview today and no one's going to remember it
No, they will.
for all eternity.
They will, don't worry.
You're all going to die, so it's fine. So they talk a lot about that. And Isabel Allende has a great quote about this where she was interviewed and the interviewer asked, how do you think you'll be remembered? And Isabel laughed and said, I'm not going to be remembered. And the interviewer is shocked and says, of course you'll be remembered. Your work will be remembered. And Isabel laughed and said, I won't be remembered. My work won't be remembered. Very few people are remembered. And it's a male fantasy, this whole thing about legacy and being remembered. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. And recognising none of us are going to be remembered is actually quite a liberating idea if you can grapple with it.
Okay, we have questions. We have an extremely healthy line of questioners with exactly about 12 minutes to go. So if I can get you to speak clearly for those people watching and listening from around the state and various institutions, and keep your questions very, very short. Away you go, sir.
Thank you for the session. After struggling with the question of choosing the time when to go, I joined the group Exile, run by the Australian doctor in Amsterdam. What do you think about that group or similar groups and their message? And the second thing is, what is the state of legislation for voluntary suicide in South Australia, if you can? Thank you.
The second part, I think we'll have to pass on. We don't know the state of legislation in South Australia.
It has been passed but hasn't yet been enacted in terms of its processes, yes.
Okay.
That's the assisted suicide legislation.
Yeah. In Mortals, and we're fairly clear that people should have the right to die as they wish. In fact, we have a section on suicide itself, not just suicide in relation to terminal illness, but suicide itself, that is portrayed as universally tragic, and we sort of take that to task. Why do we see it that way if a person chooses not to be here? And again, we're arguing we see it that way because of our own dread of death and our own fear of death, that as a community we will do anything to prolong life, and we prolong life in people that are in terrible circumstances, shocking circumstances, and we just continue. And we medicalise death. These people are dying in places they wouldn't wish to die. Over 70% of Australians wish to die in their home. I think the figure is about 14% achieve it. The vast majority will not get to die in Australia where they wish, because medicine takes over, and medicine sees death as the enemy. It's a failure, which is a crazy way to view death. It's a universal. How is it a failure?
Next question, please. Thank you.
Thank you for the very stimulating talk. I haven't read your book yet, you might have covered it, but I wondered if you could say something about the difference between Eastern philosophies that talk about reincarnation, although at their deeper levels they don't. There's another level beyond that, compared with the religions from the Middle East, Judeo-Christian, Islam, that have heaven and hell.
Yeah, so we do have a chapter in Mortals which covers all of the big religions, both ancient and modern. And all of those religions offer immortality in one way or another. So for some religions, that's in this reincarnation, being physically reborn into a different form. Although even with those religions, the ultimate goal isn't to keep being reborn, but to actually escape that cycle entirely and achieve just an immortality of the soul. So the exact kind of picture of what the immortality looks like varies across the different religions, whether you're reborn into a different form, whether you're brought back in a heaven or an afterlife, whether that's a Christian heaven or whether that's al Jannah, a paradise in Islam. They all have some version of that, even if the exact form is slightly different. So we do give a fair bit of time to each of the main religions, and I'll keep my answer brief as well for the questions.
Yeah, let's go to the next question. But yes, you'll find a very, very comprehensive discussion of that very topic in the book. Yes. Next question, please.
Thank you. I love the fact that you say you will die and you will not be remembered. I think that often we just have this obsession with legacy, and every time anybody dies in the public eye, they're always a hero, which irritates me immensely. Which kind of implies this sense of legacy. I'll just say a couple of things. People with no children, the exercise obsession, Jane Fonda or whatever, whether that's a kind of death denial, I don't know, that's open to interpretation.
Let's get
one more thing. My brother's actually a signed-up member of the Cryonics Institute in the US, which I find quite weird, but your assumption that that's an evidence of death denial could be challenged. There may be other reasons. I don't know.
Ross, do you want to pick up on any of those themes very briefly?
Just quickly, the exercise obsession, I agree completely. In death priming studies, if you remind people of death, they'll report that they've exercised more recently. Now, which is an extraordinary thing. So, and I agree with you completely on legacy. The cryonics, all I would say is that somebody paying large sums of money to be frozen to come back looks like they've got issues with death to me.
Every time I look at the line, it gets longer, so we're going to keep going with these short questions. Thank you.
Hello. Mine's similar to the first question, but just before I get there, I just want to say there's a distinction between voluntary assisted dying and voluntary suicide. Yeah. And what we've had passed here is about voluntary assisted dying for people who are already being diagnosed as dying.
Yeah, true.
Do you think there's any merit in people in the absence of illness being able to have assisted suicide so they can die peacefully, particularly in terms of, we're looking at, the destruction of our planet, like the climate crisis, and in potential wars and things like that. So people have a way out that way. Is there any merit in that?
Rachel, assisted suicide.
I think there's a lot of merit in that. I think just as we've encouraged people to choose how they want to live, we would encourage people to also have a say in how they die. And I think we've touched on that question already by talking about the over-medicalisation of people who choose to take that method. and we think people should have a right.
Thank you for the question. Next question, please.
Thank you very much for a very interesting talk. Are there any cultures or societies today that have a really positive attitude towards death that we can learn from?
I think it's a great question. I think a lot of cultures do, particularly Central and South American cultures seem to be quite good at this. That there's the famous Day of the Dead in Mexico, but there are many similar festivals in that part of the world where they will actively celebrate death. They will go to cemeteries. In Europe as well, you'll see this. People will picnic in cemeteries. It's very different to what we would do here in Australia. So I think we have a lot we can learn from other cultures that do make death much more front and centre in their life.
Thank you. Next question, please.
You said that the urge to procreate is causing a lot of overpopulation, but in many countries the fertility rate has actually crashed. Obviously in China, one-child policy, but also Japan, South Korea, even like Russia may be one of the reasons why they're on the attack, why they still can with their population. So Australia, we need immigration to maintain a population. So how do you reconcile that?
It's a good question. There is a lot of complexity in population numbers, but the World Health Organization estimates that we'll get to at least 11 billion before that turns around. We're not quite at 8. So we're still on the rise globally. We will continue to rise for some time before that will turn around, but I concede there are places that are not growing.
Next question, please.
Oh, hi. My question is related to one of the previous questions regarding your consideration of Eastern philosophy, particularly, say, Vedantic philosophy of India, where it is defined or it's understood who we are, the self is, and the body. Body dies, but not the self. Have you considered that concept, how it helps in facing death?
Well, I think it helps in a similar way to the way that most religious belief helps, that there's a belief in an eternal soul that is going to last on beyond the death of the physical body. So I think it's that same idea of literal immortality that offers some benefits to people, but then again comes at a cost when people feel that they have to live in a certain way in order to ensure that immortality. It's not necessarily a kind of surefire deal.
Thank you. Next question, please.
My question concerns the issue of collective annihilation, which arguably, without wanting to be hysterical or overly morbid, has become more relevant in recent weeks with Putin's veiled threats of using tactical nuclear weapons. That's the most obvious way we might be collectively annihilated. Do you have, and I'm particularly thinking of the individual who, on the one hand, might take solace from the fact that we're all going up together, if that were to happen. On the other hand, be horrified to be witnessing the end of humankind. Do you have any comments about collective annihilation?
I think the most relevant psychological, sociological sort of concept there is nationalism. And nationalism, we talk about the desire to be a part of something that exists before you and after you, is part of the way we get this symbolic or literal, symbolic or virtual immortality. So humans overly associating with their nation state and the aspirations of their nation is a very big contributor to conflicts and yes, could bring about our annihilation. Again, driven by their own fear of death and wanting to be a part of this bigger thing that was here before and after.
Thank you, Ross. We're down to our last 60 seconds. What I'm going to do is get to the last two questioners just to ask their questions one after the other, and then Ross and Rachel might pick one of them just to respond in the time we have left. So let me take your question and the woman behind you as well.
Sure. As somebody who presides at funerals, I'm constantly frustrated at the fact that people are often very dishonest in the face of death in talking about the one who died. Your comments.
I'll take that as a comment. And let's have the last question, then I'll go to Rachel or Ross to look at either of those issues. Away you go.
First of all, thank you very much for the very insightful session. Especially, I never thought I came here to listen to death, even the word, the language, from 28 years old, wonderful Rachel. So thank you very much. And now my question, my sister-in-law lost her daughter end of 2021, and she's only 17. So your book I haven't read, and I'm going to read, and I'm going to recommend her to read as well. But her death shaped her, attitude towards society and family and all that. And she's still going through that, very tough time. And what is your viewpoint on young death in Australia, if you can? Any advice to parents, those parents, those who lost their, teenagers and very young kids?
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me deal with this way in the 30 seconds we have left. Advice, maybe Ross, in relation to advice to people who lose young ones, and then Rachel, comments on funerals.
Okay, quickly, the problem with young death is that we feel robbed. We feel that it shouldn't happen. We're supposed to have our 70 years, 80 years, 90 years. That's the problem. The assumption that a life should be that long, and that if it's bookended by joy from childhood, many ancient writers have talked about why is that a bad life, a life that was joyful but short.
Rachel, the importance of honesty in funerals.
Well, I agree with your point. This is something we all do. Someone dies and suddenly they're modern Mother Teresa. And I don't know. That being said, I don't imagine
Be careful,
I would...
Rachel.
Yeah.
Honesty is not always good.
Yeah, I also can't say that I would go to a funeral and start savaging the person in my eulogy for them, so I'm not sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, I never thought I'd enjoy a topic of death in a Writers' Week. I've enjoyed this one. Please thank Rachel and Ross Menzies.
Thank you.
I can just squeeze in a final good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Last day of Riders Week. A little bit of the normal housekeeping. Please try to be aware of the COVID safe plan that we've put together with the South Australian Health Department. Try to wear a mask wherever possible. It's not compulsory, but it is recommended. It will protect you and others. Maintain some form of social distancing wherever possible. Please do not move the chairs from where they have been placed. They have been placed there for a reason. We would ask that you do not sit, if the session seems a bit full or crowded, that you don't try to make it to the front and sit down in the aisles or on front of the stage. Also, if you require assisted listening, there is a hearing aid loop in front of the mixing desk, the sound desk. For the 3 rows in front of that desk are all covered by a hearing aid loop. And enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, hello, let's get started. Welcome to the 12 o'clock session here at Adelaide Writers' Week on the final day. My name is Royce Kermelovs. I will be the host for this session, which is Grift, Lies and Influence. It's in my opinion, it's going to be probably one of the most fun sessions you're going to have at this entire event, because everyone loves a good grifter. I am here today with Fiona McLeod, who is chair of the Accountability Roundtable, former Labour MP candidate, and author of Easy Lies and Influence, which serves as something of a call to arms to defend the values of trust, accountability, and transparency. That's right, Cloud. Yeah. Also with us today is Michael West, who's a journalist, muckraker, veteran bomb thrower, who probably needs no introduction because he seems to be, a bit of a rock star. Now, look, I want to kind of begin in a bit of by indulging a personal question here, which is, we've had 9 years of coalition government. We have a federal election we're on the doorstep of a federal election. We have a state election here in South Australia in a couple of weeks. We've had floods, we've had fires, we've had systemic dismantling of any effort to deal with climate change. We've had robo-debt, we've had the scandals in the Murray-Darling Basin, we've had the Me Too moment. We've had all these kind of high scandals. I kind of want to just begin by asking you both, what the hell is going on?
Well, there's no question we're in a crisis and it's got many faces, and probably the largest of those is the climate crisis that we're facing, and our government's complete inability to deal with threats, real and perceived. For me, it's a broader threat. It's a threat of our government's failure to acknowledge that they need to put policies and practices in place to deal with threats before they arise, to preempt them, to actually deliver services to people as the core of their function, rather than just getting re-elected.
Michael, you got thoughts?
They just don't seem to want to think about the science and rational government. I mean, we've seen it with climate. We've seen it now with the floods, the tardy response, the inability to be able to govern properly. It's all PR and announcements. We saw it with the aged care thing. They were late. People were dying in aged care homes and in lockdown, having to die alone, Australia's elderly people, because they were late with their booster shots, which they promised. They were late with their surge workforce, which they promised. And they were late with the vax. Oh, sorry, not the vax. There was one other thing they promised that they were late with. It was something to do with something medical. But in any case, there's this schism, this void between what they should be doing and what the expert advice tells them, whether it's pandemic advice or climate advice, and their execution of government. It's a complete failure. And as we were discussing earlier in the green room, I mean, there's a fundamental problem now with a crisis of confidence and a lack of trust in government, and not just government, major institutions as well. So the question is where we go to from here.
You both, just before we dive into the guts of the session, you both you've been working on this stuff for a while. You've been around, you've seen things. How bad is it? Is this the worst you've seen it, or is this getting worse? Give us some perspective.
I've never seen it as bad as I've seen it under this current Morrison government. The degree to which we are emulating Trump and the way that problems are spun away by lies and obfuscation is as bad as I've ever seen it. Over many years, there have been many problems with government, and those of both colours and those in power who can stand up and say, I got it wrong, there have been many of those over the years. This government has not dealt with so many problems, so many internal, unconstitutional, illegal, unlawful acts of its own ministers that I'm just flabbergasted that we're in this situation where the political judgment has been Stick with them or you'll be hurt. And that's the judgment that we're seeing again and again and again, particularly in the grants sphere where rorts are now so obvious. And it's a government that is counting on a collective amnesia and a collective shrug because we don't know what to do with it as citizens. We don't know how to respond to this beyond getting angry in our small communities and angry in over our coffees with each other. We don't know how to respond to it. And I think it has provided fertile ground for independents to rise, particularly independents who are focusing on issues of integrity as a core of their campaign promise. It has pushed politics to an extraordinary place. And I've never seen it before. And as somebody who works in justice, before the courts, with cases every day, it is profoundly disturbing to me that we are in this place.
What's the question? I can't top that.
Well, fair enough. All right. Well, okay. So look, I want to begin. Fiona, you've recently authored the Easy Lies and Influence, which is this little book, and it's available in the book tent. By the way, please go buy it. Help support the people here today. Hoping you can maybe have a read.
Sure. In a country such as Australia, where the rule of law is well established and respected, corruption is not recognised as such when it buys influence and profit for those with means. Yet corruption distorts our markets and business confidence, encourages monopolies, fosters inequality, suppresses productivity, adds to the cost of doing business and thus to the cost of goods and services, and inhibits growth. The cost of corruption here has been estimated by the Australia Institute at around 4% of GDP, or 72.3 billion each year. In Australia, corruption spends public funds in pursuit of power, rewards favour and strips support from meritorious programs. It silences journalists and those charged with upholding standards of integrity by depriving them of funding. Grift and stacking are commonplace, as those seeking influence infiltrate the structures of power. Corruption acknowledges loyalty through appointments to office and the preferencing of those within the favoured network ahead of others of equal or greater talent. It conceals itself through unfit-for-purpose access to information laws and processes, vague budget commitments, the assertion of unchecked executive discretion, a quick media cycle, and overburdened parliamentary committees. It undermines trust in government at a time when trust is vital to the delivery of programs to keep us safe. It allows mistrust to fester, which is nourishment for conspiracy and civil unrest. A failure of accountability in this country has resulted in laws and policy outcomes that rob our children of the prospect of a bright future.
I might just add to that because I never forget there was a little incident. I was on a plane in South America, but going between Peru, I think, and Chile, and I was sitting next to a mining engineer, who was Argentinian. And we got talking, and he just started very sadly telling me about the corruption in Argentina and how, and you can see it there's much less corruption in Chile, and their economy has lifted the livelihoods of so many of the people compared to Argentina, where you still have this very rich class, but then everybody else is sort of foundering about. He said the corruption is so endemic there that he doesn't work there because on any project there'll be so many people with their hands out for illicit payments that projects just don't go ahead in this country with incredible natural resources. And you can see that economically in the progress of Chile and other countries versus what's happened in Argentina. He was very sad about it, this guy, but that goes to your point that corruption does have a huge cost. And we are at a point in Australia where it is, the water market, I'm doing another session this afternoon with the guys, Hamilton and Kells, who wrote the book on Australia's water market. The corruption. We know some of it has been publicly seeped into the public domain, the Cayman Islands caper from Angus. But, there is a huge cost, and it will get worse unless unless they address it properly. And a Federal Integrity Commission would be a good place to start. But they promised it 300 or 400 days ago, and it's one of those non-core promises that's never come good.
It was never going to come good. It was a promise to buy the continued support of crossbenchers at the time, before the last election. It was never going to be delivered because the model they knew would be attacked the minute it was put up, and it was attacked the minute it was put up, and there was never any intention to create that sort of platform for an open fight about the way that the national ICAC would be structured. So I don't believe there was ever an intention to bring that legislation into Parliament.
That's something I wanted to ask you. I'll ask you both. That when people, I think on some level people see that, they see it play out, and they read that correctly, and they see exactly, they read it the same way you do. How much has watching that level of cynicism play out made people numb to this idea?
Should I go first? It was a really interesting, that's one word for it, experience being a candidate in the last federal election, because I stood for a seat that was a very relatively well-off seat in inner city Melbourne, that was a traditional Liberal stronghold where people were well educated and understood political issues. But the collective resignation about integrity issues and what had just happened to Malcolm Turnbull at the time was sort of shrugged off as, well, you're all the same, and what can we do about it? And I think there is a deep cynicism amongst people that they can do anything. They can demand integrity of politicians because we see this cycle of spin continuing all the time. We watch the daily news where we're given the brush off and the glib explanation for why things have failed. And I think we are deeply anaesthetised to the way our politicians behave in terms of their lack of accountability, and don't know how to deal with that. We don't know how to demand accountability from our governments. And in all manner of spheres, the National ICAC an Anti-Corruption Commission is one obvious place, but all manner of things, because we think, well, actually it would be quite nice to have a new changing room for the girls at my soccer oval. Who cares whether they're delivering on the NDIS or aged care or, some of these other major national problems, because my daughter will have somewhere to live. Leave aside that there's actually no constitutional or lawful basis for the minister to direct funds to my electorate. That doesn't matter, because that would be nice. So it's two things. I think one is that sort of collective shrug, and the other is you get a crumb from government, or you're promised a crumb, whether it's delivered or not, and you think, okay, well, I'll stick with my sense of tribalism and vote the way I always have.
There's like a tired, weary acceptance of corruption. And there was a seminal point in New South Wales with former Premier Gladys Berejiklian, where she was bailed up by somebody about pork barrelling and, the misuse of our money, our taxes, for political party purposes. And she said, it's disarmingly honest, she said, well, it's legal. So corruption is legal, and so, there are legal defamation things that come into play here, because if you call somebody corrupt, now can you be sued? Because it used to be a really nasty word to call somebody corrupt, but now, according to Gladys, it's legal. And I think that changed the playing field to, well, there's a lot of the, they do it, so we do it too thing. This JobKeeper, this massive transfer of wealth, this $89 billion, about half of which was not needed, that went to places like Gucci and Prada, making record profits overseas in their Italian fashion houses. And here we are giving them this money. And when I chased all the doctors' colleges about this, because they're all in on the thing too, as if doctors are suddenly going to stop paying their membership fees to the Royal Council of General Practitioners was one of them. And they just said, and the thing back from some of the doctors, because the doctors were turfed off about it, not the people in the colleges, but they said when they cornered their people about it, everybody else was doing it, so we do it too. That was our advice. There was no clause which said you have to pay it back. It was free money. They did it. We're going to do it. So where does it all go from here? This moral relativism, this sort of swamp of sort of official behaviour and public behaviour. I mean, I really don't know where it goes. It does need a breaking point, because how can you undergo proper reforms for government, doing the things the government should be doing to make this a better place to live, if there's no public trust in government? I mean, what have they actually done, this mob, in 8 or 9 years? They haven't done much. They probably had record non-sitting for a start. They probably got through a lot less laws. I haven't looked at the numbers, and even Julia Gillard got during her time. So they haven't done much. But I'll tell you what, they made a lot of announcements.
One of my favourite stories during the pandemic was there was a lovely news report that was run about the lobby group for the forces of big parking. I didn't know they had a lobby group for starts. All the car park operators have an association, and the line was, we absolutely need a bailout because no one's driving their cars anymore, no one's parking, and we're an essential service. Can we please have some money to bail us out? And I just thought, well, that was the perfect illustration of the moment. But just to pick up on your thread, kind of this growing pool of cynicism, this kind of sense that there's all this wrong. I mean, how? And I want to ask you, Michael, because you work in this area, you work in the media, you work in journalism, and people. Despite all this, despite this frustration and this kind of disbelief, there is still this sense of hope, or that it seems like there's still this sense that the truth will out. And I'm wondering what you make of that, and whether there's this idea that we're all so numbed beyond repair, or actually no, there's still hope. There's still hope there, even if it's smaller and diminished.
I'm not very good at philosophising about this stuff. All I can say is that people often say to me, because I deal with this stuff all the time, I just see it as my role to go where the mainstream won't go and go, look at that shocking tax avoider, look at that corruption there, look at this. And people say, oh, gee, don't you get sick of, writing these pieces about terrible corruption? They get you down so much, don't they? And I said, well, you have to approach it as a job. If you're a doctor or something, you're not going to get overly involved with each patient. So you just go, right, that's a shocker, that's in the public interest, let's write it up, maybe cop a legal threat or two, but that's just my role doing that. But I've even got people supporting me in the community who say, look, I can't read your stuff, it's too depressing, but somebody's got to do it, so I'll back you. And in fact, the funny thing is, when I got booted out of the media for the crime of journalism, the mainstream media, 6 years ago, I had no idea. I just wanted to continue being a journalist. So I didn't really have a business model or anything, and the community backed me, which was great, and managed to make a living out of it and employ a couple of people. So it's been good, but that wouldn't be happening. I could not get away with that unless there was a failure in the media, unless there was a failure, myriad failures of government and large institutions too. Because we've gone from a situation of laissez-faire and capitalism to a situation of crony capitalism now. I mean, the fundamental problem, I think, here too is we've had pretty good economic conditions given everything, but if you look at the schism between the rich and poor, what the government policies did during the pandemic was to transfer a lot of wealth to the top end of town, because it was all about housing and shares. So all of us know if you've got houses and shares, you're great. You're sitting pretty. You're a lot richer than you were pre-pandemic. But of course, the underclass has grown. And how you can, if migration kicks back in and underemployment in the gig economy, these are going to be huge issues with AI coming in as well, artificial intelligence. That'll soak a lot of jobs out of the workforce. So what happens with this growing underclass and this inequality caper? I don't know what's going to happen with that. They're going to have to come up with something like a universal basic income or something of that order, because you can't have people surviving on $40 a day.
Can journalism change things?
Can who?
Can journalism change things?
I think it does, yeah. It does eventually. It's like knocking your head against a brick wall until it breaks, But the the classic one, it needs community and then it needs journalism. And the rise of independent media, I mean, if you look at Friendly Geordies, the comedian who does some serious investigative stuff, he gives it a red hot go. Now, he's got 600,000 subscribers on YouTube, right? That's triple the Fin Review and the Australian subscriber base. So, you know, the Fin Review in the Australian is still being fed just this funnel of information straight out of the PMO, straight from the Prime Minister and the Treasurer. Every day there's a, you know, the government will announce today, and then the media follows up at breakfast TV and radio, and the government will announce today, said the Australian. So, you know, they still manage to control it, and they're controlling it more tightly than ever. But the rise of social media, unless they manage to clamp down on that, has been suggested by Peter Dutton with his proposal for a defamation defence fund for politicians, and this business about whether you know, trying to get the platforms regarded as publishers. Now, there's some merit in that. It's a complicated situation, but it's all about squashing dissent. It's all about closing down dissent, and that's what they're into. And I have hope that with more engagement of people, these sort of things, social media, that there will be change. And the one example I can give you is multinational tax avoidance was never a thing. In fact, just those three letters tax used to just bore me to tears. But then I wrote a piece back at the Sydney Morning Herald in about 2011 or something about Google paying no tax, making all this money, and suddenly there was all this interest in there. And it developed that tax fairness, funnily enough, because tax is so boring and so complicated, tax fairness became a huge thing. And then you look around and you go, well, why did I pay more tax last year than this giant oil company, Santos or Exxon or Shell? Why did I pay literally more dollars in tax than these guys? Now, there's debt loading and there's all sorts of fancy financial shenanigans going on, and it's another story. But that coverage, due to my contacts, accountants who, you know, crusaded on this issue with me, we got the Senate inquiry going. It was Christine Mills, Sam Dastyari and Nick Xenophon were the principal political proponents of reform, and the government, and this was Hockey and Abbott, not noted for their brilliant government, but to their credit, they instituted some transparency reforms that made tax less secret, so the ATO publishes one number once a year, or three numbers for each large company, and they did some other reforms as well. And that was all because there was politicians got involved, the message was in the media, and the community went along for the ride, and they demanded of all their local MPs, we need change, and then the government reformed. It's a slow process, but those three steps do lead to reform. So things will change for the better, but it takes a long time.
Royce, can we just acknowledge for a moment the courage of investigative journalists like Michael? Michael paid a price for telling the truth and reporting the truth. And while the situation here in Australia is not as dire as it is for independent journalism overseas, where people's families are targeted, people are threatened with death and other violence for telling the truth, it is so critical that we have journalists like yourself telling inconvenient truths to power, and to do it in a way that we can access. So thank you. I just want to acknowledge you.
Thank you.
I want to pick up a thread there, because you mentioned this kind of climate of like this, the way repression works elsewhere, where it's immediate, it's obvious, it's violent, it's clear. Australia has a slightly different tack on that. I mean, what we've seen lately is the use of defamation cases to stop to make people think twice about speaking publicly, to create a chilling effect on journalism, on commentary, on public discussion. I was hoping you both could talk a little bit about that.
Defamation?
Well, defamation, yeah.
Well, the most obvious sort of retributive act of a government is to sideline people who are people of talent, who should be being appointed to things, and to overlook them or to take work away from them. And Christine Holgate is a fantastic example of that. But it's happening at a level, it's happening across many institutions in Australia. For example, you look at the stacking of the AAT with former staffers to ministerial staffers who have no particular talent beyond the fact that they worked in the office of a minister and are then appointed to the maximum term available to a statutory appointment, which is intended originally to be somebody who had bureaucratic experience in processing claims and reviewing claims on their merits. So we're seeing the alienation of people who happen to speak out and are then punished because they're overlooked, or, like Christine Holgate, they're sort of bullied out of a job. And that is there too, beyond the very obvious personal attacks. I mean, look at the outrageous attack on Gillian Triggs. Okay? Yeah. That attack was designed 3 or 4 months before she copped it at a Senate committee hearing. They knew what she was going to say about government policy. They designed and crafted an attack on her personally. There were things published about her as a mother, for God's sake, in broadsheet newspapers. This taking down of the tall poppies who say what's unpopular is, in my view, despicable.
It's very rude.
And it's outrageous. When people have the courage to say unpopular things, when people have the courage to tell the truth about individuals who are being targeted, it's up to each of us to rally around and support those individuals, because I just found that intolerable. And then, of course, Gillian was offered, some overseas appointment to get out of the job because that would be convenient, it would sweep the thing under the carpet and make it go away. And what she was pointing out was the ill treatment of children in offshore detention centres, something we obviously needed to know about. So there's this double whammy sort of strategy that's in place. One is pay them off or overlook them or shun them or set them aside, and the other is the full frontal attack on people personally. And there's very few individuals in Australia who can stand up to that sort of scrutiny and that sort of attack. We've all got the parking fine that nobody wants coming out. It's just, it frightens people off running for public office. It undermines our willingness to participate in the organs and institutions of state as private citizens. It's absolutely chilling, and it drives us to a place where our democracy is fundamentally weakened because of that. Now, I assume this group here have turned up on a beautiful day like this because you care about something like that. You care about our democracy and the strength of our democracy. So I try and remember that there are many, many groups of people like you here who care about things like this, who are prepared to turn up and listen to a conversation about these things, because you do care. And you do have friends who care as well. And so that gives me hope. But I just find it intolerable the way people are targeted for speaking out and for telling the truth in this country.
I want to ask you about that, being targeted, because I imagine, Michael, you get about 1 defamation threat a week at this point.
Well, no, I haven't had one this year. I had 6 last year. Must be doing something wrong.
So you average about one every 2 months.
Yeah. Last year was a big year. Yeah, there were a few of them last year, but I tend to, and the lawyers don't seem to have got the message yet, because I tend to just put them straight on Twitter. Private and confidential, not for publication, straight onto Twitter. So
Does it work?
Well, it does, because I don't know who advises the lawyers sometimes, but they must be getting the message now, some of them. Because I know these guys. A lot of them used to be defence lawyers when I was working in the mainstream media, so I know them quite well. And there's some shameless ones around. There's good ones as well. But just on that, what you were saying, Fiona, about there was some real progress in terms of this persecution last year in regards to women. And I was sitting there watching the mainstream media, as I do every day, and what messages are coming from where and how they're doing their propaganda for the regime. And then suddenly there was all this unruly noise from the women journalists in the press gallery who stood up and actually did a really good job over the government's treatment of women in respect of, Grace Tame, Brittany Higgins, and other news stories as well. And they really stood up. And I don't think their media organisations, even the Murdoch and the Nine, who trot out the government line, I don't think the editors could really stand up to people like Sam Maiden and Louise Milligan and the ABC and Laura Tingle and so on. And they did. They really put the blokes in the shade. Well, the guys are just sitting there sort of, just not doing much of a job. But that actually had a very positive social impact. It basically preserved the life of the mainstream media a bit longer, but also it very positive impact for the treatment of women and for guys generally who sort of woke up, whether they're in the political classes or elsewhere, about treatment of women in society generally. So there's some positive stuff going on, but it again, this is sort of almost beyond the call of duty because you almost had to put your job on the line in these institutions with the editors and the managers on their KPIs and their cost bases and their corporate advertisers and government. The federal government now is the biggest advertiser in Australia. Certainly we haven't even got to the election campaign, or at least the official election campaign yet, but they've vaulted even the ubiquitous Harvey Norman.
Do you think journalists learnt from watching the Trump press room shenanigans and the inability of journalists there to pin down Trump or his press spokespeople to actually give an answer to questions? Do you think our journalists watched that and said, we can't let that happen here, we've got to pin people down? Because I think we did eventually cotton on to the fact that we weren't being given straight answers by our government on a range of things. And some of those journalists, the ones you've mentioned, and some of the men, seem to have worked out, we've got a common agreement here, we don't let this person get away with it. They're going to have to walk off the stage or answer our questions. So do you think there's been a shift?
I think Trump definitely provided a template, and you can see it with the guys at the top now, Morrison, etc. I mean, Morrison is openly called a liar all the time, and he's not suing anybody because it's too demonstrably, it's provable. I mean, I hate to be overly commercial and seize the day, but we've even put out, as part of our merchandise range, a Scomokio T-shirt, which I believe is selling quite well with a very long nose on it. And I said to a lawyer mate of mine, he said, do you think he'll have a go? Because Bernard Keane over at Crikey's been doing a terrific job. He's got an almanac of all the lies. And so I said, no, mate, I think if you had a go, that you'd have the Streisand effect there, wouldn't you? And I think you'd get a lot of offers from lawyers to do some pro bono defence work around that. But yeah, he provided the template. They looked at what Trump was doing. His base didn't move at all, even though he was demonstrably telling lies every day. Had no regard for the truth whatsoever. And they looked at this and they went, yeah.
We want some of that.
Just, we're going to do that. A lot of them did. And a lot of it's pretty bald-faced stuff. And Aussies are more refined than Americans are because it's more, I think, probably better educated perhaps.
We have less stable geniuses.
Less stable geniuses. But yeah, there is a chilling effect from the defamation actions. And a lot of ordinary people are muzzled and shut down, and they're suing people on Twitter and so on. And
that's a good point to make, though. So, I mean, from what you're describing, it seems like people have worked out that if we go after the reporters who are doing this, that might be bad for business. So instead, if we go after the random person on Twitter who says the thing I don't like, that's going to have a bigger impact. are we, so in that sense, are we seeing a shift in tactics?
Is it about sending the message, you mean?
Yeah.
I think so. Often it's just about muzzling. Saying like, the classic. I got one from the Catholic Church last year, and I couldn't believe the PR guy that put them up to it. First of all, we got threatened by the PR guy called Tim Allerton. You've got to name these people, frankly. But there's not much point having no colour. And he threatened us, and I said, go for it, So the letter comes, and in fact, it wasn't the Catholic Church, but it's a Catholic Cemeteries Trust, which is controlled by the Catholic Church and which is funded by public money, and it's about $5 billion worth of valuable cemetery land. They're running out of cemetery land in Sydney, and it's this battle for control of this stuff. Now, they'd managed to shut down all the major media on this story, and we were the only ones that had a crack at it. And so they came at us, and I said, you guys, you can't sue. You're basically going to be deemed by a court to be a large corporation. Didn't matter. No ethics, just a bullying tactic, hoping to muzzle us. And they also threatened my young reporter, as a guy in his 20s and so on. It's all about bullying, but ultimately the defamation law is very unfair because they only benefit people at the top. I mean, if you're poor, you can't sue to protect your reputation if somebody says something nasty about you. So you've got to be wealthy for a start. So it does need to be reformed, and I would love to see the law, a bit more energy from the legal profession around this,
Yeah, I know it's on the agenda of some of the state attorney generals.
States,
so Mark Speckman and Jacqueline Symes in New South Wales and Victoria, for example, have it on the agenda. But it needs a uniform approach, definitely. It's very interesting. I've just finished a case which has been reserved against the Catholic Church, the Archdiocese of Melbourne, about institutional child sex abuse, and you're looking at the structures of the church and the way that canon law separates the obligation of the church as a juridical person or a person who can be sued and controls assets versus the community of the church and the responsibility, very, very legal question, but is one archbishop responsible for the statements or conduct of another archbishop? So if you failed me 50 years ago and I was abused as a child, is the church responsible? We thought we'd got over all of this when the Ellis defence was set aside, but the church is still running these arguments and these cases. And it is extraordinary to me that we're in a place, this is way off track, but it comes back to that question of the accountability of our institutions. The Catholic Church is a beacon for many millions of people and billions worldwide, and yet it is saying it's not responsible for the conduct of its priests towards its most innocent and vulnerable members. I find it astonishing, and I think it reflects a litigious approach by organisations and a failure to stand up for those people who are most dependent on the succour of those institutions being offended against. I don't want to preempt what will happen in this case because, as I said, it's been reserved. But we have seen this over decades, this ability of institutions who've done wrong, despite saying good things and making good noises to the Royal Commission into institutional child sex abuse, still perpetuating the behaviour of denying responsibility, which re-traumatises people. And I think it reflects a sense of using the courts and using the laws to deny accountability. And we're in the same place we are where you're talking about using defamation laws to protect yourself against political criticism, which we should all be able to do. We should all be able to stand up in public and say, I don't like what the government's doing, or I don't like what this politician's doing. Of course we should. And if you truly are a proponent of free speech, as the government says they are, that's their bandwagon. It's free speech for anyone unless you're criticising me. So I find that extraordinary too. Sorry, that was a segue, but it came out of what you were talking about, I presume the Archdiocese of Sydney taking this approach. Or is the Cemeteries Trust some multi-archdiocese
I think it's
institution?
probably whoever's behind the Cemeteries Trust. They probably are Catholics. I don't think it's the church. It was just a tactic to try to muzzle, to try to get this out of the public purview because it's a big financial deal.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. But, just on the Royal Commission, well, I know you had an involvement there, and even the good Catholics, they all agree that it was a fantastic thing. Australia led the world in that. So I think if you have these judicial inquiries, Royal Commissions, I think they're a good thing. People say, the government says, the cost. Well, they're splashing our money around and pork barrelling and so on. But frankly, you need these. The Banking Royal Commission too, I think, was worthwhile because it does throw the light on corruption and corrupt practices. And in the case of the Royal Commission into child sex abuse, just the most grotesque, horrible things that just ruin people's lives. So.
And to circle back, it's exactly why we need a national ICAC with an ability to hold public hearings.
Yeah. Well, I want to ask about that in a second, but before I do, we're going to open up the session to questions from the audience in a second. So in about 5 minutes, we'll start taking some questions. If you have one, please, by all means, go and line up there's a microphone here in the centre. Please line up and we'll get to you shortly. And before we do, I want to throw one last question to kind of round this out. Stuff's bad. How do we fix it?
Well, the National ICAC is the sort of peak focus of everybody at the moment, and it's so obvious that we need this. The concept that you would need a state ICAC at state and territory level, but not at federal level where there are billions of dollars at stake, is just ridiculous. And it needs to be a robust model so that it can, if an appropriate threshold is met, hold public hearings, bearing in mind the potential damage to people's reputations. So there's a way to get the balance right with those things. It needs to have broad powers. It needs to have an ability to act on its own motion or on whistleblower advice. But there's a framework of things that have been undermined, were put in place and have been undermined over the years. A code of conduct for MPs that actually has consequences for breach, right?
So I'm not sure that was a joke, but...
No, it wasn't a joke, but you're laughing because of the breaches that just happened without consequence. Ministerial standards that have consequences for breach, where people are actually removed from office by a Prime Minister who's obviously conflicted as to whether he does or doesn't move someone out of office. We need to have FOI laws strengthened so that access to information is on a push model like they have in Queensland, where information is released and only held back if there is a genuine need, rather than endlessly having journalists and other people scramble for information about why decisions are made and not made.
I think I still have an application for a review on a FOI going back 6 years from. So it's yes.
Yeah, and we need decent whistleblower laws. At the moment, whistleblower protections have ended. People like McLeod and other people who've made disclosures about our tax office, about our defence force, about others. There's a question over whether they're protected disclosures or not. I mean, look at the East, the prosecution of witness K and Bernard Collaery. How are we even in a situation where that was considered an appropriate prosecution to sign off on? I mean, really, don't we need to know that there's been espionage of our poor and vulnerable neighbour to benefit Australian corporations and politicians who then took up positions with those corporations? Of course we need to know these things. So yeah, that's a start. But fundamentally, don't we need people who stand for public office to commit to act with integrity? Really?
Well, there are some very good ones. I mean, I make a point when I come down to the beautiful South Australia to go and see Rex Patrick, because there's always a Rex has got this FOI fetish, and he seriously does. He stays up every night till the wee hours just doing FOIs. And without that, and he feeds them to various media organisations, and he gets stuff out in the open, really important things. And I mean, he's great. he's great, Rex. Of course, he doesn't get any airplay in the press down here, so nobody knows about him much here. He's more famous in the northern states, but you've got plenty of good ones in Labor, plenty of good ones in the Greens and the Independents. And I certainly hope, and especially our esteemed festival director, Joe Dyer. I don't know whether Joe's around, but it'd be fantastic to see the Independents get up, because they will represent community interests more than the major parties. But there are good people. I mean, even in the coalition, dare I say it.
Yep.
The point is the culture. We've got systemic failures going on all over the place, and there's this culture thing. And we tried to have a discussion in the green room before we came on it. The problem is the overall societal philosophy has been neoliberalism now for many years, and it's failed, and we need to move on to a new system. But there's no prevailing, emerging ideology which is enticing people and decision makers to move to a new system. So what we have instead is crony capitalism. That's what's happened. And I don't know where it ends, but there does need to be cultural change. And the universities, of course, have lost their mojo because they've been sort of half corporatised and crushed. And there's still some great academics out there, but I'll tell you what, they've lost their thought leadership, and the media is too craven and too close to big business and big politics. So that will change, I think, with the internet. I think that's still at the beginning of the digital revolution, probably a little bit into it now, but it will change.
Well, we're really talking about a risk management framework here. If you recognise that any individual who puts their hand up to run for public office is immediately going to need campaign funding, you have to put measures around that or safeguards around that, because the temptation and the need to raise money is pressing from the very first moment that you put your hand up, right? You need to pay for the core flutes and the bits of paper and the town halls and all the rest of it. If you set up a framework where those campaign donations and your expenditure is disclosed in real time, right, immediately, so people can see what your interests are, not this members' register of interests where people forget to leave off their $400 million childcare centre interests for 3 years and then, oh, whoops, we need that whole framework that recognises that we're all fallible as potential members and need the protections of a risk framework, so we don't get stuck in a situation where you choose between, the $500,000 cheque from the foreign individual who wants to purchase your vote, or not having the funds to be able to run a decent campaign. We have to set it up so that people don't have to make those choices, because I recognise, having been through it, that it's pretty ghastly being in a campaign and having to fundraise and ask your mates for money. It's pretty awful, and it's just embarrassing, really. But the fact that you have to disclose things and then they don't come out for 12, 24 months later means there's no incentive to be scrutinising where those funds came from. We have to, with the whole framework, make it easy for people to comply and give them incentives to comply with integrity measures.
Look, we're coming down to the final 10 minutes, so I'm just going to go to questions. We have a few lined up, so we have the first one.
Thank you. We all know that there's grift, lies, and influence, and we all know many of the cases that are going on that you've discussed. And many of us here rally and write letters and etc. And the institutional changes that have been suggested up there are brilliant, mandatory, necessary. And I will bet that at this federal election, mostly the same people and the same government will get in. And that breaks my heart to say that. So my question is, what can we as individuals do now, here, today, tomorrow, whatever, to make the changes without waiting for the system to change, which it won't until the people in the system change?
It's a good question.
Well, I think supporting independent politicians, journalists, backing them. We all have the ability now to communicate live time. That's why we don't need funding for political parties anymore from corporations. The point was to buy newspaper ads back in the day. You don't need that. If you've got a message to sell, you go on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Reddit, TikTok. So we have the distribution mechanisms there. So it will happen, and there will be people whose voices will be heard by communities, and there will be change. Unless, of course, they make the defamation laws more draconian to muzzle everybody.
So voting is one way, obviously, and that includes how you preference people with your vote, because if you're just re-electing with your preferences the same mob, you'll get the same outcome. Don't expect anything different if you give your preference to government and your minor party who you're preferencing doesn't get up. So that's the first thing. The second thing is ring your local member now. Write to your local member now. Local members, whoever they are, whether they're government, opposition, nationals, whoever, it doesn't matter. If you raise the issue of integrity and accountability of government, they do take notice of the volume of communications coming in from their own electorate. And they will take that message, if it comes in sufficient volume, to their own party. So that's a critical thing not to be undermined. If a person is looking at their own re-election prospects, they care what their constituents think about. And if you tell them what you think about as important issues, they will bank that and take it internally to their own party. And if they're a minister, well, go for it. Tell them, attack them on government policy if that's something you care about too. Yep.
If I can extrapolate, just to draw a line through that, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the message is there is no magic button solution to this. It begins by reconnecting, by communicating, and by organising, however you can within your sphere of influence. Is that?
Yep, absolutely.
Great.
Yep.
Next. We seem to have
Thank you both for your work. It's excellent. But Fiona, I'm hoping you'll indulge me and give me some career advice.
Sure.
As a very vocal pre-partnership lawyer in private practice, when I question a lack of diversity in the partnership structure at my firm, I'm often told it's because women get to a certain point and they leave the law, they leave private practice because they want to have children. Should I buy into that? To what extent do you think we'll ever have gender parity? And do you ever think we'll have the necessary institutional change? Do women just not have the influence to change that?
You're on another topic that's a favourite of mine that I've been talking about for 30 years, and I think you probably know that. Listen, we're on the cusp of a wave here, and we're not going away. Women are and should be at leadership roles, at least in terms of parity of numbers, in every profession in Australia. And to suggest that we are there in equal numbers at university and somehow the system doesn't support us, so we fall below 30%, in case of the law down to 10% of senior positions, equity partners, QCs, SCs. Somehow that's women's choice and not the system supporting us, I think is also absolute bullshit. So I would say to you, work out where you want to be and go for it. Because when we stand up and say, not take no for an answer, when we say we're educated, we're dedicated, we work our guts out, we're intelligent, and we're here to contribute, firms do take notice. The bar is slower to respond, but now, at least across Australia, we have attorneys recognising that in terms of judicial appointments. So go for it and come talk to me later.
Hi. Anyone who's familiar with 12-step programs like AA will be aware of the tenet principles above personalities. And I just think we're in an age of the cult of the personality. And I understand people in the public eye need to protect themselves against defamation, but I do wonder whether even doing that buys into the whole thing of the personality. And I would just love to hear them sometimes say, this is not about me, what about blah, 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 and just keep the focus on the issue. And, it's like, I'm so tired of the personalities and it's all being about he said this. Even Scott Morrison, instead of Scott Morrison is a liar, talk about the process.
I'm sorry, but we're running out of time. I mean,
Yeah.
is there a question?
Yeah, well, that kind of is the question, is how do we keep the focus on the principles, on the issues, and not get distracted by, whether this person's a liar or whatever.
Well, it's a bit hard when you've got a mainstream media that's obsessed with distractions and is doing the government's bidding for them with minor stories when there's all sorts of egregious crimes being committed and corruption episodes elsewhere. Again, that's a control, and that will end. It has to, but at the moment, the corporate media is a factory of distractions and personality issues. And some of them play well sometimes. In the case of Christine Holgate, that was a step forward in the end, even though she had to undergo this abuse under parliamentary privilege. That ended up, I think, making some strides for the treatment of women as well. So sometimes it can be useful, but a lot of it is, as you said, just distractions.
Yeah, I actually think it's a really interesting question, the question of our focus on personality, because we do like to be comforted by the notion of people in charge, being nice looking, having nice families, looking like us. And we do, I think, buy into the myth that we're comforted by that rather than electing people who might look a bit scrappy or who might have an unusual family or an unusual sexual preference or might be heavens coloured, I think it is reflected in our obsession with personality over content, and we get the politicians we vote for. So I would encourage a diversity in terms of political candidates, and some of the parties are much better at that than others. The Greens have just elected or pre-selected a Senate ticket for Victoria that's entirely First Nations, which is, I think, extraordinary. And it's got to be a focus for our politicians on content over spin. So.
We probably have time for one more question.
Okay.
One more question. Sorry to those who missed out. You can grab us afterwards. You can talk to these fine people and ask them personally.
Thank you. My question deals with the National Integrity Commission.
Yes.
There is not a state integrity commission anywhere that operates in respect of political parties. A National Integrity Commission would likewise, I suspect, be designed in such a fashion that the internal governance and democracy practices, or lack of them, within established political parties would not come within the purview of that commission, notwithstanding the fact that every one of the parties, the major parties in particular, are in receipt of tens of millions of dollars of taxpayer money, both federally and at a state level, yet you could have the most undemocratic rules of those established parties, and they are funded by the taxpayer with no accountability to the general public. And if you want to see the corruption, like we saw in New South Wales with the Obedes, or in Victoria recently, experienced there with Andrew Byrne and Adam, whatever his name is, Semajek. I would like to know whether the media would follow that through, about making sure established parties come within the purview of ICACs.
Well, it'd be great. I mean, the first thing is you can't have it in camera, as the Libs suggested. You can't have secret hearings where you have, I mean, I tend to think when we do get something, if Labor gets in and they do something, it's going to be very weak. I'm not holding out hope for something very robust. I mean, the corruption would be incredible. You'd need 100,000 people working for the federal ICAC just to go through all the documents. I mean, can you imagine? If you look at the procurement and all the mates deals, all the spending of our money by governments, I mean, it will be a huge job, but you've got to have it at open hearings, as Fiona says. It's got to have robust powers, and you can't have people like the Attorney General, as Porter suggested, being able to just nix anything because they felt like it wasn't in the national interest. I don't hold out huge hope because I think Labor's going to have a problem with it too. Even if they get in, they've got the numbers. But it's a good start. And ban political donations. They're not needed.
Can I...
And publish the company accounts of political parties. Why are these a secret? And there's heaps of them. There's one in Queensland, South Australia, etc. Publish them. See the related party transactions.
Can I just answer your question directly in terms of political parties' internal decision-making being not open to scrutiny? You're absolutely right. That's a problem that Victoria is grappling through at the moment with the new party monitor, John Thwaites, trying to work out whether revelations that have come out of IBAC are just party matters to be dealt with or not dealt with, and it's come out of federally with New South Wales, the takeover of the New South Wales branch and decisions making there about pre-selections and so on. It is an issue, and currently no model, Greens, Labor, Liberal, for an RCAC deals with it because the courts have essentially upheld the principle that party decisions are internal party business only, unless they cross into criminal behaviour. But what I would say to all political parties is that unless your own conduct internally is open to rigorous scrutiny and accountability processes, you don't deserve to govern.
And that is a very good place to leave this discussion on. I want to say thank you all for being here, for being with us, for listening to this conversation. Can I get a big round of applause for our guests today? And if you were here, if you've enjoyed this, please, for those of us who work with words, this is our life, our heart, our living and our art. Please go to the book tent, buy some books, pin them down afterwards, get your book signed by Fiona. Support us so we can continue doing this work. Thank you. And subscribe to Michael West.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit of housekeeping as we climb into another session on this last day of Writers' Week. Please maintain some COVID awareness. Wear a mask if possible. It is not compulsory, but it is strongly recommended to protect yourself and other people. We would ask that you do not move the chairs from where they have been placed. They're there for a reason. And please, if a session is crowded, try to find a place to sit that isn't in the aisle or in a chair that is required for some other reason. The hill behind the stage has really good quality sound, as most areas have. So please be aware, self-regulate. We all need to work together to make this event work. Thank you.
check here.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this, my last session on the last day of this remarkable Adelaide Writers' Week. My name is Caroline Baum, and I present a podcast called Life Sentences, which is all about every single aspect of biography, the practice of biography, and all the sort of moral complexities of biography. And so it is a special pleasure for me to be talking to one of my most favourite writers, Colm Tolbin, about his great new biographical novel, The Magician. Before I talk to Colm, who I am happy to say is on the line, of course, I want to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationships with the land and, of course, their great tradition as storytellers. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. And also, I would like to acknowledge that we have two signers with us today who unbelievably are called Amber and Jade. This is Amber. It feels very lonely up here, so actually it's really, really nice to see so many of you here. Thank you for keeping me company. This is a little bit weird, and Colm is such a wonderful person in the flesh that it feels a particularly acute absence for him not to be with us. In fact, in a recent profile of Colm Tolbin, the great American writer, this was in the New Yorker recently, very useful research for me, Richard Ford said that at festivals, Colm is an unmatched presence. So we are very, very sorry that, Colm, you are not here with us today. We are going to talk about your new biographical novel, The Magician, about the immensely complex figure of Thomas Mann, who won the Nobel Prize for Literature in 1929 for his highly symbolic novels, including Buddenbrooks, The Magic Mountain, and the one that's really the entry point for most of us, I think, Death in Venice, because it's shorter. In The Magician, we follow Thomas Mann from Lübeck in Germany to Munich with his wealthy Jewish wife Katja and their 6 children before they leave Germany for exile in 1933 in France, Switzerland, and then America. Colm's book is a rich, sympathetic portrait of a man that many found cold, self-absorbed, and elusive, and who hid his own sexuality and desires in his diaries, which were sealed for 20 years after his death and caused a sensation when they were published in Germany in 1975. Please join me in welcoming Colm Tolbin. It's weird. I can see you there, but I have to look at you there. Anyway. Okay, so Colm, last time you and I spoke in Sydney about The Master. The Master is your book about Henry James, and it opens with Henry James's disastrous first night of his play. And we talked about Henry James's perception of celebrity and success. And I think that this theme comes up again now with Thomas Mann, because he had a very strong sense of his own fame. In The Magician, he's very much the great man. When he travels, he's received as such, he's recognised, there's deference, and there's money. So can you talk a little bit about fame and celebrity in relation to Thomas Mann?
He published his first novel, Buddenbrooks, when he was 26 in 1901. And the book brought him a sort of instant fame, certainly in Germany, and then a world fame because the book it was translated into every language. And it made him into a sort of young writer that people paid attention to. So that when he was in Munich and when he put his eye on Katja Pringsheim from a very rich, assimilated Jewish family, younger than he was, one of the first women to study science in a German university, the Pringheims really wanted him. He was a figure to be admired. And he never looked back with fame. I mean, in other words, for all his life, he was a famous writer in America. I mean, unlike his brother Heinrich, also a writer, he became famous. Thomas Mann became famous in America. His books were really read all over the world. And of course, the income from his books in America was really enormous, especially in the 30s and 40s. So not just fame, but a sort of, he represented something. He represented, at a certain point, a sort of scholarly Germanness. But I think later on, he represented a sort of opposition to Hitler. But when the diaries came out, really, all of the sort of, I mean, when I read them first, I think a lot of people feel the same, that but when you read those big books that seemed so finished and so filled with knowledge, so certain of themselves, you presume that the author must have been like this too, that he wrote from a sort of entitlement, a sense of power, a sense of, ease in the world, and you realize from the diaries that this simply wasn't true, that there were great areas of unease, uncertainty, and lack of entitlement in his inner life. He kept his inner life very, very private. It was his outer life the world saw, and my novel is in a way an attempt to dramatize the big gap between the two.
There's a helicopter passing overhead where we are, Colm, not where you are in Los Angeles. So we might just wait for the helicopter. And just while we do that, can I just check, can everybody hear? Because I'm not getting a huge amount of volume up here. I'm wondering whether we can boost the volume a little bit. Can you all hear at the back? Yes, fantastic. Okay, well, that's what matters. I'm curious, Colm, about what you just said, because, yes, Buddenbrooks made him a sort of an instant star at the age of 26. But when I talk to people now, people say, oh, can't get through the books, impenetrable, really difficult. He's one of those writers that people regard as a challenge, I would say possibly on the same parallel as Proust. So I'm wondering, how did he become such an important man of letters and find a readership back then that allowed for the comfortable lifestyle that he then was able to enjoy as a best-selling author? I mean, are we now today just not up to the task of reading Thomas Mann? Was there a bigger, more educated readership for him back then?
I think Buddenbrooks has always been, for anyone who opens it, an extremely readable blockbuster 19th century novel, which is the story of a family. I think it's a much better book, say, than John Galsworthy's The Forsyte Saga. It has a sense of the inner lives of the characters and the sort of movement of history. But I think for anyone, any reader who's interested in fiction, Buddenbrooks is really a wonderful book. And it was recognized, I mean, it wasn't merely that people were impressed by it when it appeared. People loved it, and people still love it who read it. Yes, you're absolutely right, however, that the name Thomas Mann is now associated with this sort of Germanic heaviness, with a sort of obscurity, and that the books seem like, compared to, say, the novels of Charles Dickens, say, that the novels seem a chore. And certainly if you look at the sales figures in the United States now, they're not high. His reputation has remained high, but it isn't as though the great, what Henry James called the great flat foot of the public has sort of followed him into the 21st century. So no, he's, I mean, I think you're right as well in wondering, I think a great marketing coup took place in America where the Knopfs decided that he was the writer they could market in America, and that every civilized household would have to have copies of his books, including the Joseph novels. Dr. Faustus was a bestseller in America. So they made the name synonymous with a sort of aspiration, which is really one of the ways high culture gets sold in the world. That if you're not reading Ulysses, you're not going to get a date. That says if you're not watching a Bergman film, no one will believe you when that we always have those sort of senses if you're not listening to, difficult music. So that high culture always comes with a sort of a lot of marketing attached to it. And of course, as in the case of Proust, who you also mentioned, Proust remains immensely rewarding as a novelist. I mean, the more attention you pay, the more you get. And it's the same with a novel like Dr. Faustus, which is Thomas Mann's really, big, last serious novel. I mean, he wrote Felix Krull, a great comic novel after that. But he remains a rewarding writer, and also at certain times, there are certain novels that remain sort of heavy-handed.
So now, after the helicopter, we've got the sirens. Nothing but fun here and challenges. You read and reviewed 3 biographies of Thomas Mann in 1995. And that led directly to the idea for this novel. And I read your review in the London Review of Books, and you said that the 3 biographies were dull and worthy, and that also they expressed a kind of desire, the 3 of them, for man to be a better person to an almost comic degree. So can you talk about how reading and reviewing those 3 books made you want to write this novel in reply or in response?
Well, it wasn't really. I think 2 of the 3 books where there was certainly a heavy hand and a feeling somehow that the authors grew to dislike this figure. I mean, there's a moment where Thomas Mann is going to America, and he really is fleeing the Nazis, and it is the boat is absolutely crowded, and there is a sense of it's ominous. And what does Mann do? He finds a place every day and he just writes. And one of the biographers thinks this is an example of his cold, cold heart. And I don't. I think it's an example of what you would do if you were a writer under the circumstances. Just bury yourself in work just so you don't have to think about the chaos going on all around you. I mean, I'm sorry that we have to apologize for the fact that he worked, that he continued writing under these pressures. I found the attempt to do psychology on him, the attempt to judge him, the attempt to sort of, try and work for the reader to show really what a cold fish he was. I found that very unsatisfying, and it didn't make me feel that I was getting any further with him. The Anthony Helibud, of the 3 books, the Anthony Helibud book called Eros and Literature is, I think, the best of the 3. And there were other books that came later, such as Evelyn Dure's book on Heinrich Mann and his wife Nellie. That's a very good book. And it is as though she's using a real intelligence to sort of study how these people from the available facts. And there are other books too, a biography of Klaus Mann and a biography of Klaus and Erika Mann that I also wrote about. So, but I did find reading, you see, those 3 biographies took up the available information from the diaries. So suddenly we had a whole new way of looking at Mann, which was that it wasn't merely the buttoned up figure I mentioned at the beginning. It was a man whose sexual, whose erotic life was secret and was homosexual. And yet he had 6 children and was married to a very clever and tolerant and interesting woman. So it is a very complex story, this story. Also, his political life, that in the First World War, he was a German patriot. He wanted bloodshed. He wanted German victory. He was fired up with the sort of Prussianness. And then that sort of faded. And he was also a monarchist. This faded in the 1920s. And then he became I suppose a great Democrat and an implacable enemy of Hitler. So that really it is an interesting story because this is a complex figure during a very difficult time, and a man who also, I think, in certain ways, might have been just happier writing his novels and telling his stories without having to be involved in, if there had been no wars, he might have been an actual, it isn't as though he wanted these challenges. These challenges came to him.
Absolutely.
And, but I did find the biographies, I found them plodding, just plod.
What you didn't find plodding, I mean, we'll come back to his diaries in a moment perhaps, but for me, I have to say that Katya, his wife, is the sort of sparkling centre of the book. She's dry, she's droll, she's all-knowing, she's all-seeing, she's just an absolutely fizzing character on the page. Now, she also wrote memoirs, which I think were published when she was in her 90s. Can you talk about those? Because that seems to have also yielded some important material for you.
Yes, in her 90s, when Cathy was in her 90s, her son Michael convinced her to go on tape. So she dictated these memoirs, which is a book called Unwritten Memories. And that book shows her to be ironic, tolerant, and good-humoured and clever, and that she noticed things. And what I got interested in was the fact that there are, I suppose, 2 cliches. One would be that she was a brilliant young woman, and she devoted her life then to domestic space, to having children, to looking after her husband. And that must have been unsatisfying. Well, it wasn't. And the other one being that she was married to a homosexual, and that must have been deeply frustrating and made them both very unhappy. Well, it didn't. So what I become interested in then was how come it didn't? How come she wasn't? I mean, what was it like for her in those domestic spaces? And what was it like for her to be married to this man? And so the novel, The Magician, is more than anything else a portrait of a marriage. It's an attempt to enter into those complex spaces between two people where she keeps the show on the road. She's politically, I think, more astute than he is. She's constantly clever. My idea was that if she comes into a room and says something, it doesn't have to be funny, but it has to be smart. That she's always ahead of him in that way, and that he's often silent, and that she's usually, sensible. And so that was the idea, that in this portrait of a marriage, I was to avoid these easy versions of that story that outsiders might think are true, but I thought weren't true. But I wasn't sure in what way they weren't true. In other words, as each day happened, as each time they went into exile, or each country they went into, things were different between them. And there was a time later on when she did find the use of her grandson as a character in one of his books to be sort of less than edifying, and she was certainly very, very unhappy with that. But one of the fun, one of the really amazing moments in her book is when she says, "I was in Venice with Tommy in 1911." And Tommy is her husband, Thomas Mann, and she's with Thomas and Heinrich, and they were staying in that hotel, the Grand Hotel de Bain, on the Lido. And yes, Tommy did start looking at this boy on the beach, this beautiful boy. She's absolutely no trouble with that. Yes, that is what happened. And she said, well, he didn't follow him in the streets. That he didn't do. But, I mean, she's absolutely clear that Death in Venice is not it isn't a novel about some sort of symbolic idea of beauty or the decay of Europe or something. It's actually based on a trip they made, and just at the time of Mahler's death, which meant that Mahler's face is described, is given to the author, Aschenbach, von Aschenbach, in the story. But it's fascinating just to watch her being so casual about it. It wasn't a big deal. Her grandmother had been the most famous feminist in Germany. And for them in this time, I mean, the early 1900s, everyone's sexuality was open to suggestion. It wasn't, these were bohemian people, seriously well-read and involved in constant discussion about things which had hitherto been forbidden. And so she was a very modern person. And as we have to imagine that, Germany before the First World War was filled with people who were highly modern in the same way as we get figures like Virginia Woolf and her friends in London, that we get a similar world in Munich, but perhaps even in Munich, even more advanced.
Yes, it's interesting that you don't mention there that the boy in question that they observe in Venice is 13 years old. He's wearing, I think Katya says in her diaries, the sailor suit that we associate with the Visconti movie, of course. She's so shrewd and so observant of her husband that, and also, I would have to say, Colm, she is an enabler, isn't she, in that when she sees that her husband's eye fixes on a waiter, she arranges for him to have a private moment with that waiter because she knows that will give him pleasure, not in an explicit sexual encounter, but just some private time together.
He's 75 at this point, and they're in Switzerland, and he really likes this sort of fleshy Bavarian waiter. And it cheers him up immensely. He's pretty down, he's pretty depressed. And Erica, his daughter, and Katya notice that he's much cheered up by the presence of this waiter. And you really have to imagine this. It's beyond. I don't know if it's maybe in Australia, but certainly in Ireland or America or England, it would be very strange to have the wife and the daughter deciding to procure for him. It's not as though he's going to have sex with the waiter or do anything that will in any way compromise him. He merely likes him and wants to be served by him and wants to look at him and wants to see his smile. So it is sexual and it is open. And the two women, the daughter and the wife, arrange for him to have further meetings, thus to, rid him of his depression, to get him to be cheered up. I don't think it would happen now. I think that they would now tell him to just go and get a life. But this is 1950, and he's 75, and this is what they do for him. So, I mean, it is this. Look, this is a really unusual story. I mean, this is what fascinated me, in that there are times when I cannot really make sense of it. I can show the image, I can show what's going on, but it isn't as though I can find even a pattern for it. So it is one of those great marriages that doesn't seem to be based on mutual sexual attraction, but somehow or other, it works for both of them, and it is almost unimaginable, his life without her. Certainly, she could have had a marvelous life with anybody. She would thrive anywhere. But he was the one who was, I think, much more vulnerable, and his sexuality was always going to be a problem for him. And finding someone who would put up with him was always going to be trouble, and that's what she did. She put up with him.
She did. I'm curious, Colm, following on from the brilliant way that you inhabit Henry James's mind in The Master, it felt like you really got inside Henry James's head. Were you trying to do the same thing with Thomas Mann, and did you find him harder to inhabit, or was that not the challenge that you set yourself?
Yes, he's much harder. There are times when it feels to me that he's a ghost in the room, that in his own life he was ghostly. It seems to me that from the early loss in Lübeck, they were famous people in Lübeck, which is a small city in the north of Germany beside Hamburg. They had been traders there for 3 or 4 generations. They owned ships, they owned warehouses, and his father was a senator. So that when he would, as a small boy, walked out onto the street, everybody would have known who he was. And that was taken from him when he was about, 14, 15. His father died, and in the will said that the entire business was to be wound up at the end of it. Thomas Mann's mother had been born in Brazil, but there was a great sort of trading route between Brazil and Lübeck, because Lübeck makes all the marzipan in Germany. And so he went to Munich, where he was nobody, where nobody recognized him on the street, and where he had no deep roots. And I think that was the beginning of something in him that withdrew, that withheld, that went silent, that became ghostly. And part of the reason why I can work with this marriage is that Katia provides all the substance and he provides all the shadow. And that the substance of his life was when he was alone in his study with words and sentences, writing them. That was where he was somebody. But it seems to me that when he went anywhere else, he was doing an imitation of himself, or he was attempting to advertise himself, in other words, as a public speaker, as a figure who was always being decorated. He did a lot of readings and public speeches, and he certainly seemed to enjoy that business of having being in the spotlight. But there was always a sense that he was posing, or that he was trying out something. With James, his solitude became substantial. The demons or the memories or the desires that followed him meant something to him. He knew what they were. With Mann, it is as though all of this is not there in him, that his private life was entirely with the words on the page. So you're dealing often, there's a moment where he falls in love, again, quite unsuitably, with a 17-year-old boy called Klaus Hauser. And Klaus Hauser comes to Munich to stay with the Manns, which again is 1927 is a highly unusual thing. I have to really work with this. And so there's a brother called, Thomas Mann has a son called Klaus. He's a brother-in-law called Klaus, and now he has this young man called Klaus. And there's the dinner for all three. And the other members of the family are there, including Thomas Mann's wife. Mann at the dinner notices that all of them are talking to each other. All of them are busy. All of them are preoccupied. All of them are there in the room. And he's not there. It is as though if he stood up and walked away, only Klaus Hauser's eyes would follow him. And that only slightly. The others wouldn't even notice his absence, as they don't notice his presence. So I became interested in that idea of almost not exactly a man without qualities, but one of those men who are able to, in a way, disappear in a room full of people, or even within their own families, or become unknowable. People could say about them later, I was never sure what he was thinking. He didn't speak much. And he could be very cold as a father. And that he could be very distant as a friend. He didn't, by the way, have any close friends in his life. He didn't do that sort of peer group friendship. And he loved his domestic space, and Katia kept it in order for him. But the difference between him and Henry James is with Henry James, I can see his emotional life as complete, as one in which I can see what's going into his mind and out of his mind. I mean, partly his letters and also his work. But with Man, it's a much more distant, it's a much more, I think, a much more 20th century story. It is as though someone like Robert Musil, who wrote The Man Without Qualities, could write this idea, or T.S. Eliot, that, a hollow man. So yes, it's a very different story. It's not as though I found the same story again and told it a second time.
No,
this is
absolutely
a
not.
much more challenging story.
Well, and brilliantly executed. I mean, there's so many things in that answer that you say that I just want to pick up on there. I mean, you said the thing about the children. The children, they had 6 children, he and Katia, but he professed to only love 2 of them, Erica and Elizabeth, and apparently treated the others, considered them as sort of mildly irritating. And then when you mentioned that Klaus Häuser incident of being attracted to this 17-year-old boy, I thought you were going to tell the story about how he wrote to his son, who was very attractive as well in his own right, and he said, he asked his son, who had met Klaus at this dinner, possibly that you're referring to voluntarily withdraw and not invade my circle. I am already old and famous, and why should you be the only ones who constantly sin? The secret and almost silent adventures in life are the finest. So that suggests direct competition between father and son, and that's pretty weird.
Yes, it didn't happen much. I mean, that letter is really unusual in that he is breaking out of his own skin by actually trying to talk to his children directly about the fact that they're all looking for sex with attractive people. And for once he has found someone, and could they back off? But yes, it gives an example of just how strange this household was. But his 2 eldest children, Klaus and Erica, did represent, they did, because their sexuality was so open, because they really, anything they said, if they had a thought, then they spoke it. They were out there. They wanted to tour the world. They wanted to drink the cup, and their father was at home, and they would come home looking for money. And but I mean, they did sort of almost shame him at times into how isolated he was and how silent he was and how noisy they were. So it's good for the novel in the sense that every time I bring them home, I can have them really behave outrageously while the father watches. And of course, he's fascinated by outrageous behavior, but he himself will never join. So that letter is just one way of trying to be with them for a change, because normally he's not. It's not as though there's a large correspondence like that letter is on its own.
Now, I'm really curious about the things that you allow yourself to do in a biographical novel. We're all very familiar with the genre, and obviously its great popular appeal. We only have to look to writers like yourself and Hilary Mantel. Obviously, most of the dialogue is invented, but when it comes to events and when it comes to people, what do you allow yourself to do and what do you not give yourself permission to do with a big, significant life which is so well documented, not only by Man, but by his wife, by his children, and by the whole kind of man industry, in publishing terms, of books about this family?
Normally, as a novelist, you can say that you have all the rights and very few of the responsibilities. Your responsibility is to create an illusion for the reader, that the reader will enter into this world and follow the illusion and live within the illusion. That is your responsibility. The rest, you have rights. In this case, that's just not true. And you could try and say it and argue it, but you will never win that argument. No matter what you do, there is an ethics involved in this. And the ethics, no matter what you do as well, has grey and fuzzy areas that you could you really couldn't be sure about. I think the first thing is that if I say that he was in Munich at a certain time, then he was. Mm-hmm. If I say that he was not in Germany in 1933 and he did not go back into Germany, that has to be correct. If I say where he went next, that has to be correct. But there are other moments. The one moment, but I'll give you an example of. I see him in Munich. He gets his own apartment, and he's a young writer, and he's having a certain success. He gets his own apartment. His mother is living away, so suddenly he's on his own in the city. Now, anyone thinking about that, a young man filled with homosexual desire, is in Munich on his own with his own apartment. It's not possible that something didn't happen once. Now, he wouldn't have written that in his diary. He wrote in his diary for about those years about the unrequited loves he had. I'm talking about the single business of just walking home one night, locking eyes with someone, and just something occurring. I put that into the book because it's an important moment for him. It's somebody who he really doesn't like, and he ends up having sex with him, and ends up feeling rotten afterwards. And he ends up feeling, actually, this could be my life. I could go from city to city having this sort of deeply unsatisfactory sex. I'm going to propose marriage to Katja Pringsheim. That's going to be the spur. I was trying to get a motive for him to, he liked her, he was interested in her, he saw what could happen between him and her. But the moment where he decides, actually, I'm going to do this, even though friends of his will know it's wrong. And obviously, this is troublesome. I went with the book to Germany, and I was on a stage. At the Frankfurt Book Fair, very sparsely attended, but it was being filmed. And I got interviewed by a young journalist from the Frankfurt Book Fair who, was very polite up to a certain moment, and then just turned to me and said, "So how do you feel about queering Thomas Mann?" And I had to say, well, I didn't write his diaries. I didn't write Edith Bennis. If you can forgive me, I actually, these were not my work. I was saying I didn't do this. But I think for Germans, the idea that he was less than a great man, that he was a dishonest man, which he certainly was. And I'm not judging that. I'm fascinated by dishonesty. I would find it very difficult to write a novel about an honest man, whatever that would be. And but that scene, no matter what I do, I made up that scene. It's not in a diary. It has no source. I'm just imagining what that year in his life, 2 years in Munich, would have been like. I'm giving him that scene as I might have given him attending an opera, or as I might have given him, an encounter he had. But the ethics. I mean, in other words, I feel this is an important part of the story. It's impossible for me that he never had sex. I just don't believe it. He was too many hotel rooms, hotels filled with waiters, train journeys. There were too many chances. And, things he didn't note down in his diary. It doesn't mean he wrote everything down. And, but in general, if I'm saying something, it's true. I mean, in other words, where he was, who was with him, what year the children were born, what year his father died, when he went to America, where he lived in America. All of those things are true. And they're not just outlined, they're the whole structure of the book and the structure of the life. Those things are based on fact. But yeah, the book depends on its dialogue. It depends on these noisy encounters between him and his children, him and his wife, and with a lot of interruption, with a lot of different sort of opinions being expressed. And the dialogue there, very, very deliberately, is not an attempt to imagine how Germans spoke a century ago. I think you would lose the reader very quickly. And so what I was doing was I found a sort of tone from the 1920s, from literature of the 1920s, of being snappy, of dialogue, a lot of interruption, a lot of just short, brisk interventions in the dialogue. It's not as though they ever listen to each other, this family. They don't listen to each other. And so all those encounters in dialogue, I think perhaps even without exception, are invented. That, in other words, I'm still involved, no matter what I do, in the initial day job, which is I'm a novelist. And my job, as I said, is to create illusion, is to try and entice the reader into a world in which the illusion is created that you are in Thomas Mann's mind as he's facing out into his day, facing the world. And you're noticing what he notices, and you're remembering what he remembers, and you're feeling what he feels. And that's the effort to do, is to bring you in and hold you as much as I can in that world.
Now, in doing that, which you do so remarkably and so vividly, partly through this sparkling dialogue, which has all sorts of witty repartee and banter between all these competing, furious intellects and sort of show-offs, because they are the kids, the 6 children are very sort of flamboyant, as you say. There is also a sense very much of the homes and the interiors in which the Manns live as they move from country to country. And you were able to visit the house in California where Thomas Mann lived in exile, and you also were able to visit his original house, I think, in Lübeck. You're speaking to us from California today. I'm just wondering whether you could talk to us a little bit about the Mann houses and how important those interiors were in giving you material.
They were absolutely essential. I got a lot of emotion from them. Thomas Mann in 1942, he built a house on Pacific Palisades in California. It's still there. It's owned now by the German government. When I started work on the book, which was 2005, and I was 15 years of just building up the images, the woman who owned the house didn't want anyone more to come. She was fed up with TV crews and stray journalists coming, but she relented that week, I don't know why. And she let me in. She'd bought the house from the Manns. She was in her 80s. She'd bought it when she was in her 30s. And just seeing, for example, how private his study was away from the rest of the house. He had his own, what we all want, he had his own staircase from just outside his study going up to his own bedroom. The views were miraculous of the Santa Catalina Island, the Pacific Ocean, the Sierra on the other side, beautiful gardens, and this wonderful open California space that the Manns made for themselves. They didn't attempt to replicate Bavaria. This is beautiful mid-century California architecture. And I imagined them there. And the same thing, I think, but more than anything, the house that really got me going was the house in Brazil where Thomas Mann's mother was born, which is right on the water in an inlet in a place called Paraty, in between Rio and Sao Paulo. And the house is so close to the water and the water is so calm that, of course, the stars at night with the clear sky would light up, you'd be able to read at night by starlight. And of course, you can just imagine this girl, she was taken from Brazil to Lübeck. Her father was German, her mother was what we might call Brazilian, meaning she was of mixed race. She was taken to Lübeck in the north of Germany, I think when she was about 7 or 8, meaning she saw an overcast sky for the first time. Mm-hmm. She saw a sky, see the stars. And so that idea of that half of his mother had come from the Lübeck's viewpoint, exotic place, and that she had been displaced in this way, that he was later to be displaced so many times. That really got me going. That house got me going. And yes, Lübeck itself, even though it was so heavily bombed in the war, there's enough of it that you can get a sense of its intimacy of what a small city it is, and how much he would have been, the Manns would have stood out in the place, and what a great Protestant city it is with its great churches, and how much Munich, which is it's a cosmopolitan city, but it's also a Catholic city, how much it would have been different. So yeah, seeing the houses, and there were other houses as well, including the house he rented in Princeton. I just kept wanting to get into the houses, and the houses, it isn't as though I was using. It wasn't the information I was getting where the rooms were, although that was useful. I was getting an emotion. I was imagining him moving from one space into another. I was seeing the old ghost come into substantial space, and that gave me just impetus to work and helped me.
So one of my favourite parts of the book, Colm, is the part in France when he goes to a small coastal village called Sanary, which has become a sort of a gathering place for many of the sort of intellectuals from Austria and Germany. And there are these wonderful sort of factions that are sort of fermenting and stewing at different sort of cafe tables. And so he doesn't particularly get on with the communists or with Brecht. And you paint this really rather funny scene in this village. So could you just talk a little bit about the Sanary episode in the Mann life as an exile?
Yeah. I mean, this will be replicated in California, where the German exiles bring with them an ability to have feuds with each other over the smallest matters, but sometimes over the largest matters, which is that some of these people are communists. There's a communist table, and there's a Jewish table, and there are various other tables, at cafes where when Thomas Mann, who of course always had money, and his wife was rich, but his books sold, and so it wasn't as though he was down on his luck financially, but he was also politically in the center. And it was known that he had a friend among the Nazis, Ernest Bertram, who had worked with him on his book that he wrote in the First World War. So he was being watched. And in a way, his brother was not, because his brother was a much more open left-wing figure. And so he would come with his very stiff manners. And the young communists, the people who had, just thought he was ridiculous. And his books were bourgeois, ridiculous. And of course, Brecht, who was a bit older, just hated him anyway, always hated him, and saw himself very much in opposition to Mann. That, in other words, Mann's high bourgeois tone was something that really Brecht wanted to get rid of. And of course, Mann wasn't Jewish. His wife was Jewish, but she had been from an assimilated family, so she was never near a synagogue. So that no matter where he went, he wasn't welcome. But of course, in the end, it really offends him, because one of the left-wing figures, a poet called Ernst Toller, comes to him to say, I have a friend who's been taken in by the Nazis, and he's in dreadful danger, and they're torturing him. Is there anything you can do? And for a moment, I think, what do you mean? And it means that the man might have some influence still. I mean, this is 1935 with the old with the regime, and man is appalled that they would think this. But of course, he realizes they're desperate, and then he finds out later that this man was one of the first real victims of the Nazis. He was arrested very quickly when they got power, and he was tortured in the most savage and brutal ways, and he died. And a young man comes to Mann's house and says, I want you to know what happened to this particular figure who was a writer, who came from Lübeck, who was Jewish. You need to know. And this exact same thing will happen later, when a young Jewish man will come to the house in California to tell him just before it's known worldwide. I want you to know what is happening in Germany. But more than that, I want it known that you knew, that I told you. Don't say in the future that you didn't learn this until later. You know it now. And so that's sort of way in which people saw him as a great man, someone who was connected, someone who had influence. And of course, he was connected. He did have influence, but he didn't by 1935 have any influence with the Nazis. He didn't have that.
No. One of the darker aspects of Mann's life that is, terribly, it's extraordinary to think of this, really. There is a prevalence of suicide in the family. 2 of his sisters commit suicide, and as if that weren't tragic enough, 2 of his children commit suicide. Could you just talk a little bit about those circumstances?
I think that, we're talking about that he really loved his daughter Elizabeth, and he really loved Erica. But his wife, it's clear in the novel, really loves her eldest son, who's Klaus, and we really watched Klaus's disintegration. And this disintegration is caused by, first of all, his drug taking, but secondly, he's excited by life. He likes staying out late, and he has, after 1933, he has nowhere to go. He can roam various cities in Europe, but his country is gone because his language is gone. He'll always be an outsider now. In America, he eventually gets to join the army. But after the war, Klaus Mann is not welcome back in Germany. That what happens in Germany after the war is they don't seem like good reasons to us now, but people began to feel themselves as being the victims. I mean, that they had been through great bombing of their cities. They were starving. And they didn't look back to say, well, actually, this was caused by, Germany or Germans. They saw themselves as victims, rightly or wrongly. And therefore, they didn't welcome people who had been in California or elsewhere during the war. the class was not welcome back into Germany. I mean, he could have lived there, but not comfortably, not as a leader, not as someone people looked up to, and not even as a writer, because his novel Mephisto, which is his best-known book, was still banned in Germany after the war. And his former friend, who had been a Nazi actor, a famous actor for the Nazis, was suddenly back on stage. And Klaus watched. He was in a theatre when this actor, Gustav Gründgens, was applauded, given a standing ovation. Klaus realised that Germans are ready to do in the dark what they're forbidden for doing in the light, which is actually make clear that they're not sorry, actually. And he took this very badly, and he was still addicted to morphine and possibly cocaine. And in any case, he commits suicide. And this is the most, it's the saddest thing, because Thomas Mann did do so much to protect his children. He got them visas, he got them out of Europe, he got them into America for the war. And then this happens. And this, in the same way, the inflation in the 1920s caused Thomas Mann's sister Lula to lose all her money. You know, that she was a very respectable woman, and she lost, people's pensions became worthless, as did hers. And again, there's a question of morphine. But again, she committed suicide, as did his sister Carla, as later on, after my novel ends, does his son Michael. And in other words, it was one of the curses befell the family.
It is a curse. It is a curse. We've got about 10 minutes left. If you've got a question for Colm, it would be lovely if you would come to the central microphone. It doesn't matter if you haven't read the book. I'm sure you've read something else by Colm, maybe Brooklyn. If you've got a question, come to the microphone. I'm happy to kind of keep going forever and ever, frankly. But, you know, you might want to ask a question. While someone is coming to the microphone, Colm, I wanted to ask you this. You've got a scene in the book where a book suddenly manifests itself to Thomas Mann, almost complete. And I remember interviewing you once, and you telling me that you'd got a complete idea for a novel while driving around a roundabout. Do you remember that?
The novel The Blackwater Lightship came to me when I was back home in Wexford. I had recently learned to drive, and I was navigating around in a very inept way around a roundabout. But the previous few days, I've been listening to a lot of music, because there's an opera festival there with some chamber music, and I've been at music all the time. Whatever was being stirred up, also about being back home. And driving around a roundabout, the novel The Blackwater Lightship came to me. I mean, if the road had been straight, I probably wouldn't have got it.
Before talking about houses, there are many houses in this novel, and you yourself have quite a few homes. And I'm just wondering, given how much you write about these homes in this novel, if we were visiting your home as one of your 5 homes, what would have...
This is this is the stuff you read in
the New Yorker. Yes, I'm afraid so.
I don't own any of these places. I mean, I own the place in Dublin. I move around a lot. But
you don't have to explain the ownership of these places to us.
Anyway, I just want to deny that hotly.
All right, okay. But the point is that if we were to visit any of these places that you may not necessarily own, but that you tend to live in from time to time, what would we learn about you? Are you messy or tidy?
That I'm really untidy. And that no matter where I am, there's sort of books around. I suppose that I'm just,
Okay, all right. Thank God for you, we've got a question from someone else.
I have read the novel, and I'm really impressed by it, and I've got a different view of Thomas Mann as a result. I'm very interested in his time in the United States. He was obviously protected, and as a result of that, he was able to protect his family. However, after the war, he wanted to leave. Could you enlighten us more about that period? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for reading the book. He had a heroic period as a political figure in America during the war, because Roosevelt trusted him. And he began to tour America, making a speech. It was generally called The Coming Victory of Democracy. He made it in faltering English, and he got as many as 5,000 people to come and hear him in places like Oklahoma, Ohio, Iowa. And he was speaking with great passion because he was speaking about an idea of liberty that he felt America shared with a Germany of the past that he represented and a Germany of the future that he imagined. No equivalent figure from the Japanese, there was no Japanese writer wandering around America this way, no Italian writer, no other German writer. And it is as though he found a way of actually, addressing power from a position of authority. And, when we think about what happened after the war, the rebuilding of Germany, the creation of great democracy in Germany, the blueprint for this, some of it, is in Mann's speeches. When the war was over, the problem was what to do. And Roosevelt was dead. He didn't have any friends in his friendship was with Roosevelt. And the problem was that his daughter Erica was always outspoken, and she didn't have American citizenship. And the FBI got on her case. She'd been anti-fascist too early anti-fascist. And they thought she was a communist. And they began to think, of course, that other people were communists, including Thomas Mann was a communist. His problem was that Germany was now divided. And if he was going to go back to Europe, he was going to have to consider this. And the Americans made very clear to him that the West is ours, the East is theirs. There's a war on, it's called the Cold War. And he said, I live in language, the German language is my language, it is not divided, there's no line between the language. This seemed to them very naive, it might seem like that to us, but emotionally he felt he didn't want to represent one faction in the Cold War. And he went into East Germany on his first visit. He may have done this to show his brother that he wasn't a poodle, that he wasn't a stooge of the Americans. But it was it wasn't forgiven. In other words, America became, when he returned, this is 1949, a sort of cold place for him. He was denounced in Congress, and he began to be interviewed by the FBI. And of course, the McCarthy period was beginning. Everyone was suspected of being a communist, and he really had no proper way of defending himself. And so Erica had, really never found a home after the war in the same way as Klaus did not. They had a very exciting time in the war, and then it was over. And so she really wanted to leave. And she'd gone back to live with her parents. So the three of them were there, Katia, Thomas, and Erica, and she decided she was the one who really needed to go. And they decided, he was, at this point, he's 77 years old, that they would sell up the house in Pacific Palisades, a beautiful house they had built, and they would go back to a German-speaking country, which would, of course, be Switzerland. And they found a house near Zurich, and what's interesting is he wrote a comic novel about a chancer, about someone who couldn't be trusted, called Felix Krull, and a sort of pickpocket figure, one of those European, figures from comedy who's at the edge of the parade, picking pockets and looking innocent. And he put some of his own life into that character. And then he died in Switzerland at the age of 80 in 1955. But certainly I think there was never any regret about leaving America. That he, what's also true is he didn't have a friend. It isn't as though he felt sorry for leaving his American friends. He didn't have any American friends. He didn't, like a lot of the German exiles, they really were only involved with Germany and the fate of Germany. It isn't as though he was reading American writers he liked some movies and there's evidence of him eating a hot dog, but it's not as though America interested him in any way. He went back to Europe after his long exile, 15 years or something, unscathed by America, and continued as he'd been before.
He probably thought a hot dog was a German sausage, a Frankfurter. Another question.
Thank you for your wonderful book, which I loved, all that rich history and the beautiful story of relationships. I know you're not into judging Thomas Mann, but I wondered, I read it as a parent and really thinking about them as parents, and I wondered where you land in thinking about them as parents. Were they good parents? How do you sort of evaluate that couple, which seemed to have such a strong boundary around themselves as a couple? How do you see them as parents?
They were appalling. I think we have to remember that being a father, when you start being a father in around 1905 or 1906, it's a different business than being a father, say, after the Second World War, a father in the 50s or 60s. Fathers were not expected to be sort of warm people, putting the children to bed at night and reading them a story. But he certainly wasn't that in any case. And particularly one of the children, Golo, the third child, remembers just how grumpy he got during the First World War. That he was having a terrible time with his own conscience. He was writing a book that was really intractable. And he took it out on the kids at the table, especially on Klaus. And he became this sort of strict father. And I think Katie was far too ironic and, in a way, good-humoured for what we might call nowadays proper parenting. So they produced these two wild children who, in their, ages 15 and 16, were already saying whatever they liked, sleeping with whomever they liked, and they didn't seem, but in a way, each child was different. Some of them suffered more than others. I think Monica, one of the daughters, suffered quite a lot just from being ignored. And Michael, the youngest, I think remained, he suffered greatly from depression later on. But, it's not as though you could say these are poster parents, or this is a great example of early 19th century German, how to create a family. I think you'd have to say this by any standards isn't that. And but what I'm looking at is the sort of, not necessarily the comedy of that, although sometimes I'm interested in the comedy of that, but in what that actually felt like on the day. Not that I'm making sweeping overall judgments, but I'm looking at it image by image, scene by scene, and I'm building up a picture of it. And I'm hoping the picture includes some sort of ambiguity that, this was as much as he could do, and this was as much as his wife could do. There wasn't as though they were bad, or you can use words like that, but you certainly couldn't say they were good.
Colm, you mentioned that when Thomas Mann gave a speech in, I think, Portland, it was to 5,000 people. I wish you could see that there are a good couple of thousand of us here today under the trees on a beautiful day. It's such a shame that you can't see that. But there is another question for you. And we need this one to be brief, I'm afraid.
It will be. You have quite a lot of dialogue in the novel, and you've spoken about the way in which you developed the dialogue. But much of it, to me, seemed to be extremely credible and fitting the context. And I was wondering whether you were able to draw from the diaries set phrases that he would put down that he had used, or was it something a lot less than that?
Yeah, I know. I found the diaries useful for a general tone of uncertainty and unease that I could give him in the novel, that I got from the way the entries are in the diaries. But with the dialogue, I had to make sure that I was using nothing from any man source, because of course his dialogue in his novels tends to be Germanic, his sentences tend to be longer, so that I had nothing to go on. And having nothing to go on is often a great help sometimes. I had no source, I had no way of stopping me. So no, the dialogue is completely mine, and I was never sure about it, because I felt that if it wasn't there, and if the pages themselves were not interrupted constantly by the way the children or the arguments they were having, that I would somehow lose something in the book of the way in which these people amused each other, the way in which, despite the fact that they were not a poster family, was a sense that when they were together, they sparkled, they glittered, and they sort of mattered to each other. And I got that by the way in which they interrupted each other, or they argued with each other. And so that was a sort of an essential part of the book for me.
Colm, we've run out of time. There are more questions from the audience. There are more questions from me. I'm going to ask you one to which there is just... You only need to say one word in answer to this question. I believe that you might be writing or might have written a sequel to Brooklyn. Is that true?
I'm trying to, yeah. I mean, I have written the first two sections of it. So, and I have the rest in my head. So,
okay, well, just go to a roundabout, and the rest will just pop out. Okay. The book is called The Magician, but you have been the magician today. Thank you so much for bringing your magic to us.
Thank you very much, Monica. Thank you.
And when you have written that sequel to Brooklyn, come with the book. come and see
I'd love
us.
to do
Thank
that.
you
I
all
really
very
would.
much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bit more housekeeping time. Hope you're enjoying the last day of Writers' Week, and I hope you've been here a bit this week and you're all buying books and getting the authors to sign them. Please be aware of our COVID plan, which has been worked out with South Australian Health. Masks are not mandatory, but they are strongly recommended, as well as trying to maintain social distance when you move around. We would ask that you do not move any of the chairs from where they have been placed. Also, if the session is fairly crowded, please try and find a place to sit either behind the stage on the hill or further at the back. Obviously, in a crowded session, coming down the aisles to see if there happens to be the one spare seat at the very front is probably a vain task. We would also remind you that seats are there for people, not bags. And could you, if you need hearing assistance, there is a hearing aid loop in the 3 rows in front of the audio desk in the central block of seats. This works on the old coil hearing aids. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
Good afternoon and welcome to the last day of Writers' Week. What a wonderful week it's been. I know many of you have been for many sessions and we're delighted to have Jane Caro and Deborah Oswald here today. But first, I'd like to acknowledge the Kaurna people as the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. And I also need to remind people to maintain social distancing, keep your masks on properly, and ask you to follow any directions given by the COVID marshals, venue staff and volunteers. Well, judging by the applause, many of you know our guests here today. They're two dynamic and prolific wordsmiths, or as I prefer, word jugglers. If I gave you all the information on their extensive resumes, we'd be here all afternoon. But I'll summarise. Deborah Oswald is a prolific writer, producing work as a playwright, screenwriter and novelist. She's won the New South Wales Premier's Literary Award twice for the novels Useful and The Whole Bright Year. She conceived and was head scriptwriter for the first 5 seasons of the popular television series Offspring. Her stage plays have been performed internationally. Deborah has also written plays for young audience. She's written for television series and children's books and children's novels. And she also has a one-woman show, Is There Something Wrong with That Lady? Her latest novel...
You judge.
The Family Doctor is a thriller based on a life and death dilemma. Jane Caro is an author, columnist, broadcaster, advertising writer, documentary maker, social commentator, public speaker and candidate in the upcoming federal election.
Thank you. In New South Wales, sadly.
She's published 10 books in different genres and has also carved out a niche as a social media influencer on Twitter. Not on OnlyFriends, although with her track record, she'd probably be very successful there as well. Her latest novel is The Mother, a thriller Jane spent 18 months immersed in, understanding the problem of coercive control and domestic abuse as the background research for this book. She interviewed survivors, judges, police, lawyers, ex-prisoners, and people who work full-time trying to help and support victims. So my first question is for both of you to answer, and maybe Deborah can go first. Why write in the era of information overload?
You mean why write fiction?
Yeah, why?
Well, partly because I'm unequipped, I'm not qualified in any employable qualification, but no, that's not the only reason. Although I do actually have my qualification to remove asbestos as for research for another book, but that's another story. I suppose I've got to believe, since I'm a storyteller on screen and in books, that approaching a topic that you feel stirred up about, and I guess almost everyone here must be stirred up about domestic violence. I mean, we're all angry and heartbroken and helpless. I suppose I've got to believe as a storyteller that immersing that in a fiction with a particular character in a particular scenario can take a reader into that world in a visceral way that's different to a piece of non-fiction and play out what-if fantasies that, you know, proper responsible journalism shouldn't do. So I think fiction, I have to believe, since it's what I do, that fiction can be part of the conversation on important topics like this.
Jane?
Oh, I think Deborah's absolutely right. I mean, I studied a million years ago the Victorian social novel at university as part of an English literature degree, and I've always loved
novels that deal with issues, of importance. And I think we've learnt a great deal of our history through, say, the Victorian social novel, for example. We read Dickens and understand something of what it was to be a road sweeper in, Victorian London. We don't read any of the worthy tomes of non-fiction that were written at that time anymore. I'm sure researchers and academics do, but the average person doesn't. So I'm with Deborah. I believe in the power of fiction. I believe that fiction takes you... I love Jess Hill's book, See What You Made Me Do. It was an important resource for the mother, and I think it did an extraordinary job and continues to do an extraordinary job. And I'm not dissing non-fiction at all. I think it's really, really important. But I think that fiction finds another audience, and also fiction takes you out of judgment and your intellect and into your heart and your guts, because, as Deborah said, you have to go on the same, ride as the characters if you're engaged with the book. You feel their fears, you worry about what they worry about, you struggle with their dilemmas, and hence you experience the whole thing, as Deborah put it, viscerally, which is not quite, I think, what you do with a non-fiction book. And I've written many non-fiction, I'm very proud of them, but I think fiction takes you to a different place, and I think it's incredibly important. And I don't believe it'll ever die. I think human beings are hardwired for stories.
So, thank you. Why is this issue so important? What motivated you to move from inspiration, being upset about domestic violence, to execution of the story of the family doctor?
So I was, like many of you, would read yet another story and would feel angry and helpless, and I didn't think there was a way I could write about it that wouldn't be just too terrible to bear. But then I sort of decided to take my rage and weld to it other positive, beautiful forces in the world, like in the case of this book, friendship and the urge to protect people. And then I spun that into a kind of transgressive fantasy. What if we just killed some of those bastards before they had a chance to hurt anybody? And I'm not advocating, this is not a how-to book, but there's something powerful about fiction's ability to take you on a satisfying, dark fantasy. And if you push a character, if you put a person, the characters in my book they could be you or me. They're not Dexter, they're not psychopaths, they're not special. They're you or me with a perfect storm of things that go wrong. And it's interesting. I would say the same of Jane's main character too. Somebody who's been thrown off the rails by tragedy, same as yours, it's spooky, who's then put under enormous pressure to cross the line in a way they thought they never would. So I think it was that I found a way in to tell the story.
Jane?
Well, Deborah and I could just tic-tac-toe on these questions because I completely agree with Deborah again. And it is that what-if question, because what happened to give me the idea for this book was there was one of those terrible, headlines about a man who'd killed his wife and children, and the story rolls on for a number of days, and there were photographs, and I saw this photograph of the woman and her 3 kids, and this older woman with her, not her mother, maybe her grandmother, pixelated out face, and I'm a grandmother of 2 and have 2 daughters, and I was looking at this photograph, and I just thought, how would it feel? How would I feel if that was my daughter and my grandchildren living under that level of threat for so long and dreading that something like this might happen and then it happening? How would I feel? What would I do? And then it hit me. Well, I know what I'd want to do.
Yeah.
And then I kind of went, oh, that's a bit scary. But I don't know about you, Deborah. When I write fiction, in a way it's different from non-fiction because... And I've only written young adult fiction before this book. When I write it, though, it's like an idea grabs me and it just insists that you sit down and write it. There's something about it which has got into your guts. And I didn't think it through intellectually, but as I was doing it, I realised that using the mother who's watching this going on felt appropriate for me because this is not my lived experience. I haven't been in a coercive control relationship or anything like that. And so in a way, by using the device of the mother, and you use the best friend and the doctor in a very similar way, I think, they become us.
Yes.
They're watching the way we watch, you know, when we see the horrible stories. They're reacting the way we react. But again, and when people said, what's your elevate pitch for this novel, I said, it's a feminist revenge fantasy.
But it's not, no, can I beg to differ? Because I don't think either our books are about revenge. These women do what they do, which will remain nameless, to prevent something terrible happening. They're not committing, it's not an act of revenge.
I think you're right, but I actually do think from our character's point of view that's correct, but perhaps from the reader and the writer's point of view, there may be a tiny little vengeful motive in there.
Well, look, should we call it reader satisfaction?
Yes, I think so. I think it's where you get your payoff.
Yeah. So, Jane, in one of the reviews of your book, it was referred to as a domestic thriller. And I read that and went, what is that? What is a domestic thriller?
Written by a chickie babe? I don't know. Yes, I didn't much like that description. I wondered if there'd been a typo and they meant to say domestic violence thriller, but I think maybe there's still that prejudice that if you write about a family, and mine's very much about a family, that is domestic, which is actually a bit of a put down, because what, after all, is the most important kind of relationships might not be with our family, but if they are very close friends, they feel like family. Yet still we put it down. We make it a kind of minor sphere. So I'm glad you picked up on that, because when I read that too, and otherwise the review was very good, I just went,
What is it? The murder has to be in the kitchen, or...
Well, it certainly isn't in the kitchen. I'm not telling you where it is, but the kitchen it ain't.
Well, that brings me to my next question, which I'll direct to Deborah. What value does the dramatisation of the human condition have when we're surrounded by drama in real life?
Well, a bit like Jane describing seeing the faces in the news, that you can read all the information you want about a story, but to imagine your way into it is a different thing. And my sister's a GP, and she's asked me to state in every public forum that she's not killed anybody. But, you know, part of the impetus for this was thinking about the fact that when you're a doctor, you look after little children from when they're born, you know, you give them their vaccinations, you treat their ear infections, you're protecting that little precious vulnerable body. And if you had a patient walk in who you knew was in danger, this little person that you looked after, and it was your sort of mission in life to look after them, and you suddenly have the means in your hands to protect them, would you do it? And I think that if you read a story about that, if you read a newspaper article about a doctor doing what my character does, you might think, good on her, or that's morally wrong, or whatever you might think. But I don't know that what I want is for a reader to, if they don't approve of what my characters do, they understand why they're doing it. You know, that you go down a path where you think, well, surely I would never do that, and then you're in the position that Paula is in and you think, bugger it, I'd do it. Or she shouldn't do it, I wouldn't do it, but I hope you understand her. And I think that that's what fiction, we talked about before, that's what fiction does that a non-fiction article about that crime would never give you.
I feel very much the same, that I wanted you to get to a point where you think, is she really going to do what in the end she does? I suppose in a way, well, actually both of our characters end up paying a price.
Yep. Again, we're not endorsing murder.
No. Well, part of what I wanted to do too, yes, there's a real satisfaction in the vengeful side of it when you're writing it and things, but there's also this terrible dilemma in that I didn't want to be hard on the law, and I didn't want to be hard on police, and I didn't want to demonise the people who are trying to deal with this stuff, because it's intensely complicated. It's the nasty, murky, dirty waters of human relationships, and it's really hard to deal with it with the blunt instrument of the law. So there is a dilemma at the heart of my book. Miriam, the mother of the title, says all the time towards the end, I've done a wrong thing, a terribly wrong thing, but I've done it for the right reasons. And she doesn't try to evade responsibility at all, and nor does your protagonist. And there's a dilemma in what do we do in this situation? How do we protect people from clearly quite psychopathic tendencies of people who want to totally possess and dominate another human being to the extent of trying to turn them into a non-person. And I don't know that I have the answers to that, and I almost don't think fiction is about giving answers, really. I think it's actually about getting us to ask different questions.
Can I add to, when you say that you're not demonising the law, and I'm not either,
No.
I should say that in both our books, we also don't demonise men.
No.
Jane and I have both been, partnered up with people of the male persuasion for 40-something years.
40-odd years,
And
yeah.
I have male children and a grandson who's the most beautiful person in the world, so that's
No, he's
handy.
he's equally beautiful with my grandson.
So, I mean, it's really important to me that there are good men in the book, and that there's a love story in the book, because I think it's if you show a relationship that is respectful and loving and sexy alongside relationships that are distorted and destructive, it kind of throws the bad ones into relief. So it was very important to me that that there are good men in this book.
Ditto.
Yeah, and is that one of the things that fiction allows you to do? That you can, if you were reporting on the story that Jane was inspired by, you wouldn't be able to do that.
You wouldn't be able to say, here's this terrible man who's done these murders, by the way, there are good men in the world.
Yeah.
Because fiction can give you a slice of the whole of the world, not just a set of facts about one case.
So this session is called Into Her Own Hands. How does that apply to your book and the story in it?
Well, I've realised, I only ever realised in hindsight what the hell it was I was writing about in the first place. And this happened to me at a writers' festival many years ago after my first novel, Just a Girl, which is about Elizabeth I, came out, and it was a school session, and this lovely young woman, I would say she couldn't have been more than 12 or 13, stood up at the questions section and said, did you realise you were rewriting the Cinderella myth? And I looked at her and I went, oh my God, no, but you're absolutely right. And then I realised why I'd been obsessed with Elizabeth Tudor all my life, since I was a girl probably a similar age to her. And that was, we got all those stories about, women sitting around in cinders or, weaving and doing bloody nothing, until a prince came and rescued them and took them off to live happily ever after. But Elizabeth Tudor became her own prince and rescued herself. And I've realised since then that this book is about the same thing, not the Cinderella myth, but it's about a woman who steps into her power and decides to take charge of the situation.
Is that what you're doing at the moment?
Possibly.
With your foray into politics?
Yes, and not just me, but so many women who are standing as independents or for small parties. Yes, I think there is a sense in which women are stepping into their power instead of giving it away. And coercive control, I think, is in fact a way of taking someone else's power off them completely. And so it was, I didn't realise while I was writing it was all just coming as it came, but at the end of it I suddenly thought, oh, you've written the same bloody thing again.
So why is that so important?
Well, I mean, I've been a feminist all my life, and I think that's what feminism is about. Feminism is a revolutionary movement that aims to redistribute power more fairly and more equally to all sorts of people, not just to women, but, so that we all get a bit of it. And I've noticed that women are brought up often to too easily give away their power, too easily try to please other people, too easily be hurt about other people's opinions. And I know that because, I am like that too sometimes. I've worked hard to get over that. And so I think it's important to me because it strikes me as the next logical step for half the human race, but probably all the human race, to move into a more equitable world where everyone gets to step into their power and decide their own fate.
Thank you. So, Deborah, your protagonist would be seen to have quite a degree of power in our society. She's a doctor. She's middle class. She's financially secure. She owns her own home.
I assume.
A lot of people can't.
Her mortgage details aren't in the book, but yes.
Well, she sells it at the end, so she must have
she does.
owned it. Yeah.
It's funny the Into Her Own Hands title, which is the title from the festival, not Jane's and mine, but it's interesting because sometimes with a book there's an image that comes to you and the book grows out from that, like, Magic Crystal Gardens where you put the cardboard thing in, and so it's the cardboard tree out of which all the crystals of the story start to form. And for me, the image was absolutely about hands. It was about being a doctor, taking blood from a man and looking at that arm and having a syringe and thinking, will I do it? And it was absolutely about that moment, and it's about power, and it's about, I mean, she might be powerful in some ways, but she's constrained by, ethics appropriately. And she's someone who sees herself as a good person. She absolutely sees herself as a good person, and she sees herself as someone who fixes other people's problems. As many GPs do, there's a mentality of my job is to fix other people's problems, and there's risks in that you fix other people's problems and not your own. So actually having power in her physical hands was part of it, and in Jane's book too.
Yeah, and while she's not a mother, she does seem to have a maternal role in the story.
So in the story, at the beginning of the book, her friend has left her abusive husband and brought her children, and the children have lived with Paula, the main character, for 6 months. And I love the idea of relationships where you're allowed to love somebody else's children for a while. You know that? It's a very special kind of privilege when you get the chance to love somebody else's children. So she's very close to those kids and feels very protective of them. I wanted to make her someone with no kids of her own because I wanted her to be clear to do what she does, even though she knows it's going to destroy her life. And I didn't want there to be anybody else to have to pay a price for her. So it was actually really important to me to kind of clear the decks for that character so that she can sacrifice her own life. But not by dying.
Well, similarly, my mother is a grandmother and therefore feels I am the only person who can take that sacrifice, because you can't have the mother do it. You can't, it has to be the once removed.
Yes.
And so I get that motivation exactly. You had to have someone who was in a position of, well, I've got a lot to lose, but I can actually afford to lose it, and I'm the only person who will lose.
Yes.
So was there any reason, there was obviously a reason, why you didn't make the protagonist the grandfather, or...
Absolutely, because
do that.
I wanted it to be, and in fact, I do get rid of the grandfather quite early. My husband's still a little bit sensitive about that. I tell you who's more sensitive, both my son-in-laws. Talk about the mother-in-law from hell.
Give them my sister's name. She's a great doctor.
Yeah.
Highly recommended.
Look, don't be friends with writers.
No,
it's very
really
dangerous.
Don't. It is. It was important. Yeah, it had to be a woman. This had to be about women taking the power into their own hands. And indeed, hands are an important metaphor in my book. At one point, Miriam says she clasps her hands and she looks at them and goes, "I can't believe what you have done." And then she goes, "Stop that. That's a cop-out. Your hands didn't do it. You did." And so hands are, yes, and it is about, hands are how we use our power often. They're our agents for so many things. It had to be a woman, and for me it had to be an older woman.
Yeah, love that.
Yeah. Well, we never write about older women, and I'm sorry, I'm looking around the audience. Hint, 4 writers.
There seems to be a bit of a trend for women writers to write thrillers. So that's obviously what readers want. So why do you? What is it about the genre that gives you this freedom to express some of the ideas that you've talked about that another genre of literature doesn't offer?
I've never really written thrillers, and I don't see myself as a thriller writer. So this book is, I think it is a thriller, but it's not a thriller in the sense of a puzzle. There's no mystery. The propulsion is always forward. I hope that you will care about these characters and want to know what happens to them, and I throw them into dangerous situations and they make a choice, and then you can worry about what will come of that choice and so forth. So it hopefully is a sort of stay up late to finish it kind of book, but it's not a thriller in the sense of there's a conspiracy to be solved. It's not a puzzle book.
It's definitely a page turn.
Hopefully, thank you. The fee was very low for her to say that. I just want to read a book. I don't really think in terms of genre. I just think in terms of something that I would want to read. So something that's going to grab you and you're going to care about people. And there's an urgency about this subject matter that kind of lends itself to a thriller, I think. You know?
Yeah, look, I don't think of myself as a thriller writer either. Until very recently, I didn't really think of myself as an adult fiction writer, so there you go. It's amazing where you're going to end up in your life. Hello, Senate. Anyway. But in a way, the whole experience, as I have understood it and researched it, of being in a toxic relationship with a predatory, obsessive partner is in itself a bit like being caught in a ghastly kind of thriller and puzzle, because one of the things that coercive controllers do very effectively is undermine your sense of reality, your sense of who you are and where reality stops and insanity begins, so that there is this kind of psychological, and thriller's the wrong word, but psychological manipulation, which after all thriller writers also do, that is intrinsically part of coercive control. And so I think if you write about coercive control to some extent, there is, it's very hard not to end up in the thriller kind of space, because you've got to and there is this awful, and I intended it to be awful because I think it is awful, forward thrust, certainly in the first half of the novel, about what's going to happen next, how bad is this going to get, how is she going to get away from it, all those questions that are so routinely asked in the thriller genre, but actually are part of the subject about which we're both writing.
I think one thing I really notice about both Jane's and my book is that although we're writing at very dark, dangerous things in part, really crucial in our books is a very beautiful, complex emotional relationship. So in my book, it's two very close friends, and the good and the bad of that. You know how with friends sometimes you cast each other in certain roles where you feel slightly limited and chafed, but you know each other very well, and there are moments when you make assumptions about somebody that are wrong because you know them too well, but ultimately there's power in that. So the two main women in the book, are torn apart by what the doctor does, but in the end they find their way to be each other's absolute strength. And in Jane's book, it's the mother, being the mother of an adult child is not, it's complex and it's not always straightforward, but there's a kind of primal bloody power there that you can call on when you need it. And I really was conscious of the books both had that.
Yeah, and it is also about relationships between women. So mine is a mother and a daughter, and this is the difficult daughter. In fact, we played around with the title of the book being The Difficult Daughter, because she's the one that Miriam finds it harder to have a more relaxed, open, comfortable relationship with. And most parents would know that there's, you have different relationships with your children. They're not blank slates, nor are you. And so she's full of all the guilt and concern and the wanting to do the right thing, like wanting to be close to her daughter, but not intruding, keeping, if she wants a distance, then perhaps I should let her have a distance. All these decisions she makes that in hindsight she realises were disastrous in many ways. but I want you to understand the complexity of all the relationships in the book, actually. And that I think women, we often over-examine our relationships to some extent. I'm glad we examine them. I think that's really important. But I know as a mother myself, I've often overthought it. And so that's what my mother does in this book. She overthinks it a bit.
Well, we've discussed the motivation and the purpose of your work. I know a lot of people in the Writers' Week audience are actually interested in the process of writing. So you obviously, both of you, bring a lot of different experience. Deborah, your experience as a dramaturg allows you to develop the structure of a story. How important is the research in developing the plot and allowing that forward momentum to develop for you as a writer?
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, I had to get some stuff right in this book, so I talked to doctors and lawyers, and if you looked at my Google search history at the moment, what's a lethal dose of hydromorphone?
Yeah.
What does it really feel like to strangle a person?
How do you buy a gun?
I do all that kind of book research and talking to people research, and it's amazing. Anyone who's thinking about writing, if you go and find people in the real world and ask them about their jobs, people love it. They'll tell you stuff, and they'll tell you details and little things that you never would have thought of at home in your study, you know. But I also go in for a kind of method writing, and I always have done, where I imagine myself into the scenario that my character is in. So I will, march up and down my hallway, getting upset or angry, and I'll be shaking or crying, or my dog is a very confused pet, and I think sometimes that then helps me imagine my way into a scenario, so I can write it, so I can bash it out, and then you have to go back and check that you haven't, had some sort of spasm and written something stupid. But so
do you have post-it notes? Or
I have. Oh, for writers, stationery is everything. If in doubt, go to Officeworks, and you walk in. It's like a cathedral. And I'm a big believer in file cards, and it's because it's all happening in the back of your brain. If your front of your brain is failing, the back of your brain will solve it. But you just need something to do with your hands. So and you need to kid yourself that this is useful. It's not. And I write each beat of the story on a file card, and I lay it out on my dining room table. And actually, I tell a lie. Sometimes it is really useful because you can see, because when you're writing a 90 or 100,000 word document, you can get lost in the verbiage, But if you see the whole plot laid out on your dining room table like a diagram, it can help you shake loose from sort of things where you've got stuck.
Well, and can you move them
around? And then you can move the cards around without having to deal with this sort of huge text. You can think, what if she meets him after that? How would that change the story? So you move the cards and see how it might work. Or you think, good Lord, it's taking this many cards before we even meet this character. This is crazy. And it stops you from feeling lost in the stuff that you've written, and helps you kind of... So it's almost like panning back with a camera to see the whole structure of it, like a diagram. The cards.
I feel like a complete fraud sitting here.
No, you just have a different method.
I just sit down and I write the first sentence, and then I go, oh, so the next sentence has to be this. Oh, and the next sentence has to be that. And I start at the beginning and I just write it. And I don't do any cards, or... I do research as I go, and my characters often surprise me. Sometimes they surprise me by jumping into existence, and I think, oh, I didn't know you were going to turn up at this point. So no, I'm fake. I just write the bloody thing, and probably that's why my editors have to work really hard. Sorry, wonderful editors. I don't know how to do it otherwise.
Well, I think that's something that all the sessions at Writers' Week highlight, that writing is a very individual act and an individual experience, and there is no right way to do it, so just do it.
Yeah.
If you want to.
I've always been an admirer of the the people, and that's why I always thought I'd never write a thriller or a detective novel, because I thought, I'm too lazy to worry about the plot, you know. I'm really interested in the characters and what motivates them, and that's why writing the Elizabeth books was so good, because the plot was already there. I just had to flesh out the characters, and that's for me, it's the psychological workings of the characters that I'm most interested in.
Well, here's a tip, I reckon, for character stuff, because this is something that maybe as a playwright I got into the habit of. I wrote a play, as an example, called Skate, that was set among skateboarders. So I had to write about half a dozen 16-year-old boys. And the risk was that they would all sound the same on the page, you know. But of course, they aren't all the same, because every 16-year-old boy is different. But before I started writing that play, I sat down, this will sound a bit mental, but stay with me, and I interviewed each of those boys as if they were a real person. Obviously they weren't, I was making them up. But I asked them all a question, and they all answered me again, it's me, in the first person, so I could start to develop a different voice for them all. And I'd ask them all the same question. They all answered slightly differently. They had different ways of speaking, revealing a different inner life, different rhythms, different vocab. So sometimes if you're writing something and there's characters that are coming across as kind of wooden or functional, you know, there's always the character that you love that's probably you, and then there's other characters who are there because you need them for the plot, but they're a bit dead on the page. Take them aside into another room and interview them as if it's their book.
Or kill them.
You
can kill them, yeah.
And interview them and hear their voice and get into their inner life for a while, and then go back to the piece that you're writing, knowing that you've met that person, because they're not just the teacher or the policeman. They're the main character of their own book. It's kind of it's a good tip if you're getting stuck.
Yeah. I think that I'm going to try that. I've always thought, like with Elizabeth, the motivation was, what would it have felt like to be her? So I think we're doing the same thing. Yeah, we're actually imagining our way into another life. And the same it started with, what would I do if I was in that situation? So it's always that same getting in. And I do sometimes think that that's what is so wonderful about novels and about fiction, is that it's not time travel, though of course with the Elizabeth books it was, but it's person travel. So you're actually, you're living another life, both while you're writing it and hopefully, if the book's successful, while you're reading it. And, you know, that's one of the reasons that when I really get into a book and I'm just, you know, as I did with Deborah's, it's because I've started to be those people who are in that book.
Do you think you could have written this book when you were younger?
Unanswerable question. Probably not. I don't think I had the skills as a writer to do it when I was younger. I'm a slow learner. It's taken me a long time to get to this point.
Do you both bring all of your life experience now to your stories and your characters? Are you a people watcher?
No,
you don't.
I'm a people want to understander, which is not the same as watching. I want to know if somebody does something out of the box. I mean, I'm even quite interested, once he's out of office, in what the bloody hell's going on with Scott Morrison.
I'm a people watcher. I've kept notebooks on things I've heard and seen. When I was 12, I would catch the train and eavesdrop on people and write it down. And it's a wonder I wasn't bashed up. And sometimes people would live in my notebooks for decades before I found a story for them. There'd be little bits, little people.
On the card?
No, in a book. It's separate. It's a different kind of stationery.
Okay, well, I think the time has come for the audience to apply you with questions, and please make sure that you do ask a question. And direct your question to the person you want to answer it.
Everyone, justifiable homicide, a defence or not, please discuss in your novels and in life.
I don't think I can answer that as a huge issue, but in the case of my character, if one of the things she thinks about is that if your friend was in front of you and someone was about to shoot her and you had a gun, you know, in that moment you would shoot them. If there's a time lag, but you know it's the danger, is it suddenly not justifiable? You know, that there's a time window where we consider it justifiable homicide. You know, if someone was coming up and strangling you and I went and hit them on the head, that would be fine. If I knew that when you walked over there, someone was going to hit you on the head and I grabbed that person first, how different is it? Legally, very.
Yeah.
Morally, I don't know.
Yeah, it's something I actually went into in this book because there's a court, quite a long courtroom chapter, and a friend of mine is a judge in New South Wales, and so I sat down with her and asked her to read through the whole thing and make sure I wasn't making any terrible errors and all that sort of thing, and she gave me all the reasons why what my character did was not justifiable homicide in the legal sense, and that is because it wasn't self-defence, she wasn't under direct threat. You can't actually legally protect someone else because of what you think might happen. And actually, there's a lot of me that thinks that's probably a really good thing.
Yes.
You know, and she gave me a really good understanding of what the law has to tackle. And that's why I say I'm not interested in demonising our legal system. I think innocent till proven guilty is important. Preemptive punishment is something I would philosophically oppose. But that's the interesting thing about life, isn't it? There are no 100% of the time this is right and 100% of the time this is wrong. It's more complicated than that.
And that's why these are fictional.
Yeah.
They're fantasies.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Next question.
Good afternoon. I know that we're talking fiction here and you've been quite humorous, but obviously there's a serious side to all of this. And it was the women's liberation movement that coined the term the personal is political. I'm wondering how you both, but particularly the one of you who's going to be a candidate, would deal with these matters of coercive control and other matters of domestic violence in a political framework, please?
Well, I feel very encouraged that there are moves afoot certainly in New South Wales, I'm not sure about the other states yet, to criminalise coercive control. And I know that that has already occurred in Scotland and I think one or two other countries as well. And I think that on balance, this is probably a very good move. I know there are some objections, but I think that it is the kind of behaviour that we need to think very seriously about. I think making the world a safer place for women is a very hard thing to do via legislation. I think it is political, but I think legislation is a blunt instrument again. That's not to say that I wouldn't like to, I'm absolutely in favour of all the recommendations of the Jenkins report being implemented. There's lots of sensible things we could do. But I think that actually what the core issue is still the stereotypical way we think of men and women and the way that we groom our children to think of men and women and the way we think of romance, because we talk about it as the chase. We use words like conquest. We talk about sweeping her off her feet. Very, very unstable position to be in when you're swept off your feet. That is not a good idea. When I go shopping for my grandchildren, I've got a granddaughter and a grandson, if I look in the girls section, and I'm not sure why for 4 and 5 year olds we have to have a girls section and a boys section for clothes, but anyway we do, and in the girls section they have, if they have animals on their t-shirts, it's bunny rabbits, kittens, unicorns, butterflies. Go into the boys sections, it's wolves, sharks, foxes, lions, predators and prey, ladies and gentlemen, predators and prey.
Yeah.
And my view is that until we stop training our boys that being a predator is manly and that to sweep a girl off her feet and carry her off into your cave is the definition of being a man, And until we stop teaching our girls that she should give her power to a man, he's the great love of her life, he will look after her, and all things wonderful will flow from him, we are going to end up with scenarios like this.
So I think it's a sort of there's a suite of things at different time frames. So there's the coercive control laws, there's reforming the family court so that women aren't trapped, there's immediate emergency support for women escaping, like that sort of really immediate stuff. And then there's the longer term picture that Jane's talking about. And I don't know, maybe I'm gone soft in my old age, but I live in hope. I think about the fact that a few hundred years ago, people thought slavery was fine. And now it's unthinkable, I know there's still human trafficking going on, but in the general population, it's an unthinkable idea. So it is possible for people's minds to be changed and for behaviour to change. There are things that are unthinkable to us now that were the norm. Bless you, South Australia. It was only a few decades ago that people went to jail for being homosexual, and South Australia was the one place they could come because you changed it so that it was okay for people to live together. So, I will always love South Australia for that.
You also gave women the vote for the first time.
Things that were unthinkable, we changed people's minds, so I think we can change this too.
Yeah. And that's why you and I wrote these books, to change people's minds.
And these books alone will do it.
No.
Yeah,
they will. All on their own.
Next question.
Sorry, I haven't read either of the books, but just would they have been written, do you think there's a subtext in your books that you are writing for the times right now, and also just purely as a side issue on Into Her Own Hands, is that some reference to Lady Macbeth?
Out, Dan.
You'd have to ask Jo that.
Yes.
Look, I think these are very timely books. I do think that there was a shift, a really seismic shift around 2017 and the Me Too movement. I don't think we can ignore that. That was absolutely cataclysmic in the way that women started to speak about their lives, the truth of their lives, to shed the shame that had kept them silent for so long about things that they should never have felt ashamed of because they hadn't done them, they'd had them done to them. And I think that taking of that shame, this was really taking power into her own hands, almost on a mass scale, taking that shame and saying, actually, this doesn't belong to me, this belongs to you lot. You deal with this shame. That was a huge change. And I think now we're getting stories being told about being in a coercive or abusive relationship. It was also silent, never spoken of. And I sometimes think, and it really chills my blood when I think of this, for centuries and centuries, there's nothing new about these relationships. How many women have lived in shithouse circumstances, unable to get out, terrifying circumstances? And now, at last, women are starting to speak the truth. And when they break the silence, shed the shame, speak the truth, what happens is we make the world safer for the vulnerable and riskier for those who would be predatory. And that's why speaking up matters so much.
Yep, that's fine, yep.
Thanks for a fabulous session. My question is, who is the audience for your books and what impact do you want them to have?
Thank you.
I guess I would hope my book is for anybody who wants to get involved with characters they care about and follow them into a very pressured situation to see what they would do and imagine what you would do. I mean, my characters are put in sort of moral dilemmas. Should I do this? If I discover my friend has done this thing, should I dob? I think there are people who want to go on that journey, so hopefully it's anybody. I mean, I guess most fiction is read by women is the truth, but I don't particularly think I'm writing for men or women. Male friends of mine have been, sort of drawn into this book. So anybody, lots of people, I hope.
You.
I hope if the book, I don't think it needs to inform people about the urgency of the issue because I think people know. But I hope it makes people feel it in an emotional way that I think is powerful in ways that are mysterious but powerful, and maybe be a little bit more careful of the people who are precious to you. be a bit more attentive to who might be in trouble. Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't have to get to that point. Like,
no, that's right. And
yeah,
I don't. I mean, I think anyone who's likely to read this book is likely to believe the same things Jane and I believe politically. So, but still, you can hopefully charge people up to feel more bold about it and talk about it with friends more. And that's how things change. I mean, it's how things have always changed up till now. So let's keep it going on the things that need fixing.
Yeah, there'd be great books for book clubs.
Yes.
To generate debate around this issue, you know, and I think in both cases there's also, even though we've talked about empowerment and people taking things into their own hands, there's still I think what stood out to me was the preparedness of the protagonists to sacrifice themselves to some extent for other people. And that's a real challenge to the whole idea of neoliberalism, where you put yourself first. You know, the idea that you can do something for someone else.
Pernicious neoliberalism. I agree with you 100%, and I think I was going to answer the previous woman's question, and it also leads into what you were just saying, that part of what I would hope from whoever picks up this book and reads it, and like Deborah, I write for anyone really, I hope, do get a bit sick, gentlemen in the audience, of people coming up to me with a copy of one of my books saying, oh, it's for my mother or for my wife or for my daughter. I always say to them, you could read it too. And they go, oh, I will. Yeah, it's okay, no girl germs. Books written by women are often quite good. You'd be surprised. What I wanted particularly was, one of the things I think happens, I wanted to bust a few myths. So this is set in a middle-class household with successful professional people, so that the idea is that this can happen to anyone. It's not just happening to marginalised women with deficit, men who are kind of quasi-monsters, not at all. Also, I wanted to make people think about the judgments we make sometimes. That often heard statements of, why didn't she just leave? I would never have been attracted to a man like that. What a stupid decision. Life choices. The neoliberals love to call this sort of thing life choices. I think Tony Abbott once famously said that homelessness was a life choice. Yeah. And the other thing that's sometimes said, which is almost the worst of all, well, you know, why did she keep his children away from him then? You know, in response to some of these things. And I wanted to move people out of that into compassion, into understanding that none of those things are of any value to anyone and actually just further hurt and are cruel to those who have already been horribly treated. And so that was one of the things I was trying to do.
What you mean, you're talking about judgment of the people.
Yes, how we are very judgmental. We do it to protect ourselves, I think, to pretend that these awful, dark, terrible things could never happen to us. It's like when we talk about someone who's been sexually assaulted and we say, well, what was she wearing? Was she drunk? You know, that's a way of saying, oh, well, I would never wear that. I would never get drunk. I would never do those things. So those things can never happen to me. It's a way of holding on to our illusion of safety. But it's so hard on the people to whom this stuff happens. We compound the injury by going to those quick, knee-jerk, self-interested judgments. And so there's a part of the motivation for writing this book.
And your character makes a huge self-sacrifice.
Yes, and in a way the book, I mean, in terms of me jokingly saying I'm not endorsing murder, her life unravels because of it. You know, because you can't do something like that if you're a good person without it costing you hugely. So the book is partly about how that completely dismantles her sense of herself as a person, but she knowingly does that, knowing that that's the price she's going to pay to protect people. Yeah.
Yeah, and that is as much, I think that is as much a moral dilemma as the justifiable homicide.
Yes.
Because it's very easy to tell people to speak up when there are consequences for speaking up. You know, it takes courage, and it takes support from people around you, because
it takes numbers too.
It takes numbers, because if you're the only one who speaks up in a workplace or in public, quite often you look around and there's no one behind you. And so then it becomes your problem and not a shared problem. So it's very easy to say to people like, oh, why did you stay, or why didn't you say something, when the whole system is constructed around the continuation of silence.
I had someone say to me recently who had been telling me some really awful things that had happened to them. And I said, and they were a writer, and I said, you should write this, write your truth. You know, like, people, this isn't just happening to you. And she said, I don't want to come across as a whiner, you know. And I think there's a lot of that, this idea that we should all be relentlessly positive and putting a brave face, and it's self-indulgent to tell the truth about what's happened to us. And I actually think it's a revolutionary act for people to speak up about the truth of what's happened to us.
Yeah. Question?
What do you think about perhaps a book talking of mothers and grandmothers, the mothers and the grandmother of the perpetrator? And maybe they come from just ordinary lives. Who knows? But I'm not sure that I've read very much about the mothers and the grandmothers of the perpetrators.
Well, the mother of the perpetrator in my book figures quite largely and is a very complex character, but not unsympathetic. And my protagonist, in fact, feels a real identification with her. So I absolutely take your point, and it was something that I really thought about.
Yeah.
No. It's an issue in Jane's book, not mine.
Yeah. Deborah, sorry, next question.
I've got a question about what happens when you talk about male violence and you get the quite predictable response from men, not all men. And it often ends up being a conversation that gets sideswiped to how men are the victims, and that's where it ends. So what's your advice about what to do when that happens?
Oh, I mean, in terms of these books, there's a demonstration of the fact there's all sorts of different men in the world. And I think if someone's playing the not all men card, you should probably extricate yourself from the conversation fairly quickly, because it's not... They're not wanting to actually have a conversation with you, would be my guess. But having said that, in a world where there's only a few men who are doing the terrible things that certain men do in this book, there is still a larger sort of cultural process that Jane talked about before, about the way women are seen and the way good-hearted men might get caught up in a sort of romantic. People always. I'm very wary of romance. I mean, my partner of 42 years has never bought me flowers, except the time he picked flowers on the side of the road and tied it together with used dental floss from the floor of his ute. And that was fine.
That's love,
because
ladies
I
and
am
gentlemen.
very wary of romance. And so I think there's kind of all sorts of attitudinal things that good men are caught up in from good impulses.
There was effort and imagination shown there.
But I think if men play the not all men card with you, they don't want to have a real conversation with you, so you should save your energy.
It's a method of pulling focus.
Yeah.
It's really saying, oh no, we're not talking about women, we're now going to talk about men. And frankly, I'm sick of that. You know, sometimes it's okay just to talk about what's happening to women. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen to men. Doesn't mean that men don't have their own issues. Not at all. But sometimes we're allowed to talk about what's happening to women. And the other thing is, my constant response is, if the shoe doesn't fit, you're under no obligation to wear it. Which is a polite way of saying fuck off.
We are angry. We are crusty old dames, aren't we?
Yeah, we are.
It's quite
Crusty.
good in lots of ways.
Deborah was saying Jane was saying that she gets called a hag on social media.
Bitter, twisted, dried up old hag. Get it right.
Yeah. And Deborah said she was proud to be a hag.
Yeah. Hags have done great things in history. Look it up.
Yeah.
Lady Macbeth again. Well, actually, no, that was the witches in Macbeth, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Women with power are called hags because the witches in Macbeth have the power.
Yeah. Okay, I think that brings us to close. What a way to close. Thank you for your attention. And thank you. Thank you all. Oh, just before we all leave, you all would be aware that this is Joe Dyer's last Writers' Week and we're getting towards the end. So I don't know if she's around, but could you just give Jo a round of applause for all the work that she's done?
And I hope you're all of you who can, are going to vote for Jo. And you can't vote for me, but you can go on Jane Caro for Reason and see what you can do. Couple of people can vote for me, but we're doing the political messaging now.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A little bit more housekeeping. We'd like to remind you to please remain COVID aware. We don't want to make this a super spreader event. So if you could wear a mask, it's not compulsory, but it's strongly recommended, especially when you're moving around. Try and maintain some form of social distancing. Obviously, in a crowd of this nature, that can be quite difficult. Don't lick any strangers. Maybe you can stick with that. We would ask that you do not move the chairs from where they have been placed. They're there for a reason. Please avoid sitting in any of the aisleways, as it can be very difficult for us to get through in case we need to in an emergency. If you require assisted listening, there is a hearing aid loop in the 3 rows in front of the mixing desk, the audio desk, in the centre block of seats. Please enjoy and just be nice to everyone. Thank you. Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick reminder that chairs are for people, not bags. So that if you've left your bag lying around, you may find it a bit awkward if you come back and it's missing. So we would like the chairs to be for the people who are here to listen. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session on history, storytelling and the collective imagination. Bruce, Pascoe and I will introduce ourselves shortly, but we've just got a few preliminaries.
I'd like to acknowledge the country itself and all the people upon it and all the people who have always been upon it. We acknowledge the Kaurna people are the traditional owners of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today.
And I have a message from the festival about COVID regulations. First of all, thank you very much for attending the festival, the Adelaide Writers' Week, and we need to reinforce some key conditions of the COVID management plan approved by South Australian Health. Please maintain social distancing where possible, and you're strongly encouraged to wear masks and to follow directions given by the COVID marshals, venue staff and volunteers. Thank you very much. And just generally, don't forget to go wild in the bookshop to support the authors. They love to find readers. We love to find readers. And the books from this session can be bought from the quick sales counter, and there'll be a book signing at the end of the session. So Bruce and I are sharing the chairing and very pleased to do that, and so we're going to introduce each other to kick us off. So shall I start off by introducing you, Bruce?
Righto, off you go.
Off you go, yeah, right. Well, Bruce hails from Muin country and is, as you know, I'm sure, author of Dark Emu, published in 2014. A book about Aboriginal Australia that, as the applause shows, has become a remarkable non-fiction bestseller. No other book dealing with Australia's history has sold so many copies. It's won prizes, inspired dance and documentary, distilled into school curricula, morphed into children's editions. Now, I'm a historian, and for the last 5 to 6 years, the book that people have most wanted to talk to me about has been Dark Emu. But Bruce was a notable and celebrated writer on the Australian literary scene for many decades before Dark Emu. So I think it's important for us to see his recent work as part of a long literary career. As a short story writer, as I'm sure you know, as a beloved champion and mentor of Australian authors, as an editor and publisher with Lynn Harwood of the magazine Australian Short Stories. I was an admirer of that magazine and a subscriber in the 1980s. I really valued it highly. Bruce is also a novelist. He's an author of memoirs, histories and essays, such as, for example, and you can pick it up in the bookshop, Convincing Ground, Learning to Fall in Love with Your Country. That was published in 2007. And his collection of essays and stories called Salt. And there's his book Loving Country, which came out 2 years ago. It's in the bookshop. And more recently, his collaboration with the historian Bill Gamage called Country. So you can gather from the titles that there's a lot of heart and passion and spice in Bruce's writing. So he's no flash in the pan, this guy. He's long been interested in Australian history, Australian national identity, and in the power of stories to bring the past and the present vibrantly together. So I see him as a storyteller in the old style, a performer, a preacher even, and he's found a lot of converts. So please welcome Bruce Pascoe.
Thanks very much for that, Tom. It's very generous of you, and thank you to all the people who come here wanting to talk about books and the history of this country stretching back 100,000 years. Tom is a professor at ANU and has an extraordinary collection of publications from as diverse a range as you can think about, from Mawson to archaeology, and it's a great contribution to Australian writing and thought, and that's what literary festivals are about thought, and thinking is a difficult art, and for those willing to cater for thought, we have to thank Tom for all his generous work, and the generosity of that work I've directly experienced. And your latest essay is in Griffiths Review, and that is, when I read that just the other day, I was struck by how important it was to be generous and forensic at the same time, and that's what that essay is. So I'm pretty sure the latest Griffith Review will be over in the book tent.
It's
and
the May edition. That's in Bruce. It's not quite out yet.
Oh, aren't we in May? It feels like May. But anyway, that's something that you can look forward to in the future. So thanks for all that work, Tom, and thanks for sharing it with Australians. It does feel like a time when we can do with a lot of thoughtful responses rather than saying, isn't it beaut to be Australian?
Yeah. Well, thank you in turn, Bruce, for your warm and generous words. I really appreciate that. So we thought we'd begin, before we get into the general conversation, we each thought we'd say a few words, speak for a few minutes about our work. So Bruce, why don't you kick us off?
Well, I'm a fiction writer. That is what I do. I've been doing it for a long time, over 50 years, and I got into writing history because it felt to me like no one in Australia was writing the history of my family, and all those extended families in Australian Aboriginal life, that the histories were deflecting away from the truth of what had happened in Australia, and we're still deflecting. Our Prime Minister is still saying sorry isn't the hardest thing, it's saying, I forgive you. It's an outrageous way of not making an apology at all. And so I wrote a book about the contact history of Australia called Convincing Ground. And I'm a great admirer of Henry Reynolds and all the work that he has done, that incredibly hard work, and at the time he was writing it, incredibly unpopular. So I felt like I was riding on Henry's back and trying to tell a history both about how it felt to be a white person in those days and the kind of motivations which would drive people, and what it would feel like to be a black person in those days and the motivations that would drive the other side. And one of the things that spurred it was listening to people talk about the Broken Arrow Cafe in Tasmania being the worst massacre in Australian history, when it wasn't even the worst massacre on that site, because Aboriginal people had been absolutely slaughtered in Tasmania. And we have not got to the grips with our country and its history. We are still shirking the issue. And, you know, Morrison's comment the other day just shows you that you might say sorry, but then you withdraw it in the same action. After convincing ground, I'd learnt so much about that contact period because I hadn't been getting any of that from my own family. And I certainly didn't get it at school. And I went to university and graduated, and I didn't hear one word of that at my school or my university. So I ended up writing Dark Emu because about the fact that I was reading about our people grinding grain into flour so long ago. The people harvesting Murnong, several different invaders in several different locations, unknown to each other, said the women appeared like sheep on the plain, gathering sometimes grains, sometimes orchids, sometimes lilies and Murnong. And it just struck me that everything I read, like the big collections of grain, these people weren't gathering enough food for that night's meal. They were harvesting and storing. And I read a fantastic book by a fellow called Rupert Gerritsen called The Origins of Agriculture in Australia, or called Australia and the Origins of Agriculture. And that was such a revelation, that book, and I based Dark Emu upon it. And Rupert should have got a lot more of the credit for his work. He had to publish it. He's in London, and then he died. And he got none of the credit that was his due for talking about these things. And it is very hard to get away from the idea that the reason Australia doesn't want to talk about Aboriginal achievement in the area of agriculture is because it talks so profoundly about sovereignty, occupation of the land. And that is going to be a hindrance to the intelligence of our children until it is cured.
Thanks, Bruce. Well, I'm a historian because I'm intrigued by the powerful ways in which the past is in the present, and I love discovering and telling stories, especially true ones. And for a non-fiction writer, the key question is, how do we know they're true? Especially as truth really is stranger than fiction. So an accompanying question is, how do we show they're true? For a historian, there's always at least two stories to tell. What we think happened and how we know what we think happened. And good histories, I think, tell those stories in tandem. They don't suppress the evidential story. They don't push it down below the line, burying it in the footnotes. It's part of the drama. Sometimes it's the main drama. The historian needs not only to seek the real past as far as that's possible, but also to make it believable. That is the art of history alongside the craft of history. It's a scholarly discipline that requires compassion and imagination. And I don't mean imagination in the sense of fantasising or making it up. I mean imagination in the sense of enlarging the surviving evidence with life, meaning and insight. So I realised that the best way to explore such a craft was not in an abstract way, but by observing how particular historians construct a body of work out of a lifelong dialogue between past evidence and present experience. So in my book, The Art of Time Travel, Historians and Their Craft, I look at 14 historians at work. I look over their shoulders, as it were. Women and men chosen from across 80 years of history. I look over their shoulders and I find that they're writers, artists, as well as scholars, and they're also passionately engaged citizens. They begin their inquiries in a deeply felt present. But as time travellers, they have to forsake their own world for a period and then somehow find their way back in order to address with discernment their own society now. It's a perilous two-way journey. And when you return to the present, it's never the same as when you left it. Thus, I see history, great history, as a high-wire, gravity-defying act of balance and grace. So history, I'm happy to report, is also a craft that is completely collaborative and collegial. Every insight depends upon others. Although the act of writing itself is solitary, the craft of history is the work of the collective imagination. It's conversational and it's communal. Referencing and acknowledging aren't pedantic, they're respectful, they're civic-minded. They enact a commonwealth of knowledge. And so public debates, as Bruce has indicated, public debates about the past are best conducted in books and essays, in seminars and podcasts, and at writers' festivals. Better there than in the opinion pages of the Murdoch papers. Here under the trees, by the Torrens, is, I think, the best parliament of the people. And because history is critical, it's collective and collegial, it's also self-correcting, although it can sometimes take a while. Scholarship sows the seeds of its own revolutions. It provides the tools of its own upending. At my primary school in the 1960s, they were still using a text that was published 50 years earlier, Professor Ernest Scott's Short History of Australia, published in 1916, which began, as he put it, it began with a blank space on the map, and it finished with a new name on that map, Anzac, published in 1916, a year after Gallipoli. So the climax of the book was the colonists' national apotheosis on a beach on the other side of the world, in a war, a sacrifice in blood, that they could acknowledge in place of the one they so strenuously denied at home. Aboriginal Australians, the dispossessed owners of that blank space on the map, hardly got a mention in Scott's history, in which Australia was a footnote to empire. Even in the mid-20th century, Australia was seen as a new transplanted society with a short and derivative history, a planned, peaceful and successful offshoot of Imperial Britain. History and culture of stature, well, they came from abroad. Aboriginal peoples, because they were non-literate, non-urban and non-national, or that's how it was seen, they could have no history and did not constitute a civilisation. Thus, they were not citizens and could find no place in the national story. In 1959, the eminent historian John Larnoz depicted the history of Aboriginal peoples as a melancholy anthropological footnote. But in the half-century that followed, Australians discovered that the New World was actually the Old, and that the true nomads were the colonisers. The nation continent was rediscovered as a jigsaw of bioregional countries, which had so long been its condition. Australian history became as much about the ecological, social and technological disjunctions as it seemed to be about the political and social continuities that Europeans had first celebrated it for. The first Australians, it turned out, were humanity's most adventurous sea voyagers, and they'd arrived here tens of thousands of years ago. British colonisation was recognised as an invasion, and across the continent there had been a war, an unfinished, undeclared war. White historians ventured to the other side of the frontier, people like Henry Reynolds, as Bruce indicated, and black historians crossed the beach in the other direction, becoming the custodians of white history as well as black, because they stayed on country while the white nomads often moved away. Indigenous scholars studied the nation's unending frontier and the intense colonial revolution into which they had been thrown. So for me, for all of us, I think, this was the most astonishing shift in the historical consciousness, in the collective imagination in 20th century Australia. Now, instead of lamenting a melancholy anthropological footnote, I think we would say that there is no history of Australia that is not Indigenous, that does not feel the weight of ancient sovereignty, that does not carry the responsibility of continuing injustice. All those insights, with their compelling new narratives, have emerged since I was in primary school. Well,
Tom, I've left my notes behind the stage, which are relevant to the question that I wanted to ask you. In your new essay, you talk about Alice Duncan Kemp. Could you explain to people the importance of Alice, in your opinion, in terms of Australian history writing?
Thanks, Bruce. Yes, so the essay that Bruce has read in advance is called "But We Already Had a Treaty," Mokumukana, the Debney Peace, and it arises from work I've been doing with Mithico people on their country in southwestern Queensland. It's some work I've been doing really for 20 years, but I'm delighted that now I can do it with Indigenous owners on their land, now that they got native title determination in 2015. And it really is, native title has its problems, but this is a quiet revolution that Australia's undergoing, and it really makes a difference to all of us out there on Aboriginal lands, including white landowners who are finding that it's great having people back on country. And it's my role as a historian is to help as much as I can in researching and returning stories to country, because of course the history of the Mithica is a history of displacement and dispossession, of violence, of removal. Everything that stops continuity, stops the measure of native title. History forces Aboriginal people into these situations, but they have clung on to country. And now they're renewing country through research and collaborative research, cross-cultural, and I'm honoured to be a part of it. And Bruce mentioned Alice Duncan Kemp. That's why I got involved, because she was a white writer born in 1901, a woman who grew up on Mithica country on a remote pastoral station, Murruberry, near Windora on Cooper Creek. And Alice wrote 5 books about her childhood, which was when she was educated by her Mithica teachers. She was looked after, cared for, educated by Mithica people. At home at night in the homestead, the white Duncan family would say grace and thank they would thank the inspiring pioneers and the black saviours, the white pioneers and the black saviours. They referred to their Mithica workers as the landlords. Of course there was exploitation, of course there was loss, but there was also, on this station, some respect and some genuine cross-cultural dialogue. It's distilled in Alice Duncan Kemp's work. Bruce draws upon this work in his own work. These sources are so crucial to us, and they're often disparaged sources, and Alice's work has certainly been disparaged over the years. It's difficult material to work with. It's unreliable in some ways, but at the heart of it is a true memoir, and I'm trying to make the case for taking it seriously.
But she was a woman.
Exactly.
And so what right did she have to start writing? And the fact that she also spoke the language of those people, meant that she was unreliable. And that's what her fellow historians said, that she, because of her sex and because of her closeness to Aboriginal people, she was an unreliable source of information. But how many words did you calculate she'd written?
500,000.
500,000 words. But in the Australian biography of literature, the Australian sages only, from that country, only refer to Barcroft Boak. And I've got a treat for you because I'm going to read a bit of good old Barcroft. Adown, not going down, but adown grass-grown paths we strayed, the evening cowslips oped, not opened, oped. Their yellow eyes to look at her, the love-sick lilies moped. Oped and moped. That's genius. We are at a literary festival, eh? With envy that she rather chose to take a creamy petalled rose and lean it against her ebon hair, not ebony, ebon hair, all in that garden fair. Now, that's the best of Barcroft, because he also wrote, mark that red leader now, what a fine bleeder now. 1,200 at least if he weighs half a pound. He wrote a lot about cows and chasing them on horseback across stolen land. Now, the Australian literary canon remembers Barcroft Boak, never mentions Alice Duncan Kemp. It's a disgrace. But also that literary canon never mentions any of those Aboriginal sages from the past. And, as a country with so many great Aboriginal leaders and a country with so many great writers of both black and white, it's our responsibility to make sure that this debate goes long and deep into the Australian society, because there's no other way for us to live together unless we understand the same story. And there are so many impediments to the truth. There's a book about the massacres of Aboriginal people in Victoria. And look, it's well written by a person of great integrity and great courage, and yet it doesn't mention half of them. And the reason is because there's no record. And there's no record because those who perpetrated those massacres didn't want to leave a record. Because I think it was 3 white men had already been hung for killing Aboriginal people, and that was the last time that punishment was meted out. And the colony decided that they would never, ever prosecute white people again for killing black people. And that is why information about massacres, sorry to spoil a lovely afternoon, but the reason those massacres weren't mentioned, the country refused to mention, was because this was stolen country, and you can't talk about that if, as a Christian country, you want to take possession of the land and tell your children that they deserve it. And the reason I mention that is not just to ruin an afternoon or become bleak or maudlin, or to, be poor fella me. It's because, and down on the south coast where I live, the law, the Aboriginal law, LORE, is taken from a man who took that law from his grandfather, and that man took it from his father, who was the single survivor of a massacre, an undescribed massacre, on the Broad River near Orbost and Marlow. And the reason why it's undescribed is because it's held only in Aboriginal memory. But so refined is that memory that people can tell you the names of those people who were killed, the 40 or more of those people who were killed. And that single boy survived and was taken into the house of the perpetrator. Imagine that boy's psychology as he grows up, knowing what had happened to his people, old enough to know that, growing up in the house of the perpetrator and wondering about his life. And I'm going to a ceremony for Uncle Max Harrison on Saturday. Uncle Max Harrison is the great-grandson of that boy. And I was always curious to know how that boy, that survivor of the massacre, actually got his law. How could he handle it down to us if he was only 8 years old when his rest of his family had been killed? It's something that stuck with me for a decade or more. And that old man, Uncle Max, he could read minds, and he said, I know what you're thinking. You want to know how he got his law. And he reeled off the names of the 5 men, one of whom came from Shepparton, one from Bombala, a couple from Cobargo. They stole up to that house, 350 kilometres away from where most of them lived, and took that boy away at night and gave him his law. They must have done that assiduously over a long period of time, because he then passed it on to his son, who was Uncle Munns Hammond, and Uncle Munns passed it on to Uncle Max. Uncle Max passed it on, and tomorrow, or Saturday, we celebrate his passing. This is such an incredible story that Australia ought to know it. We should be begging the authorities to let us hear this story. Like having a... Thank you, I appreciate it. It's like showing your kids a book and saying, you're going to love this book, and never reading it to them. And that's what we've got in this country. We've got an unopened book of things that are really important for us all. And I'll tell you, Uncle Max had his critics, but when we went to do the first celebration of that, and that's a story in itself, when it took us 15 years to find the site of that massacre, there were people in the district who knew where it was and wouldn't tell us. One good white man, and sometimes that's all it takes, decided he would not rest until he found out where it was. He did find out where it was, and he told us we were able to go there. But Uncle Max then said, well, now we know who did this, we'll invite them to the celebration. And I raised my eyebrows and sucked in a breath because I thought they'll never come. They did. They came to the celebration of a massacre. And, history's a very funny thing, Tom, as you know, really peculiar thing, the way that wheel turns. But then I realised 6 months later that I had taught the brothers and sisters of the people who came to that event. So I had taught the children of the perpetrators of the massacre. And then those people turned around and made a beer called Dark Emu from Sailor's Grave Brewery. So there's this giant circle of circumstance going around, and it's not finished. And while that book remains closed to all your children and your grandchildren, it's not finished. We've got to open that book. We're going to hurt each other. This isn't going to be pretty. This Truth and Reconciliation Committee, whatever it is, it's not going to be a picnic. We're not going to be all smiles and slaps on the back. It will be gruelling because the material in it is gruelling. But we're never going to understand each other. We'll never deserve to be here.
Bruce, you're talking beautifully about books and the passing on of knowledge and respecting hard-fought lineages. And when I read Dark Emu, I wish you had been able to acknowledge more of the half-century of scholarship that I spoke about earlier. You're tough on historians, as am I. I think we should be tough on our historians. In fact, I think they welcome it. It's a self-criticising discipline. But you draw, as again I did, on your sort of primary school years and university as you remember it, your teaching, but things have changed in our understanding of Australian history, our writing of Australian history in the last half century. And there are, I think, some lineages we should celebrate there, going back really to our novelists, people like Eleanor Dark, Catherine, Susanna Pritchard, Xavier Herbert, who really alerted us, if you like, alerted white Australians the other side of the frontier with their sensibilities. But also scholars, W.E.H. Stanner calling out the Great Australian Silence in the 1960s in his Boyer lectures. Bernard Smith in 1980 giving his magnificent Boyer lectures. What a great tradition they are. His called The Spectre of Truganini, a beautiful meditation, a tough meditation, which if you've not read, I really recommend. The work of John Mulvaney, of archaeologists and anthropologists, Sylvia Hallam, Rhys Jones' insight in 1967 into fire stick farming, something that Bruce and I are both is foundation of our work. That's a long time ago, that sort of insight, and there's great work that's been done since then. Bruce mentioned Henry Reynolds. In 1981, Henry Reynolds' book, The Other Side of the Frontier, was published, and in the same year, it's sometimes forgotten that Judith Wright, our beloved poet, wrote a history called The Cry for the Dead. It was a frontier history, The Cry for the Dead, about the Wadja people in Queensland, and that came out the same year as Henry Reynolds. And they're both breakthrough books in terms of understanding the other side of the frontier and awakening Australians to this story, the major drama at the heart of the modern nation, the neglected, the oppressed story, the story that Eleanor Dark tried to tell in 1941. And this work has been built on by great historians and writers and scholars, by the archaeologists right through that revolution in understanding the antiquity, black and white archaeologists, understanding just how ancient Australian civilisation is, the revolution in understanding frontier warfare and what that comprises. Perhaps, some say they should be called the Homeland Wars, because that's what they were. They were a fight for their country on their soil, and historians, black and white historians, people like Noel Pearson, Marcia Langton, Grace Karskens, Heather Goodall, Peter Reid. I could go on. There are so many, and I have to tell you, it's the most exciting historiographical revolution, I should say, that I've lived through, is watching that work grow. And it grows in the kind of communal, collegial, respectful way that I was describing earlier. And it's continuing in the 21st century. The challenge from Keith Windschuttle's work 20 years ago was received. The challenge was responded to by historians taking Windschuttle's work into their classrooms, teaching it and discussing it, and it produced a whole new wave of frontier scholarship, as a result of which we now know grimly just how widespread, how violent the dispossession was, much more so than we knew 20 years ago. That's a whole, 2 decades of magnificent new work by young historians that's come through. So what I'm saying, Bruce, is that I feel sometimes in your work that you want to turn your back on that revolution. I don't understand why, because I think it's a great story, and you've opened a portal. You've touched the hearts of Australians in a way that few of us can do. And I want to urge you to use that portal to invite them in to what is, a heritage of Australian scholarship, homegrown scholarship, that is something we should be really proud of.
Well, I hope I'm always inviting Australians into the history of their own country. That is my intention. And I'm a fiction writer. I went to school on King Island in Mornington. I didn't go to a private school. I wasn't a terribly good student. So a lot of what people at university accept as the common knowledge of Australian history isn't my knowledge. I have read widely, but I have also read with intent. And my intention was to ask Australia to start talking. Now, some of the books that you mentioned that you wished I'd commented on more, some of them appear in such small numbers or as essays in university magazines that the rest of Australia have not read them. And, I've had professors saying, well, if you had read this in a, document of the Philosophical Society of Borneo, or wherever it was, then you would know that this was known a long time ago. I don't care what was known a long time ago. I'm interested in what Australia knows now and what Australia uses to register their vote. And you mentioned Eleanor Dark, and I remember being mesmerised by Eleanor Dark as a teenager. But have you read Eleanor recently? It's actually a bit of a shock to go back and revisit those books.
Yes, well, she was writing in 1941, in the late 1930s, and her book sold almost as many copies as Dark Emu. Not quite.
Well, that is fantastic, because it's great literature, but it does turn away from some pretty obvious facts about the frontier. The book I'm currently reading is Sylvia Hallam's. I think it's called Hearth and Home.
Yep, Fire and Hearth.
And Fire and Hearth. And it was first published in 1971. And it's a really wonderful book. I recommend it to you. It's about Western Australia and the interaction between Europeans and Aboriginal people in Western Australia. But when when I read it, I'm crying out for a more energetic statement. You know, in its time, 71, you know, a lot of these things have been written by women too. You know, an act of raw courage. But even so, you know, I'm so mean-spirited, I'm expecting more and more. You know, I wanted Sylvia to say more, I wanted Eleanor to say more. Kevin Gilbert, the great poet, when asked about why he did what he did, he said because a white man wouldn't do it. And in that age, and when Kevin was writing about the same time as Sylvia and Eleanor, it was obvious because not too many white men were doing it. And you'll have to forgive our impatience. My sisters are down here, writers. You know, you have to forgive our impatience because we've been waiting for a long time. You know, we brought you fish as soon as you arrived because we knew you were hungry. We brought you water as soon as you arrived because we knew you were thirsty and we knew that you were humans. But those first British people didn't recognise us as humans. Some did, and we're grateful to them, and Charles Sturt was one of those people. And I write about Charles Sturt a lot on the back of what Rupert Gerritsen had written before. But we can't wait too long in this country before the forgetting is complete. You know, I'm sorry to have ignored or underused some of those early writers. You know, Rhys Jones, I actually knew. Never met Sylvia, but respected her work. Would have loved to have met Alice Duncan Kemp. But I think of a woman like Heather Le Griffin, who wrote Campfires at the Cross. The most important thing she ever wrote appears in an endnote. She wrote about going to the Melbourne Museum to look at the possum skin cloaks of Aboriginal people. And when she saw them, she burst into tears because as an historian, she had expected to see those cloaks crudely cobbled together. And in fact, the work had been done by a fine seamstress. She burst into tears because of her own prejudice. And we are running out of time, and tears are no longer enough or excusable. Do not say sorry. Do something. And I'm sorry to have not given credence to so many people who have done great things in Australian scholarship. But when I wrote Dark Emu, I was furious about the scholars of Australia and the professors of Australia and the teachers of Australia and the politicians of Australia who all through my education, the 12 or 14 years of it, whatever it was, I told you I wasn't very good, it took me a while, never thought to mention that Aboriginal people had built houses, some of which could accommodate 50 or 70 people. How do we stay patient when we're denied that the information that would have made us proud and may have stopped our kids killing themselves if they had known? We're running out of bloody patience, and I'm very sorry.
I share that sense of urgency. One of the reasons that I drew attention to that body of work, though, is that it's relevant to our conversation in the sense that these are the scholars, black and white historians and archaeologists and anthropologists who have, I think, over that half century pioneered a sophisticated understanding of the distinctive ecosystem management of Aboriginal civilisation. Now, we've got to address the issue of agriculture because this is the most controversial aspect of dark emu. And you'll know, many of you, I think, that there's a new book out called Farmers or Hunter-Gatherers, written by Peter Sutton and Karen Walsh. And I recommend it to all of you interested in Bruce's work. It's a respectful forensic critique, and it brings back to the surface some of the body of work that I'm talking about here. And Bruce, I think, graciously welcomed the book, and I think the great thing about the book is that it came out at a time when there seemed to be two possible arenas for the discussion about dark emu. One, sadly, seemed to be waged by the culture warriors in the Australian newspaper and so forth. But the other area has opened up, and it is a scholarly debate, and we must welcome a scholarly debate about Bruce's work. This is, as Bruce says, a subject we should be talking about, and my God, you've got us talking, Bruce. So, and I remember the epigraph at the start of Bruce's book, Convincing Ground, is, "This is not a history, it's an incitement." Now, I think I would say the same of Dark Emu. It's not a history, it's an incitement. And I like that. I like the fire in it. But it's reasonable and I think proper for scholars to respond in detailed ways about whether or not Aboriginal civilisation can be called agricultural. I understand completely why you've taken that argument, Bruce, because agriculture was equated in the imperial mind with civilisation, and so to deny agriculture to Aboriginal society was to deny civilisation, and it was an instrument of oppression. But that 50 years of scholarship has taken us in a different direction. It says we don't need to measure Aboriginal civilisation according to these old hat European imperial hierarchies, these outmoded social evolutionist stages of human society. Aboriginal peoples over millennia developed an entirely unique, sophisticated culture of environmental management. They were curators of the land and of nature in so many of the ways that Bruce has described. And that's something that Bruce shares absolutely with that body of work. They're all acknowledging and building on a growing understanding of the depth and the sophistication of Aboriginal environmental management. But why do we have to, Bruce, why do we have to revive outmoded hierarchies that make us... I think you're playing into the hands of the culture warriors, because if we feel that Aboriginal people are somehow more... we can admire them more because they're farmers, we're turning our backs on a much more exciting understanding of a unique environmental custodianship. So why agriculture, Bruce?
Well, I think many people who hold that view haven't read the book closely enough. You know, Philip Sutton, for instance, agrees with me most of the time in his book and argues against, you know, the fact that I use the word agriculture, and of course I'm using it provocatively, and it is an incitement to have a closer look at Australian history. But the reason I think it's important for us to look more forensically at Australian history, and it doesn't worry me that, you know, about those, you know, the levels that historians use to place people on that lineal scale of development. It doesn't worry me that I've upset people, because Aboriginal people are still at the bottom of that scale. Now, if if we could have a discussion in Parliament where we had a decent debate, you know, we could afford to be more nuanced. But when people laugh at Linda Burney in Parliament because she wants a gentler kind of debate, our Parliament is never going to have that discussion. If, you know, as happened in the Northern Territory just recently, and I could name a dozen cases, unfortunately, where a young boy is shot 8 times for looking aggressive. We don't have time to finesse. We don't have time to be patient. You know, the immediacy is now. And, you know, how many Australians have read those essays and documents and books that you're discussing, Tom? How many? It's because it doesn't appear in our curriculum. And if our children don't read it at school, they'll probably never read it in the rest of their lives.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. Just in terms of how many, well, the people I mentioned, you know, 2 of them were Boyer lectures. You know, those particularly in half a century ago, in the 1960s and 70s, those Boyer lectures, you know, went out to a large audience and were listened to, did have impact. A number of them, like Judith Wright, Henry Reynolds, Eric Rolls, sold tens of thousands of copies of books. They were non-fiction bestsellers in their time, just as Dark Emu is in our time. I don't think it's right to say that this body of knowledge resided only in the peripheries of academic literature. It certainly grew there, as many good ideas do, and then it sprouted into these great fruits that were available to all, and that did enter our polity, our political discussion. You know, in that same half century, we look at the advances we've made in terms of recognising it's not enough, but at least, you know, Aboriginal citizenship, land rights, getting feet on the ground again, native title. Henry Reynolds' work leveraged into the Mabo judgment. You know, it's very easy to show the direct links between scholarship, which is sometimes seen to be, you know, elite and sort of peripheral, but to see it actually has impact. Peter Reid's work in terms of recognising the stolen generations, leading to the apology, setting up Link Up, bringing families back together. There are so many examples of scholars, historians, archaeologists, anthropologists. Peter Sutton, the author of the main author of the book we've been talking about, was one of them, involved in 87 land rights cases and representing in that book what he sees to be the knowledge of the old people, as he calls them, the Wick people that he worked with for decades. You know, these aren't armchair theorists. I'm talking about people who, you know, are part of, they share the same sense of urgency, Bruce. And I think
and I love them all, Tom. I do. You know, every name you've mentioned, you know, every one of them I've read and I love them for their work. But Australia is moving at glacial speed in the middle of climate change. So instead of actually, you know, we're likely to end up as a puddle. You know, we don't have the time for a lot of luxury. My poor sister's been trying to wind us up for a little time now, and I'm sorry, my sis, but you know we've got to have this conversation, and Australia needs to move now. And it's people like Tom with his argument, his fervent argument on behalf of those heroes who he mentioned, that will make a change. But you know, we can't go on like this forever. It's corrupting our government. I listened to those refugee fellas this morning talking about how horrible how horribly Australia treated them. And, you know, the way our country is formed, the things it believes, the thing that's in its constitution, that it gets said daily in its parliament, They are what the people become. And if we don't want to become that, we're going to have to do something about it. And unfortunately, as it is, writing in a literary magazine, and I've done it myself, isn't going to cut it. Sorry, mate.
So I think we're inviting questions from the audience at this stage. We're not? We're over. That's it. Okay, well, look, thank you so much, everyone.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. Just another little bit of housekeeping here. First and foremost, as we enter into our last session for Writers' Week this week, I'd like to thank you all for being so good this week in terms of getting on with each other and basically obeying, or not obeying, but following up the COVID and the chair instructions as well as you have. But once again, I would just like to say, stick with the COVID plan, wear a mask wherever possible, social distancing rather than isolation wherever possible. Could we ask once again that you not move any of the chairs? They've been placed there for a reason. If the session is crowded, please do not sit in the aisles, try and find somewhere else to sit. And if you require assisted listening, there is a hearing aid loop in the 3 rows in front of the audio desk in the middle block of seats on the east stage. Thank you once again. Enjoy the last session.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the East Stage. Before we start, I'm just going to ask you to pause for a moment. We're just going to do a little acknowledgement of country. I'm going to read it as it's written because it's going to come up in language on the screen, just to match that. We acknowledge the Kaurna people of the traditional custodians of the Adelaide Plains and pay our respects to elders past, present and future. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today. A couple of housekeeping announcements just before we get underway. Please, one last time, just adhere to the COVID-19 protocols. They're very important, so if you're moving around, please maintain distancing. And wherever possible, please wear your mask. It really does help. Also, at the end of the session, the book is available in the pop-up bookstore over there, and Hannah will be more than delighted to sign the copy if you choose to buy one. So thanks very much for attending our session. Congratulations, everyone. You've got to the last session of the last day on the East Stage. And what a tremendous week it has been, a roaring success, energising, challenging week, as have been the last 4 years under the stewardship of Joe Dyer, and it's been just such a wonderful success. I'm very proud to be part of the Joe Dyer All-Stars. That's not really a thing, of course. It's just something she created. My name is Anton Enos, news broadcaster and reading fan. I'm very, very pleased to be with you here today to discuss what we believe is going to be a very good last session of the main festival. There's some stuff happening on the West Stage tomorrow, but for this stage, it's the last day. Our guest today, of course, needs no introduction to Adelaide audiences and indeed to Australian audiences. She's one of our leading writers, even though she looks very, very young. She's the author of 3 novels, and a couple of years ago, I was on a panel at the Sydney Writers' Festival, and I was backstage about to go on with the Irish writer Anne Enright, you'll know, who won the Booker Prize for her wonderful novel The Gathering. And she said to me, do you have any Australian writers that you'd recommend? And I immediately said Hannah Kent, purely on the basis of Burial Rites, which was the only book out there. And you know what her response to me was? She's on my radar. She should be on everyone's radar. Please welcome Hannah Kent.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you, everyone.
So, Hannah, does it feel a little surreal to be having this incredible career so early on, being acclaimed by luminaries in an industry that is so often quite fickle?
Oh, it's no lie that every time I sit down at my desk, I'm immensely grateful that I'm able to continue writing. And I think it's something that I still pinch myself over. In fact, I've now got the shakes about what you said about Anne Enright. That's going to take some while to digest. I'm a big fan of hers. But you know, I have no idea. I have no idea what to say really, other than that I'm grateful, and that I continually wonder if I'm dreaming it, because it has always been my dream since I've been a very young child. So very grateful.
I'll admit that Burial Rites is a favourite novel of mine, and ever since it came out, I've just been sort of handing it out to people, saying, "Please read this, because it was just so wonderful. I think just hit the tone was just exactly right, and I felt like I was right in the iciness of that situation with Agnes. And does it, when you have that kind of acclaim and success for a first novel, what does it do when you have to then sit down and think about the good people that came next and then devotion after that? Do you feel the pressure after that?
I did actually, I did. I was touring for quite a long time with Burial Rites, which was, again, incredible. I never really thought anyone would even read that book except my university examiners and my parents. hopefully. And so, you know, for it to be published was incredibly exciting and also overwhelming. And then to also have the opportunity to, you know, travel to many places and meet many readers who had read it and talk about the book was, again, something that it was kind of disorienting in many ways, as much as I was hugely happy for it to happen. But when it did come time to finally return sort of home and sit down and think about the second book, I had signed a 2-book contract, so I knew it was something I was going to have to do. It was absolutely a period where I was paralysed by, I guess, the understanding that now there would be people who would probably read this novel, and the feelings of having to measure up to something that I didn't even realise I was doing in the first place. But I think I probably allowed myself a good 3 months of just staring and trebling in front of the blank computer screen until I realised that I needed to let go of all of that. I needed to even stop thinking of the book as something that would be published and just return to the joy and of writing, which is which is a sense of play, really. I just had to find my way back into writing as something that I love to do. That's something that is playful and creative and malleable and full of possibility. And I did that through really writing exercises and reading, returning to books, and just really loving what I was reading and finding inspiration. And then I was able to start once I sort of rediscovered that joy. But it really threw me off course for a while.
Are you the kind of writer who would be writing anyway, whether you got published or not?
Oh yeah, I think most writers would be, surely. I mean, because nothing is ever guaranteed. I don't know if I'll still be published in another 10 years. That's not something I feel that I can bank on. But writing itself has always been something that has brought me so much enjoyment. It really just feels like breathing to me. It's always been my preferred mode of self-expression and creativity and my way of questioning and understanding the world. So yeah, absolutely.
I just felt, Hannah, that reading Devotion, that there was a kind of otherworldly element that sort of permeates the text and sort of soars through it. Also, you could say in The Good People, I got that feeling as well. What's the attraction for you in sort of delving into that sort of world?
I think this is one of the things that tends to come up perhaps in my work in a fairly subconscious way. I never really sit down and consider the themes that interest me as a writer. It's always something which is less concrete. It might be, it's generally questions. For instance, Good People and Burial Rites, I just had a very intense curiosity about these historical people and the way in which they had been continued to be represented within historical records. And it was that curiosity and that really obsession about their personhood and also the means of representation that surrounded them in their lifetime and afterwards that then sort of led me to research, to discover other things and to, relating to them and what was specific about their story. And I'm finding that the more I write, the more these questions are of a certain theme or of a certain kind. So I think it's natural that similar sort of content seems to reappear. And certainly the supernatural is something that perhaps people might not think is really in Burial Rites, but it's certainly in earlier drafts there was a great deal of it. And I think it's because I'm interested in that which doesn't have a ready answer. And I also think that many people across time, we have this fascination with the supernatural, I think, that isn't necessarily contained to culture or location or historical period. You always have folk tales and fables and superstitions and proverbs, and it's something that I think speaks so much to the people who are talking or experiencing the supernatural. I don't think I'm interested in the supernatural for its own sake. I think I'm interested in the way that people relate to the supernatural, what it says about their fears and desires and what it says about social mores. I think that's probably where the interest comes from.
And certainly I think with Agnes, there was a kind of ethereal quality to her, if not, supernatural. And you felt like there was something else going on beside, what we found on the surface. So when we meet Agnes in Burial Rites and the grandmother in The Good People, and now this Prussian community of Kai in Devotion, I was interested to discover that these stories actually had their provenance in real life. There was actual factual material that you drew on. Is that the case?
Yeah, absolutely, for all of them. For burial rites, it was discovering the story of Agnes Magnusdottir and the various stories that continue after her execution as well. It's interesting, you mentioned the supernatural. There was a whole bunch of stuff which happened 100 years after her execution where her bones were located by a psychic in northern Iceland. So it was an interest in that person and all the stories surrounding her. And then again with Nance Roach, who I discovered as a defendant in a newspaper article, and it was her self-defence which really interested me because, again, it drew on the supernatural. And with devotion, it was less discovering someone from history that I wanted to examine a little further, or to bring their humanity outside of what might have previously been a stereotype, as it was with the other two characters. For devotion, it actually started much more as a fascination with Paramount country, with the Adelaide Hills and the Barossa region especially, and the atmosphere and qualities of that place. I found myself thinking about it a great deal. And I started researching the colonial period, where we had many Prussian immigrants come over from Hamburg, formed essentially German settlements, Prussian settlements at these places. And it was through that research that I then sort of divined another story as something that interested me enough to kind of sit down and work at it for 3 to 5 years.
Other than this, as I was saying, this kind of otherworldly thing that sort of came up for me, they're obviously all set in the past and sort of different historical periods. Is there something in particular about writing in history that attracts you?
I think there is now. It wasn't necessarily something I set out to be, a historical novelist. It was something which happened by accident due to my interest in Agnes Magnusdottir and my realisation that in order to portray her as a complex person, I needed to have a very solid understanding of the times that she lived in. So that then led me to do a great deal of research. And I thought, beginning that process, because I didn't know what I was doing, I'd never done any sort of historical research before, I'm not a historian, and so it was very piecemeal. I just cast a very wide net and read everything I could, recipes, very dry academic articles, smallpox statistics, anything that I could find, I read. But it was through that process where I thought I was setting out to find particular answers to a set of certain questions that I realised that research for me just gave me so many more questions, but also introduced me to many other stories which were maybe, tangentially related to the ones that I was interested in looking at. And I found that suddenly I was having notebooks fill up with just sort of extraordinary material that was fueling the way I was thinking about my characters or the way I was thinking about structuring a novel. So I found then, going into The Good People, that research was, rather than something I was sort of ticking off to meet my ethical or other obligations as a historical novelist, was actually something that was a necessary part of the creative process, because it allowed what was probably my original feeble, quite narrow ideas to then be built upon and be expanded and taken in directions that I couldn't have anticipated as a writer.
I remember last year we were very privileged at this festival to have Maggie O'Farrell live streaming in for her magnificent novel called Hamnet, and it really she spoke about sort of recreating sort of the grit and the mud of Elizabethan England, which I think she did very, very well. How true to life do you feel you have to sort of create that landscape in order to draw the reader in a sort of credible way?
A great deal of research. I feel like I actually have to be incredibly familiar with it, because in order to write something, I need to be able to see it. I need to be able to conjure it in my mind. And so you need those small, details. You need that sort of sensory understanding of what it was like to be in that time. I actually know when I've reached that saturation point in terms of familiarity, because that's when I start to have dreams where I'm essentially walking through the landscape of my novel, like an abandoned set, the homes of my characters. It's happened with every book. And each time I feel like, okay, if I can conjure this in my sleep, then perhaps there's no point procrastinating any longer. I have to sit down and write about it.
At the same time, it is a work of imagination. We accept that it's a recreated world. Do you feel like people can sort of go back and check all the facts and the the true to life details, and you'd be quite happy for them to do that.
People do. People do, and then they write me emails about them. Some of them congratulatory and others a little more pedantic. For instance, I had someone once contact me about the use of a cigarette in The Good People, and they pointed out that it would have been a pipe because cigarettes weren't in wide use in that region of Ireland until, the year, yada, yada. And I mentioned it to my editor, and I said, what do you think? We were coming up on a reprint. Should we change it? And then my brilliant editor at the time, Matilda Imler, said, well, look, he could have been a soldier in this war where cigarettes were in use, and perhaps he's now developed the habit, so, we justified it that way. But that's one example of the many times that people have approached me. So, yeah, research, I've mentioned it's valuable in terms of creativity and developing ideas and character and the book itself, but also, research, I do feel that I have an obligation to get it right. Because I think, words carry power. And fiction, even though it's, a bunch of lies which hope to tell the truth, it still carries that same weight of responsibility, I think. So, and particularly, especially with my previous two novels, my first two, I was an outsider to those cultures and places. I wanted to make sure that I was kind of doing due diligence and ensuring that, for instance, the fairy faith culture in Ireland was represented accurately, and that the herbal cures listed in the book were and continue to be exact herbal cures, because those cultures are not historical artefacts, they're continuous. And so it is a way I feel that I can, rather than exploit the past or appropriate it, perhaps just, make a gesture of respect towards it.
A few years ago, the Reith Lectures, the BBC Reith Lectures, were delivered by Dame Hilary Mantel. And they're fascinating. If you get a chance to listen to them, it's really very, very interesting about how she goes about reconstructing the past for her fiction. There's one quote that sort of leapt up at me. This was in answer to a question from the floor. So I'll read it to you and then see how that maybe applies in your case. So she was answering a question about, using 20th or 21st century eyes in order to look back into the past. So this was her answer. You are always writing out of your own time and your own sensibility, but you educate yourself towards your characters, and that's why it takes such a long time. That's what all the hours, days, years in libraries are about. It's about growing knowledge and a sensibility that will stand beside the one you started out with, the one that's native to you. So in other words, you look to your characters to change you. Does that sound like what you do in your work?
I think it's what I aspire to do. And, she summarises it in far more eloquent language than I could hope to do here. But, yeah, I think that's absolutely true. And I particularly agree with the idea that, all historical novels written now are essentially contemporary novels. Because I think, certainly in my case, I feel that's true. Because take, for example, Burial Rites and Agnes Magnusdottir. This is not someone who has been forgotten in history. In Iceland, she's very well known, and the story is very well known, but the focus is not necessarily always on her. But I think it took a contemporary scepticism of the past way of representing historical working class women for me to even decide to interrogate the records that were available about her and her life, and for me to end up producing a novel like Burial Rites. If it was a true historical novel, an attempt to mirror something that occurred at that time and the views, there's no way that there would even be a book written about her. So I think that, yeah, absolutely, every historical novel comes from a contemporary mind. I think most historical novels are modern novels, but I also think that absolutely research is another way to access character, and then the characters propel that story onwards and let it take its own shape. So you're not necessarily always in control. There's absolutely a sense of the research feeding into the ultimate narrative.
Do you find it tough you say there's a lot of research that goes into it, the research that ends up on the page and the research that kind of supports what ends up on the page?
Yeah, I would say most of my research doesn't end up in the book at all, but it informs my understanding of the book. And I think this is one of the reasons why I like to research without writing initially, because I'm very aware of the real possibility of superfluous historical information, coming into a book because it's interesting, but it doesn't serve characters. So for me, it's about doing that research, attaining that familiarity, having one of my weird woo-woo dreams, and then coming to the point where when I'm focused on the novel, I'm focused on characters and information which is relevant to them and the choices they're making and their motivations will end up in there, but everything else can fall by the wayside. But I think that's true of books which aren't historical as well. I think most writers will tell you that there is sort of a vast landscape of questions and ideas and drafted material, and the novel will take place in a tiny little square metre of that. But there's always an understanding or research which will go much further in every direction around it. But it's all integral. It all feeds into it.
So sketch for us the starting point of devotion, because when we first meet Hannah and her parents and twin brother, they're living in this little community in Kai. Tell us a bit about that place.
So Hannah is the narrator of Devotion, and when the novel opens, she is 14 years old, and she is the daughter of an old Lutheran elder living in this village of Kai. She is someone who struggles to assimilate within what is essentially a very small, quite closed congregation and community. Kay is populated by old Lutherans like her father. These are people who have actively dissented against the Union Church, which King Frederick William III has implemented and did implement. Originally, you could volunteer to join. It was completely optional, and then as time went on, you were increasingly persecuted. Pastors who refused to join the Union Church were jailed, imprisoned, fined. And so Hannah is the daughter of a family who, at this time, is being persecuted for remaining faithful to their old ways. Her mother is the typical wife of that time. She embodies what Hannah feels as every virtue that is being currently asked of her as someone who is blossoming into womanhood, and she resents it because it doesn't come easily to her. She's someone who instead has a very curious and quite unusual relationship to the natural world. She had quite a free childhood, and through her time of being a kid and roaming the forests and pastures around Kay, she has learnt that she can essentially commune with the natural landscape. It sings to her and it speaks to her, and she feels that it also listens to her. She has an active engagement. She feels like she belongs to it, and she recognises divinity within the natural world. And yet, as she grows older, she's finding that more and more she's being pushed into an entirely domestic world and asked only to recognise divinity within the church, within God, which at that time is really a focus of the services being held in the forest. They're very secretive. And so Hannah is someone who is a bit of a loner when the book opens. She doesn't really have any friends with her peers. They're all other young girls who are doing exactly what's expected of them, seemingly without issue, and she doesn't really know how to relate to them. And then during this time, the congregation accept a new family. Anna Maria, who is a Wend, a Slavic minority at that time, married to a German man, the German-speaking Prussian, and they have a daughter, Taya, who is of Hannah's age, and the two girls recognise, I think, have total recognition of each other from the outset, and so they begin a friendship.
Before we get to Hannah and Taya, just maybe talk a little bit more about that sort of peer pressure and the pressure to conform within the community, because as we know, there's another family that joins the community at the time, and there's a bit of a whispering campaign that goes on where the women are saying, oh, do you know, she's a witch, you know. So there's an underlying current of, if she is a witch, she's going to be punished. You can't step out from the teachings of the community.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was something that I learned from again, researching these sorts of communities. And what I found was that they were the church was everything. God was everything. The pastor was the ultimate authority. And there were ways of doing things. And these didn't just extend to, spiritual guidance, spiritual rules, but also ways in which you conducted yourself within these communities. You would never dance. Drinking was permissible, but not if it led to dancing. There were certain colours that you had to wear at your wedding that were expected of you. There were there was a great gender divide in terms of labour, which continued on at church, men to one side, women on the other. A bell would call you to work, it would tell you when to finish. And so lives were very much sort of controlled, I think, and there were very, very clear expectations of someone like Hannah coming up through an elder's family. What to do, what to say, what would be expected of you, when to be married, what to prepare for your marriage, and then what you should achieve within your marriage, namely children. There was this wonderful saying, and I'm going to say it in terrible German, so please forgive me for any German speakers. But there was a saying which was essentially I'm going to skip the German translation. I'm not going to embarrass myself up here. But it translates to church, kitchen, and children, which was a saying that women would say to themselves, basically to assure them of the things which were of primary importance in their lives. So this is the world that Hannah finds herself in, and this is the one that she struggles to. It's not that she's openly resentful or she openly dislikes these obligations asked of her. It's more that she feels she's not cut out to perform them to the extent that she'll be able to satisfy her family.
In fact, her mother says, she's only 14, as you say. But the mother's already saying, hey, you need to clean up your act because you have to get married. God has created a place and a role for you, and you need to know what that place is. But when we meet Hannah, she's described as long-boned and sprawling, a nature's child, as you say. It's quite clear that she's not cut out to be what her mother or her parents are trying to force her to be.
No, not at all. And this is her mother's insistence that she starts to really put her attention to learning how to keep a home and to not go. It's because she spent her childhood essentially running loose outside and coming home muddied and dirty and all of these sorts of things. But Hannah does feel that, it's not her simply just running around and being oblivious. It's because she has this deeper relationship with the natural world, which, when she has in the past sought to explain to her parents, has been very quickly shut down as kind of nonsense. And so she's learned to keep it pretty much to herself, although she has a twin, Matthias, who also understands that this is something which is very important to his sister. But yeah, absolutely. She's struggling by the time. I was thinking about it when I was writing it, that all these other young girls are essentially, driving an automatic, and poor Hannah, the very tall, sprawling Hannah, is there trying to work it out in manual.
As you say, Hannah and Thea discover each other, and they immediately recognise the worth and the value in each other. And what develops is this kind of very profound love story that presumably did not have a name in that era, a bit like the cigarette, I guess, in the Good People, that is sort of, it's stuck out a little bit. How did that affect how you approached writing it, given that it was a phenomenon that was really not recognised?
Yeah, this was a really tricky aspect of it, because I started writing this book, or at least thinking about it and sort of drafting some early material, thinking that it was going to be the narrative of a friendship. I was really interested in exploring the concept of friendship, of a friendship between two women, who belong to these communities, where that friendship would be the most important and meaningful relationship to them throughout the extent of their lives, even though they would go on to be married. And then we had 2017 and the plebiscite on same-sex marriage and equal rights, and I just basically got very angry and fed up, and I thought, no, I want to write a book that I want to read. We need more representation. There are lots of books on friendship, but I want to turn this into a romantic love story. It needs to be a love story, and I want to elevate it. And then immediately I knew that I had a huge problem, because I'd already selected these very pious religious communities as my basis. And I didn't want to write a narrative of shame. I didn't want to write a narrative of punishment or self-reproach. And so then the creative problem, which is an exciting one, was to find a way to tell a love story between two women who emigrate amongst a very religious congregation, which is still all about queer joy, essentially. I thought, well, that's a good challenge. That's something I could spend my time trying to pursue. But yeah, it was absolutely something to my mind, because I wanted my characters to be able to understand eventually, if not immediately, the nature of their feelings towards one another. And I also wanted them to be able to articulate it at a time where there was very little language to articulate such a thing.
I just want to read you a couple of sentences that just describe the first. By the way, Hannah and I have chosen a couple of readings from the text, but we haven't told each other what we've chosen. I hope we didn't choose the same piece. Anyway, this describes the first meeting between Hannah and Thea. She was an apparition walking between hazy columns of trees, her outline growing clearer as she walked. It seemed for one small moment that we were underwater. I saw her breath steam as she heaved a crooked weight of kindling. I saw her through the cloud of my own breath and held it, the better to see her. She looked up and, seeing me watching her, stopped. I exhaled. The air hung with water, held its own breath as we regarded one another. So quite clearly something unique going on there, right?
Yeah, not your normal sort of cute mate. Yeah.
So what happens next is that this community, kind of under siege from sort of more orthodox religious conventions of the day, decide that they have to leave, right? So they set out on this, maybe you can describe the journey. They set out, first of all, to get to a port to leave. Describe what that journey might have been like for them.
So the congregation first have to travel overland through a series of locks to Hamburg, where they then embark on a three-masted ship to Port Adelaide, known at the time as Port Misery for very obvious reasons. Initially, I was really concerned about how I was going to write this section, because I've never gone on such a journey. I'm no sailor. I have no idea what it would be like. I knew it would be hard, but I needed specifics. And we talked earlier about research and the times that it comes through and changes the shape of a novel. And it was around this time that I encountered the journals of Captain Dirk Hahn, who sailed the Zebra over full of many people from Kay, actually. And his account is essentially, initially when I was reading it, it was very maritime-y. There was a lot of him, being quite crossover, a chronometer, maritime instrument. His mention of the immigrants was not substantial, but I thought I'll keep reading because maybe I will start to glean a sense of what it was like to be an immigrant on one of these boats. And then I reached what I thought was the end of the journals. And here the captain writes that he hasn't been altogether forthcoming regarding the immigrants in his care. There are about 200 of them on this ship. And then he essentially lists just a massive list from the beginning of the journey to the end of all these disasters and complications and fights and awful deaths and suspicions of murder, suspicions of violence that he had purposely withheld because he thought it wouldn't be published, but now felt impelled to include because at the time he thought some of these cases were ongoing and he might be called to be a witness. And so he felt he had to include all this information. And it was there in this sort of very sometimes upsetting, sometimes exhilarating, very human face of these immigrants and all their petty complaints and some of their larger ones that I thought, now I can see it, this is the journey. So essentially the things that are included within the novel, such as the prevalence of illness, the awful seasicknesses in very close quarters, very confined quarters, the near suffocation of those who were still unwell when they went through storms and the hatches had to be battened down. There was just no air beneath. They had to essentially cut them free so that people could breathe again so they wouldn't all die. All of that information was there, and I felt that it was so interesting and could do so much for the characters, which by this stage I cared very deeply for, that it completely transformed a huge chunk of the novel.
It really was a terrible time. I mean, you really feel like you're right in the bowels of the ship with those people, suffering alongside with them. Was it integral to how they saw their place in the world, that this kind of the enduring of hardship and physical labour and suffering without complaint, was that who they were?
Well, according to the captain's journals, many did complain, but I think to him particularly, but more so about the behaviour of other people. I think when the weather or the nature of the ship, there's lots of letters which survive, or at least diary accounts of people remembering the journey. And I don't know whether it's necessarily hindsight, now not being on the ship, that they can sort of approach it with a very sort of religious acceptance, or whether it's true of how they felt at the time. But yeah, absolutely, certainly I think many of them were reminded, if not daily, then regularly by the elders on board, that this was to escape religious persecution. So this was how they might practice in the faith that they felt was real for them, that God wouldn't let them down, that God would preserve them. You certainly do encounter that faith, but not amongst everyone.
And then in the midst of all this very dramatic and life-challenging privations, there is one very dramatic moment which we can't name for obvious reasons that it's going to spoil the experience for you. Let's have a quick show of hands. Who's read the book? Oh.
Wow. Thank you.
That surprised me. You know exactly what I mean, right? But for the sake of the people in the audience who are relishing the chance to buy the book in the book tent over there and enjoy that experience for themselves, we can't actually say what this thing is. But let me ask it like this. Let me approach it like this, Hannah. When you have a very dramatic moment like that kind of grabs us all by the throat, and you feel like maybe you didn't see that coming, but it was like, it's a really very big moment. Was that always part of the plan, or is it something that kind of reveals itself to you in the writing?
It was a part of the plan as soon as this is hard to talk about it without talking about it. It was a part of the plan as soon as I realised I wanted to avoid a narrative of shame. So those of you who have read the book might understand why what happens. It was a way to introduce, I'm so sorry for those who haven't read it, this isn't going to make much sense, but it was a way to introduce clarity, and it was also a way to, I think, ensure that the novel remained modern. And I would say that I think of Devotion as a modern novel because it has those modern concerns, and what happens I knew was going to happen quite early on because I felt that there was no other way for me to write the story that I wanted to write in the way that I wanted to write it without something like that happening. And maybe there were other options, but even since, I haven't thought of anything else that I could have done to ensure that historical accuracy is maintained whilst also essentially that the message remains modern and that it also remains a story of celebrated queer love.
So the Eichenwalds and the other families arrive in Adelaide I'm not sure what they were expecting, but it was a very rough landscape. They had nothing, essentially. They had to basically build everything from scratch. It's a very, we feel like we're very close to the land. They're really struggling. But amidst all of this, you sort of imposed a kind of soaring spiritual sense that sort of pervades their experience on the ground. Maybe talk a little bit about how difficult it was to make those two things come together in a credible way.
Yeah, that was tricky. I think on one hand I leaned into the research I had done. There's actually, I really struggled with a dearth of research for my first two books. There was just not enough information about these women that I was interested in and about the domestic lives of other women whose lives might have resembled those I was interested in. With this book, I think particularly, being set in South Australia primarily, and there still being so many people who are aware of these kinds of narratives of emigration and who have kept private records, I was really aware that I had an abundance. And so there was a point where eventually I had to sort of, cut myself off. And there was also partly the reason why I decided to fictionalise this book, because I knew that if I were to adhere to every known fact, I would be writing essentially a parochial history, not a work of fiction. But when it came to looking at what the experience for these arriving families might have been like, I did turn to those letters and personal records. And the difficulties are really, articulated at length in many diaries and letters home. But I also wanted to ensure that so much of what led me to write this novel in the first place was the landscape and was the country. And I wanted to celebrate it. And so I wanted to sort of mitigate the miseries and the hardships of those who were arriving by celebrating the place that they were arriving to, even though it was essentially to steal land that already belonged to the Paramount people. I wanted to ensure that the wonder of their arriving remained, because I also didn't want to dwell within those various miseries, because I think you dwell too long in historical fiction particularly, and you can kind of walk a narrow, you can come close to the line where you're sort of glorifying in that misery. I didn't want to do that. Instead, I wanted to sort of acknowledge the difficulties, but at the same time, celebrate in this place that they had arrived.
So once again, putting sort of modern eyes into the past, Did you see these people as refugees?
To an extent. I don't think I necessarily used that language. I don't believe their lives were at risk in Prussia, although some people might believe otherwise. I think once I started writing the sections set in Australia, it was difficult to think of them as refugees because I think my concerns and my interests were probably aligned, and my concerns were aligned more with the fact that these were certainly a persecuted people who were now in turn persecuting others. And I think that was at the forefront of my writing because that was something that I wanted to ensure came through. And it was also a difficult thing to write because I think whenever you write historical fiction, you are, to a certain extent, adopting the worldview of your characters. You know, you're adopting the same prejudices and bias. And I wanted to try and ensure that that wasn't present in the text to the extent that it felt like I was endorsing that prejudice and bias. So no, I think I stopped thinking of them as refugees once they arrived, but I would be very happy for other readers to make that analogy. But I don't think it's something that necessarily I thought about within a, you know, I would necessarily compare, for instance, to the refugee crisis that we have at the moment.
I said I would throw in a couple of questions about process. I'm not
sorry,
throwing one
Anton,
out.
I also just want to clarify. When I say refugee crisis, I don't mean to imply that the crisis is the refugees. I mean the way in which we treat refugees. Let me just be abundantly clear on that.
I said to you earlier when we were sitting in the green room that I'd gone for a run along the riverside this afternoon before our session. And that's wonderful because it clears your mind, gives you a chance to think about things. So I was just thinking about what we as readers want from fiction writing. And I know it's probably different for every reader. But certainly for me, what I want from a novel, I think essentially two things. I want to feel the emotion of the characters. I want to be right in there with them, feeling the emotion, not sort of intellectualizing the emotion of the characters and the situations. And then I also want language that soars and dives and tumble dives and cascades and just kind of takes me with it. And I have to say, Hannah, I think you really do that for me.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
There are not many writers, I think, who have that facility. So let me, that's just a nice thing to say, but I have a question as well. When you sit down, how do you think about how you're going to use language? And I mean, a lot of it is very poetic, isn't it? So how do you think about how you're going to employ and deploy language to make that work?
I don't think I think about it too much, to be honest. When I'm in the midst of writing a book, I do think about it a great deal when I start, particularly so for instance, let me give you an example. With Devotion, I knew I wanted it to be narrated by Hannah. And I wasn't sure of her voice. And I knew that I wanted the book to be lyrical. I wanted her voice to be lyrical for a bunch of reasons. So what I ended up, but I couldn't find my way there. Everything I wrote, I was dissatisfied with. I was throwing it out. And I thought, just sit down and just write a section that you are not going to put in the book, but is going to summarise her style, her voice, this way of writing this book. And so I did. And I ended up using this particular paragraph as a touchstone, essentially, as kind of like a cornerstone for everything else that I was writing. So whenever I felt that I was becoming confused about the overall tone or about Hannah's voice, I would return to this paragraph. And I really didn't think it would make it in the book. In fact, it's the first paragraph in the book. And that was the section that, I just kept on returning to and rereading, saying, okay, I've got it. I've got the musicality of it. I've got the sensibility. And then when I write, I do overwrite, and I overwrite knowing that I work out my problems through the act of writing, not stopping and thinking about them. So, for instance, if I'm trying to write a section of, the character's description of the landscape when they first arrive and they're sort of overwhelmed by it, I might essentially overwrite that, knowing that amongst all these myriad conflicting metaphors and symbols, I'm going to find one which is better than the others. And then comes the process of editing. And I do think about language a great deal when I am editing and I work and stripping it back. But I write knowing that I have the possibility of stripping it back. So which allows me a kind of freedom, which is why I say I don't really think about it. I just keep going until I feel like I've hit something. But for me, writing I love reading books that are lyrical. I love, for instance, the works of, I would consider Sebastian Barry, for example, a very lyrical writer. I read a lot of poetry, so when I know that this is what I want to achieve, then I just allow myself the freedom to kind of playfully meander my way to finally getting the sentences that I feel speak exactly to what I wish to convey. But it's the most enjoyable part of creating a novel for me is the language itself. It's just wordplay in the end. That's why I do it. You know, other things like plotting and structure seem a little bit more frustrating. But when it comes to just trying to distill what I'm thinking of or what I'm imagining or what I'm seeing into words, that to me is just like, that's the most enjoyable, that's the most fun, uplifting aspect of the whole process.
You mentioned Sebastian Barry. Any other names that come up for you that kind of reflect that sort of resonant poetic writing?
Oh gosh, there are so many. In terms of writers that I read a lot of when I was reading devotion, certainly Sebastian Barry. Max Porter, I'm a massive fan of. I could just read Lanny every day. I think it's an amazing book. You've really put me on the spot. I'm happy to put up a list on, I don't know, my Instagram if people are really interested. But yeah, no, there's many. It's hard to...
Can I give you three names that came up for me? Siri Hustved, the American writer. I think really, I love her writing. Rebecca Solnit, I think, is an amazing writer. I think you just read her for her writing. And then Anouk Arupragasam, who was live streamed yesterday into this festival, I think just kind of did it for me as well. So we've each got a little excerpt. While I read that, we're going to take questions from the floor. So you can see Alira standing at the microphone just there. So if you want to make your way to the microphone to ask a question. So it's... this is the bit in Australia already. I chose it because I think it doesn't give too much away. At midnight, I turned off the dwindling track from the village and followed a fence out towards the deep blue of the bush. I could see a solitary light blinking against a shadowed rise behind. Tea's home, I thought. I knew it in the way that I knew my own name, Hannah. Something was happening. I could feel the fibres and tendons of my body resonate with sound. I was a struck chord. There was a tremble at work within me and heady with music. I grasped for the nearest fence post to steady myself and knocked something to the ground, a stone. I picked it up, weighed it in my hand. It was smooth and rounded with water, and I could hear the river like a skin upon it. I looked back up to the light and stepped forwards. Then I placed my hand on the next post, and there was a stone there too. Another on the next and the next. Every post had been crowned. I ran towards the light then. The earth held each falling foot, pushed me towards her, towards the cottage now visible in the darkness, to the glowing window, to her, Tea. And there she was, lit in light from a lamp burning on the table in a one-roomed house, bending over the book of Moses with a hand over her mouth and her eyes wet. I was that eagle again, holding up the sky. Rapture rolled through me like blood. She was older, more beautiful, more flawed. Her teeth still snagged on her lip, but she was thinner, aged by sun and time. Hair escaped from her braids and wisped along her neck as it always had. Tea. Isn't that wonderful? Any questions from the floor? None so far. We'll just continue. There's also, strangely enough, I felt quite poetic references to pigs in the book. No, genuinely touching. There's one on the sea voyage. There was quite a strong reference to pigs, and then with the sort of marriage a marriage that takes place on the Australian soil. I'm a vegetarian, so I was kind of have a sort of soft spot for pigs. But tell us a little bit about writing about pigs.
The pigs. I was thinking about pigs really before I even started the research. I don't know, I I don't like to mysticize the writing process too much, but I do think that there is a period of time where you're kind of a bowerbird of visions and imaginations and daydreams, and things start to come up to you and they feel interesting. And, you know, Charlotte Wood, I know in the Luminous Solution, talks about heat-seeking. And to me, this is the kind of thing, it's like heat-seeking amongst your own daydreams. So, you know, little ideas or images I start to sort of dwell on, and I collect them and I might note them down. And pigs were amongst them, which I didn't really know what to do with at the time. And then when I was researching the lives of these old Lutherans, pigs kept coming up again. You know, the idea of, I spent a lot of time researching food cultures, partly because I think that's one of the enduring legacies of many of these German speakers who emigrated to South Australia. You know, I mean, look at the Barossa, look at, you know, as a South Australian living in Melbourne, no one knew what I meant when I said Medfirst, you know, but I'm sure many of you will know. But I think that, you know, so I thought, oh, this is a way to start. This is what I sort of already know of these communities. Let's start researching, you know, food culture. And then, of course, when I did start reading these amazing books by people such as Angela Hosen, which I'm pronouncing, sorry, in a non-German accent, Hosenroder, who wrote incredible stories about this pig killing. I just kept on coming across these pig kills. It was such a momentous part of, you know, the seasonal way of living for so many of these communities. But the stories that were also attached to them, you know, I finally found out some of that stuff that you don't really tend to find in these when you research particularly the lives of women, which is, you know, intensely female experiences, very domestic, a lot of domestic details. You know, women writing diary entries saying that they were lying about having their period so that they wouldn't have to participate in the pig killing, or burying their heads under pillows, or other people who completely relished the whole process and loved to clean the intestines and pour water in them because they'd wriggle on the ground like a snake. You know, I just kept on finding this abundance of information. So it felt then very natural that the pigs would be featured a great deal.
Let's take a question.
Hi, thank you both. It's been a wonderful interview, and thanks for the book, Hannah. I'm asking this question on behalf of a friend, and I know that sounds cliche, but it's actually true. She's currently writing in historical fiction, and she's very interested to ask you about the ethics of writing real people from history like Agnes.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank your friend. Yeah, I feel that there's something I feel quite strongly about this. I know many writers don't feel the same obligation to, you know, there are lots of writers who think anything is fair play or fair enough. You can do whatever you like as a writer, particularly if you work in fiction. I don't really see it that way, because I think there is a risk of exploitation or appropriation, and that was something in burial rites that I was very keen to avoid, not only because I wanted Icelanders to think well of me, but also because I was very aware that I was writing of the dead, and I would hope that if I were ever in the same situation, that someone would sort of work hard to ensure that they at least got, you know, most of the details of my life correct. So I do feel that I have quite a set methodology in order to sort of appease any sort of ethical qualms I might have. That's all research based. It's basically to honour all facts. This is one of a real person. This wasn't true for Devotion, but honour all facts as I find them, if they could be essentially corroborated, if they were sturdy facts, to use them, to have them in the book. If I encountered material that was, you know, maybe contradictory, or it was unclear that there was an answer, I would use a more general research and a more general understanding to inform my choice of which fact to choose and which thing to believe. And it was only in the outright gaps, the outright silences, that I felt free to invent. But even then I felt that all my invention had to still somehow be married to that more general research of the time. So it's very much a very strong anchoring to what is established, but at the same time, as well as that, within the text, I wanted to, in a literary way, acknowledge the fallibility of historical record. So yes, I am leaning and really propping myself up with historical research, but at the same time, within the text, I'm saying it's not all that, and it's absolutely flawed, and it's all written by a human hand. So I guess that's what I attempt to do. I don't know if it's possible to ever be, you know, completely successful in doing that, but that's certainly something that I do to help alleviate my own personal concerns.
Let's take another question.
Thank you for coming to Adelaide Writers' Week. My question is, why did you choose Hahndorf, and did you incorporate aspects of the other German towns in South Australia into your imagined Hahndorf?
Thank you. I feel like I should stipulate for legal reasons that it isn't Hahndorf in the book, it's Heiligendorf. For exactly the reason that I was very much aware that I was writing about, real people if I were to write about Hahndorf. And there's so much information available and there were so many people, I was sure to get something incorrect. So that's when I decided to completely kind of fictionalise and to state that that's what I was doing. But certainly in my research, the reason why I spent so much time researching the families of Hahndorf was because Dirk Hahn's journals was such an incredibly useful resource to me, and I wanted to draw on many of the real-life instances of what happened on his ship in this book, and so it felt natural to sort of follow that through. But also I did a lot of research about some of the earlier towns in the Barossa, such as what is now known as Bethany was one of the first settlements, so I spent a lot of time researching that. And also a little bit more about the larger towns when they were sort of established and thriving, such as Tanunda. But I thought I'm going to fictionalise it, Heiligendorf, although it also retains the same Paramank word, which is Bakatilla, which is its original name.
We're slowly running out of time, but we'll take another question.
Thanks for being here, Hannah. I've just started reading the book and enjoying it very much.
You're in for a treat.
Yes. Just as an aside, there are those who think for the old Lutherans, Jesus should have been not the good shepherd, but the good swineherder. Would have been more historically correct. But I'm a descendant, not of that group you're talking about, but of the next boat that came with the group of Prussians, and so much of what you say rings true for me as I grew up in Queensland in one of those closed communities. And I haven't seen that anywhere else, so it's very encouraging, that's not quite the right word, but it's very useful to read it and to go through some things. I'm also interested, and I haven't got to see whether you've discussed it yet, but the relationship with Paramank. And, those old Lutherans had a particular attitude towards Aboriginal people. They believed that you could only be saved in your own language. So the first thing they did was, translated the Bible into Aboriginal languages. But it seems to me that that was a time that we missed an opportunity in our relationship, in building a relationship with Aboriginal people. All the things that have happened since then have sort of clouded the opportunity to really see country. I wonder if you have any comments around that through your experience with your old Lutherans.
I spent a long time trying to read as much as I could about the relationship between the Prussian people and the Paramank people because I knew it was going to be in the book. However, I was also aware that basically everything that I encountered, no matter the material, was written from the perspective of the Prussians. And so immediately there that you have a prejudiced text simply by virtue of the fact that it doesn't take into consideration an alternative perspective. I'm also aware of the missions that were set up, particularly in South Australia, where there wasn't necessarily language wasn't forbidden in the way that it was under British missions and under British laws. But let's not forget that it's still a mission. This is still a decimation of culture. This is still an absolute sort of disruption to a culture and community and a people who have thrived on this country, which has been taken from them for millennia. So I couldn't really get around that, but I was also aware that I was writing from the perspective of someone who was essentially a colonialist. So it was absolutely something which took up a huge amount of my thinking time in terms of how to approach it with sensitivity and with recognition and with respect. And I think that's also one of the reasons why we mentioned the twist earlier. I mean, one of the reasons why there is a surprise in the book was to allow me to apply a contemporary understanding of same-sex relationships to this book. And the other reason was because I had no desire to perpetuate, the racism of the time. I wanted to still apply a contemporary understanding of the ways in which colonisation, is evil, essentially. So that's kind of why I wrote it in the way that I did. Yeah. But I mean, I'm learning. I'm learning as a writer. I'm aware of myself as a white writer. I don't want to take up space that I ought not to be taking or appropriate things I shouldn't be appropriating. And I'm very happy to learn from the process and become better at it as well. So.
Well, amazingly enough, that is an hour gone by very, very quickly. It's a great pleasure talking to you, Hannah. For the 5 of you who haven't read the book yet, it is available in the store over there, and Hannah will happily sign it for you. Thank you very much, Hannah Kent.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Anton.
Thanks to Anton.
I know that's just
I'm in here. An email writer